the bright side of the road. And into this life we're born. Because sometimes we don't know why. At times simply goes by so fast. In the twinkling of an eye. Let's enjoy it while we can.
Let's enjoy it while we can.
Help me share my Lord.
Help me share my love.
On the dark and lonely street. To the bright side of the road. Cricket! Sometimes I don't know why. You don't see me go by so fast. In the twinkling of an eye. Let's enjoy it while we can.
Let's enjoy it while we can.
Help me sing my song.
Help me sing my song.
Little darling, go along. Right side of the road. On the dark end of the street.
On the dark end of the street.
To the bright side of the road.
To the bright side of the road.
Little darling, come on, look.
On the bright side of the road.
On the dark end of the street.
On the dark end of the street.
To the bright side of the road.
To the bright side of the road.
The love is once again.
On the bright side of the road.
Will we be? The love is once again.
On the bright side of the road.
Mic check. 212. Oh, that don't sound too bad. I heard myself back. Okay, I'm gonna roll with that. What's going on? What's going on, my people? Happy motherfucking Friday, huh? Happy motherfucking Friday. You understand? Friday. Jeez, I see some lovely folks down there. Huh? Lovely folks. Wicked. Good stuff. In no particular order. Let's get it cracking. Mr. JT in the building. Salute. Good stuff. Who else we got down there? Let's have a look. We've got Jeebus in the building. Wicked. That's a real one. 313 in the place to be. Heidi. How we doing, Heidi? Much love. Small town girl. La 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 la. Hey, salute. I hope you're resting up. Get some rest. Chill out. Relax. 420. I got a treat for you guys. So, unwind. You're in the right place. Got Bex in the building. Salute Bex. How we doing? My man TT. What's going on, brother? How we doing? Much love. Lizzo in the building. Mr. Lizzo French. That's a superstar name. Who else we got down there? Infamous Grill Sniper. Good stuff. Who else? My man. Dino. How we doing, Dino? Much love to you, bro. Much love. Who else we got down there? Have a look. Hope I missed anyone. Oh, my man. R to the T in the building. R.T. Salute. Much love. Who else we got down there? All right, cool. So we here once again, to the bright side of the road. We made it. Let me go ahead and throw that link out there real quick. See some lovely folks in the building. Hope I missed anybody. Let me quickly go through that list again. No, I hope I haven't. I think I got everyone. Yeah, salutes to that. Hey, so what's really good? What is really good? Hey, Pam, how we doing?
Hey.
Good stuff. Glad you jumped up. How was your Thanksgiving? Heard you had a blast, right?
Oh my goodness. Everything that I cooked turned out perfectly, from the macaroni and cheese casserole with the Ritz cracker and panko creme crust, to the deep fried turkey, which my partner fixed, all the pies, the desserts, everything came out perfect.
Nice.
So I'm happy. 2 days of cooking and it all went well, so I can't complain. Glad it's over though.
Yeah. How did the washing go? The cleaning up?
I didn't have to do a lot of that.
Nice. That's how it goes, right? You do the cleaning, you get to relax afterwards. I mean, so
yeah, fortunately I'm really appreciated around here, so I didn't have to slave in the kitchen other than what I chose to do for the family meal, which I enjoy. I don't know. I liked it. It's to me, it's a great pride to be able to say I cooked all this stuff for 5-6 people, like by myself.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah. I mean, was it a late one? Did you stay up late and eat, or was it a eat and then go to bed?
No, we had our Thanksgiving around 12 or 1. And so we had a lot of time in the afternoon just to chill. We all ate so much we didn't want to move. Like I made like 2 different desserts, and we all had a hard time getting to the pumpkin pie that I made that had like a pecan and molasses crust on it.
Pumpkin pie. Is that finished, or is there still some left?
What's that?
Is it finished, or is there still some left?
Oh no, there's still food there. Yeah.
Nice. Good stuff. Salute to the grand old chat room. Hey, 420 and dabs if you got that. So I've been busy again, making some more connections, connecting the dots.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. I've got something.
Have you started more AI stuff?
Yeah, I actually done part 2 to what is it called again? Let me just double check 1 second. Forgetting my own work. Part 2 to The Great Unknown with James Terrell and Crater. I've done part 2 to that.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're gonna have a look at that today. I wonder if it's worth even going over part 1. No, hold on. Is that which one is that? Hold on. Oh, wrong one. I pressed 1 second. No, that one isn't worth it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good stuff. There's something I wanted to pull up real quick. 1 second. Oh, Capricorn in the building. CC, what's going on, CC? Much love, much love.
Hey, Capricorny.
Much love. This is Renegade back in the day when he used to do his DJing. Let's have a look.
We're going to go tripping back to Scandinavia, our second of 2 Swedes in the final. Svenska Fredrik Renegade Bratloff. Okay, Fredrik, tack så mycket. I want to know how's everybody feeling. Damn it, how's everybody feeling?
With a 4-4 pro in a show, a medium tempo and the spotlight glows. Artists in action against distraction. With a 4-4 pro in a show, a medium glows. Artists with a 4-4 pro in a show, a medium with a 4 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 with a
Damn.
Thank you. And good night. And good night. And good night.
From Sweden, Frederick Renegade Bratloff. Thank you, Frederick. Great performance. Everybody's on form tonight.
Dang, he's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, that was brilliant.
He's super talented. That's cool.
I mean, yeah, I don't know why he don't, keep at it, because he's got it. He's got the juice. He's got the juice, man. He's playing around. He's playing around. That's brilliant stuff.
Yeah, that's feel good music. You can't feel bad and listen to that.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Indeed. Indeed. I wanted to put something else on real quick. Where's this gone? Give me a second.
Are there any more social experiments in the works?
To be honest, I put them on hold for the moment.
Gotcha.
I put them on hold. I said, I'm going to let the folks breathe. I'm going to let them breathe, maybe after the new year, once everybody's got merry and had a few drinks, might have some new footage.
Hit them when they least expect it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you ever hear from Smith?
No, I didn't actually, but it's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because while we had his name up in bright lights, he was out in the town, painting it red, so to speak.
Oh, he was on a date with someone else?
He was everywhere. Everywhere I looked
Everywhere
over.
but here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I tried to give them a shot, but they don't even want it. And it's funny because I'm pretty sure if you've been around on the YouTube streets for the day, you're gonna see when someone at you, right? And if you're sub to people, you're gonna see when they're live. So I don't know. It's maybe he was scared, or he ain't really got the juice like he says he has. Yeah, it's crazy though. I seen he was getting booted off panels apparently.
Why wouldn't you go like where your name is in lights and you're celebrated and everyone's like, waiting to see you?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I was ready for him. We was waiting. We was all waiting, but it was
Yeah,
a no.
I like his knowledge drops. I don't know if I agree with everything, but he's a spot on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy though, because some of these people, I know they don't even really feel my work, or let alone feel me. But or probably they just don't feel me. But the work I present is a lot different to a lot of these people out here. So
And thank goodness it is.
yeah. Mm.
I know Tommy's probably got this on a second monitor and I'm just blowing smoke up your butt, but what you really do is completely different than a lot of other people, the topic and, the way you present things and the AI book and all of that,
No doubt. No doubt. Very different.
Oh, look who's here.
Who? Let me have a look. Ah, okay. Pretty late. It's pretty late today, aren't we? What happened to you, Smith? I had your name up in the lights. I thought we were gonna get it cracking. Jack's dreaming in the building. Jack's dreaming in the building. Ah,
And Voy, the diva of the metaverse, is here.
diva of the metaverse, aka the Dutch Dragon. Boy. Let me load something up because we do it different. Make sure my stop screen share and screen share. Ah, my man. In the building.
Blessings. How are you guys today?
I'm
Jack.
good. How you doing, sir?
I'm feeling blessed. Who was that? The DJ? Someone?
Renegade. Yes. Do you remember Renegade?
I can't say that I do, but I was enjoying.
Okay, good stuff.
What's the flow? What's the direction you're going today, brother?
I wanted to present some of my new work over here at the Rebuttal Bar before I drop it on the main channel. Get a little bit of feedback from the people and maybe have a little talk about the subject in hand.
I look forward to it. Feel blessed, man. I am a fan of your work. I think many are, right?
Salutes. That's what I like to hear, my man. Thank you. I've been tuning in to a few of your shows the other night. Hey, that thumbnail was golden.
Did you celebrate Thanksgiving, Jack?
Had a stream yesterday. That was kind of my celebration. It was fun. Yeah. I didn't do that.
I don't know if anyone told you, but we're thankful for you. I don't know if anyone told you that yesterday, but just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel that. Who joined? Who's this? Who joined? Oh, Bex.
Hi, London. Hi, Pamela. Hi, Jack. Hi, chat. Nice to see everyone. Thanks for having me up.
No problem. Thanks for hitting the link. How are you? How was your Thanksgiving?
Mine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I did celebrate by proxy. In Canada, we do our Thanksgiving in October, actually. But as a single woman who lives alone, I don't normally do much. So yesterday was one of the best Thanksgivings I've had in a long time. Traveling around and hanging out with my YouTube family. So it was fantastic. I only had pixel Thanksgiving dinner, emojis, turkey and veggies
Okay.
and yeah.
Okay.
I just placed a little line of emojis and made it my Thanksgiving dinner. But it was great.
Good stuff. Second.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what you've dug up, what dots you've connected, London.
Oh yes. Let's get into that actually.
Do you mind if I'm just going to ask the chat? I've noticed on listening back to things that oftentimes my volume is a lot louder and I have good projection. So I've manually adjusted the settings, but I'd love to hear if anyone hears me sounding a lot louder than anyone, please let me know.
I don't think you're loud. I think you're proportionate. What do you think, London, Jack?
I think she's okay.
Okay,
I mean,
good. Thanks, guys.
Loud and clear. That's when the people receive the message, right?
Amen.
Exactly. Thank you. Cheers.
No problem. Melanie, welcome. Thank you, boy. Thank you. Appreciate you, boy. Who else do we have in the building? I think I did see someone else. Random fan. There we go. Salutes. Mr. Random fan. Day one S in the building. Salutes S. Much love. All right. Let's get into this real quick. I'm going to let me know if you look can see and hear it, right?
Yep, it's fine.
Beautiful.
First of all, this is part 2 to the great unknown, James Terrell, right? Great unknown, part 2. Let's go. Thank you for being here, ladies and gentlemen.
Fuck it up 2 times. One more time if you don't mind. I might be out of my mind. Think about you.
And that's the end of Mr. Bean. So thereby, kind of, but we may do it. We may do it. It's a kind of silly idea. I mean, there is this idea that he may not be of our world. He may be from another place.
Hold on 1 second.
The flood begins on the 17th day of the second month, when the spring of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened.
This is what a regular eyeball looks like. And this thing here, I forget what they call that, but it's a little pillowy looking thing. And then there's the optic nerve runs into the eyeball. All right, that's the optic nerve right there that runs out into the eyeball. All right, that's the optic nerve right there that runs out into the eyeball. All right, that's the optic nerve right there that runs out into the eyeball from this little thing where all of these little joggers attach to the optic nerve coming from the eyeball.
Turn this sideways, right? Now, when you turn it sideways, this circle's going to be up top. Now, this would be our realm on the bottom if you turn it sideways, right? This, how it's showing you, makes no sense. They're showing you what's really going on, but they're turning it sideways, right? Don't make sense sideways.
I never saw anything like it. They're around they're coming by the capsule, and they look like little stars, a whole shower of them coming by. They swirl around the capsule and go in front of the window, and they're all brilliantly lighted. They probably average maybe 7 or 8 feet apart, but I can see them all down below me also. Negative. They're very slow. They're not going away from me more than maybe 3 or 4 miles per hour. They're going at the same speed I am, approximately. They're only very slightly under my speed. Over. They do have a different motion though from me because they swirl around the capsule and then depart back the way that I am looking. Are you receiving? Over. There are literally thousands of them. This is Friendship 7. Am I in contact with anyone? Over. This has been going on since about 1+15, over. Just after I remarked about the sunset, I looked back up and looked out the window, and all of those swirl of particles was going by, over. This is Friendship 7 broadcasting in the blind sunrise has come up behind in the periscope. It was brilliant in the scope, a brilliant red as it approached the horizon and came up. And just as I looked back up out the window, I had literally thousands of small luminous particles swirling around the capsule and going away from me at maybe 3 to 5 miles per hour. Now that I am out in the bright sun, they seem to have disappeared. It was just as the sun was coming up. I can still see just a few of them now, even though the sun is up some 20 degrees above the horizon. I still have some of these little particles coming around the capsule occasionally here. I can see them against the dark sky even on the day side. Over. Friendship 7, we'll give blood pressure check. I still have some of these particles that I cannot identify coming around the capsule occasionally. Over. Roger, how big are these particles? Very small. I would indicate they're of the order of 1/16 of an inch or smaller. They pass by the window, and I can see them against the dark sky. Just at sunrise, there were literally thousands of them. It looked like just a myriad of stars. Over. Roger, are they floating by you or floating with you? Over. Some of them float almost with me. Most of them appear to be moving at about 3 to 5 miles an hour away from me. I'm going just a little faster than they are. Over. Roger. Only really unusual thing so far beside ASCS trouble were the little particles, luminous particles around the capsule, just thousands of them, right at sunrise over the Pacific. Over. This is Friendship 7. I do not think they were from my control jets. Negative. Over. Roger, Friendship 7. This is Canton. We have TM solid. Go ahead. Over. Roger, this is Friendship 7, and now that sunrise is starting, I have all these little particles coming around the capsule again, just at sunrise. Roger, Friendship 7. I also can see the light on my on steam from the thruster when I operate it. Over. This is Friendship 7. I think I also can see a little bit of steam spitting against the dark sky here occasionally from my pitched down manual thrust. Over. Roger. This is Friendship 7. All these little particles, there are thousands of them, and they're not coming from the capsule. They're something that's already up here. Because they're all over the sky. Way out, I can see them as far as I can see in each direction almost. Roger, Friendship 7. This is Friendship 7. I'm trying to get some pictures of these particles that are outside here. Over. Friendship 7, this is Canton. We also have no indication that your landing bag might be deployed. Over. Roger. Did someone report landing bag could be down? Over. Negative. We had a request to monitor this and to ask you if you heard any flapping when you had high capsule rates. Negative. This was over. Well, I think they probably thought these particles I saw might have come from that. But there are thousands of these things, and they go out for, it looks like miles in each direction from me, and they move by here very slowly. I saw them at the same spot on the first orbit, over. Hi, Roger. Are you still seeing the particles or any capsules? Negative. I don't seem to see them around here on this side. I saw a few, just a few, just after I left Canaveral and turned around facing forward. They were coming toward me at that time. I was going, so I know that they are not coming from the capsule at all. I saw the particles in huge quantities at each sun.
Mic check, mic check.
That was very well put together, London.
Thank you, Pamela.
I really liked the part at the end that really made me think was seeing all those what looked to be orbs or maybe souls. My mind's always in the mystical, so I see like those as like souls going somewhere or something, but who knows?
Very interesting. Who knows? The great unknown, exactly. Exactly.
The great unknown, yes. Just showing some of the mysteries. It really makes you wonder some of the things that are. Brother, I do. I love your creativity, the way you put the images and the sounds. I mean, it comes together. You've got a knack for this. It's beautiful, brother. Getting the mind wandering.
The whole key, the whole key thing, how it started, the key symbol at the beginning, that was really a good way to start it off. I like how you put that together.
Sorry, I was just changing my mic over. Is my volume a bit louder? Can you hear me?
It's
mic
better.
check?
Yeah, that's
Cool.
better. You were a little soft on volume before.
Cool. Cheers. So repeat yourself again, please, Pamela.
I was just saying at the first how you made that like the pyramid with the key at the top or the circle, how you did that. It looked really cool.
Oh yes, that's James Terrell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that caught my attention and kind of it kept my attention and on into the other stuff. And then the part at the end where like you saw all the white lights or orbs or whatever those were, that was awesome.
Yeah, it's rare footage. That's not even like no one really look at those type of things. They think just because it's NASA, they go past it or they just have shit to say about it, you know. But
Yeah, that'd be my first initial thoughts too, but the way you presented it made me look at it differently.
there you go. There you go. Thank you.
Because
Very
normally when I hear NASA, I'm already mentally beginning to poo-poo it, you know?
Many people do.
Yeah.
And it's not just NASA, though.
Yeah,
There's
me
many-
either. That's it's all those agencies.
Yeah.
That's where I would say that I know a lot of people believe that we've been contracted somehow. We've contracted and agreed that they have to give us some truth in everything. My theory is that, in our Akashic record, in our DNA, there's truth. And we can't be sold bullshit unless they weave some of that truth in there. It's not really contractual. It's just that we would see right through it. Like when we were children being presented things that we didn't feel like we could tell an adult that we thought it was bullshit, So I appreciate London for, going forward and looking through the NASA stuff, because it really, I've been out there telling people ever since I heard London was doing that, because God Give Lance Day also had found some really neat images, and people were just poo-pooing it like crazy. I've been encouraging also people to take the brainwashing we've had of the last 3 years and sift through that for its 20% truth and 80% BS. So kudos to you, London, for finding the footage and also presenting it in a space where a lot of people, have that mental wall up, I think both sides of propaganda have some truth woven in it, and we have to start sifting through it all for that. So thanks, London.
Indeed, and well put. Well put. Thank you. Mr. Jack Talcott, what did you think?
The images and presentation, it actually kind of triggered some thoughts on my own journey separate from this, but tied to the mystery of water. That was part of the images there with the cycle, but and then falling into the density of the earth realm. And hey, I had a beautiful experience, realization earlier today, dealing with my own doubts and insecurities. Man, life is so much simpler when we get out of our way.
Yeah.
And the mystery of water, the mystery of consciousness, the mystery of life. Holy cows, man. What Beck said, I think the truth is there. It's in the Akashic record, and we have a way to connect, to know, to realize. But the world, the world literally enables and promotes confusion. Confusion. That's where our fears are found.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good. Sorry, that's where I'm at. I'm feeling beautiful. Thank you for sharing this, man. Space and time.
I'm glad it could get the cogs moving, It's about getting the cogs turning.
That's what it's about. Get those thoughts thinking, get the mind thinking, trying to break free from the old thoughts to discover the wonder. There is a lot of wonder in this realm. And it takes the mind of a child. It takes some humility for us to admit, I wonder. That was another realization. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I agree with that, Jack. And I sort of see it in a very grid-like, it's like we're undoing a grid in our brain. The word discipline is rooted in punishment, actually, right? And as much as we like to, put discipline, self-discipline, what we really mean is, self-care and routine, if we were looking at it etymologically. And I think that we've been given such structure that this is why a lot of this stuff appeals to us, and maybe even why, not to contradict myself, but kind of, but from other things I've said, maybe why some of these artistic, the way that some of the people present their voices, like London, or say like Paul Knight in What the Flock, there is an aspect of just coming in it from a totally different angle that just undoes that disciplined structure of information in our brain. So I really appreciate it, London.
Thank you.
That's why artists are so important throughout time. It's been the artist's perspective that's kind of pressed against the envelope of conformity, saying, hey, look at this from this way. Artists leading the way. See, that's God's creativity.
Mhm. Indeed, I agree. You got to have a very creative mind, to even want to be somewhat of a leader.
Yes. And the world conditions us. The schooling system and the media system, it's designed, whether intentional or not, one of the results of its design is it conditions the creativity out of us. Children are afraid to be creative when, like Beck said, discipline brings back memories of, punishment. I like the term correction. We can correct each other from our errors. We can correct ourselves with compassion and, care.
I think it's intentional that they do that, because I think if people truly understood how powerful their imagination was, then they could do a whole lot more than we're being told we can do. I know I've had personal results from, like, in part by visualization and using my imagination. And so I can't even imagine what it would be like if we were taught how to, like, starting at, like, say, kindergarten or younger or whatever.
That's what I want. That's the future I see. I see a future where life is more like it's meant to be, where we nurture and care for our children and our elderly. We learn from all of us. We've all got something to offer and something to bring.
Indeed.
I've noticed with having, like, in-laws and things that are older that they don't have fun anymore. And the more I get to know them and all of that, it's because they've quit imagining, they've quit wondering, like whether it be societies beat them down or just being in this realm would do that to you. But I don't ever want to lose that sense of, like, childlike joy and wonder and being able to actually use my imagination, because when I see that, it's sad for me to see people that don't have that, because I feel like that's an essential part of who we are.
Indeed.
As you're saying that, I'm considering this. You're right. The imagination, the power of our imagination. It is such an incredible tool. When we don't know how to use it, it's there whether we recognize it or not. What made me think what you're saying, I spent a lot of my life believing I didn't have an imagination. I wasn't creative as far as art or poetry, stuff like that. So I thought I didn't have a good imagination. Dude, I imagined so many perversions and so much destruction and anger and hate. My imagination worked great. It was my heart that was it was detached. Bringing
Yeah,
the
well,
heart.
imagination can heal or harm, can't it?
That's the key.
That was so well said, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Very well said. Like, I don't think people realize how much worry and concern and, all the things that we've been told that vibrate with us, vibrate in us in a, I'll put it quote unquote negative way. Sometimes things can be branded negative that can actually turn and cause a boomerang effect faster than any kind of positive thing can happen, right? So I don't mean to deem it like that, but definitely our imagination gets hijacked with so much, like, what causes C? Oh, it's white bread. Now it's brown bread. Now it's all the breads, and you do that does affect your imagination. So Thank you for saying it
And
that way.
what do you do when everything around you is designed to hijack your imagination? If you're constantly looking at a black screen, you're not engaged in your imagination, you're engaged in someone else's imagining. And so this realm is set up in a way to keep people from being in their imagination, you know?
Indeed, it's there to stop them, opening their mind. I agree. Hey,
Hey,
Mr. Voice,
boy,
Diva.
the diva has arrived.
Is it diva time yet?
What's going on? How we doing?
Already? I didn't even finish dinner, and it's already diva time. Wow.
It's always diva time when Voi's in the house.
Wow.
It's good to see you, boy.
Good to see you.
Yeah, same here.
Good stuff.
In the house with all my divas, right? Black divas, white divas, European divas, male divas, Canadian divas, even female divas. There's even female divas in their house. Wow.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Breaking news, guys. Breaking news.
Breaking news. So what's for dinner?
Sauerkraut.
Sauerkraut. Okay, nice.
Dude, I love sauerkraut.
Nice.
I make such a wicked mashed potato. I mean,
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. I think Jesse also makes the sauerkraut as well. Yeah, I've seen him make it himself.
That's right.
yeah, I've seen him do that too. Yeah, he's punching it and pouring it, and I've seen that business. Yeah,
Wicked.
that's some good stuff.
Do you ever make a Süßkraut?
Süßkraut.
Yeah,
No,
or no?
no. I think that's a German thing.
Yeah, it's basically sauerkraut with some apple or something, just to make it a little sweeter.
Oh yeah, I get. Yeah, I know that. I know that trick, or with some raisins, or some. Yeah. Some people, and especially some women, can stand sauerkraut, and so it's people don't like sauerkraut. Throw in some pineapple, or no, pineapple only makes it more acidic. Throw in some bananas, or some raisins, right?
Ooh, that does not sound good to me.
Yeah.
I don't like sauerkraut, so.
Oh, you don't like sauerkraut? Yeah. So maybe you should just throw in some bananas with sauerkraut, and you like it.
Oh shit.
Do you like have you ever had the sweet cooked like red cabbage with a bit of vinegar and sugar?
Oh yeah, that's like
Yeah.
when we don't eat sauerkraut, we eat that stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. That's where in Canada I worked for an Austrian gentleman. He called his restaurant the Swiss Family Restaurant, but his his sauerkraut was actually more like a pickled. It just doesn't sell over here. It had to be sweet. But it went really well. It's nice to have like crunchy applesauce with your schnitzel or whatever instead of regular applesauce. I used to teach old ladies to try new things based on his sauerkraut. It was, oh no, I don't like sauerkraut. Oh, do you like applesauce? Oh, try this. If you don't want it,
It's
really
not
good.
only that it's very good and very tasty, but it's also very, very cheap. I mean, it will cost you like 60 cents to buy a pound of sauerkraut, right? And it's so healthy and so nutritive.
Yeah, I've had it a few times. I've had friends that are from different countries that work on my building site, and that seems to be their packed lunch. So,
Right.
Yeah. I've had it at work.
If you're talking about vitamin C, there's a lot of vitamin C in sauerkraut. But
But the name alone.
Is
not
Smith
really
finally here? He should be here yesterday, but he's $1 late and a day short, or the other way around. But he found his way.
Yeah, I was working. I don't know about you.
No, I wasn't.
Must be nice.
Mm-hmm. Tis.
You was up on panel yesterday, though, man. What's going on?
I was on panel. Whose panel was on yesterday?
You was on We Are Awake.
Oh, that was the day before. Yeah. Yeah. What happened to that stream? That was weird because I did see you over there. It was weird because he had some guy shilling for Ball Earth for like, I don't know, 2.5 hours. I got booted from the stream. I got booted from the chat. And then once Benton came in there and finally backed me up, it was like, oh, yeah, this guy's totally a shill once everyone else is calling it out. I guess we were just seeing how long we could get away with that for or something. Because now he's deleted the stream. That's weird.
That is weird. But why was you everywhere? But why was
he
you
was a
everywhere
college
but not
professor
here?
saying that a hypothesis is a collection of facts when in fact it's not. That's a fact that it's not. Only took him 3 hours to admit that.
Hey, tell me this though, Smith. How come you was everywhere but not here?
Well, I saw Jack's message later in the day that about 1:30 in the day that said, "Hey, London's looking for you." I was still working. I didn't jump on Ian's panel till 7:30 at night, which is probably what, 2 in the morning over in London. I don't know.
But I thought you said you was gonna come through though. We spoke over at Flows. I said I'm gonna set it up. Live without fear.
Random Dan, I love you, brother.
Do that again. Do that again. Do that again. There you go.
Oh, I love it. You're the man.
Yeah.
I got a few other ones too.
I'll take a snapshot.
I made a.
Wow, dude, that's golden. Wow.
I made a. I didn't want to wear them all because, you know, I want to.
Here.
Taylor
But I
Swift is
appreciate
fearless,
everybody.
and she's dating the guy shilling for Big Pharma.
Hey, what? Listen, bring me up to speed then with this bird segment you was gonna drop.
I'm not completely prepared, but I just wanted to present to you which was the funniest rebuttal I've ever heard. I presented it the other day real quick in the chat, and he said, "That's misinformation. Could you sound any more like you work for the government?" Is what TML said to me. But Quran 53:19, it's called the Satanic Verses, and it's where Satan puts words into Muhammad's mouth, and he tells them to worship the three birds. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I can read it to you.
I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, go ahead.
Three little birds on my doorstep.
Oh, shit.
Singing a sweet song. A melody pure and simple. This is a message to you. Right? That three birds. You know about
No,
those
it's actually, have you ever thought about Alat al-Uzza? That is, you regard the teachings being given to you by Muhammad as erroneous and falsehood, whereas he be given this knowledge by Allah, and Allah made him see it with his own eyes, verities to you which testify before you. It's talking about worshiping these three bird goddesses in their time. But then 8 years later, it was taken out. Now, people want to point that out and say that it's misinformation or it's falsehood. But then if you look at Ibn Abbas, who is the official writer of Muhammad's of his biography, and he's a famed Muslim scholar, he says that it's true. So I don't know who to believe, because they want to point out and say the Bible's false, but the Quran also references Jesus, and the Quran was written when? Oh, in the 600s. And when was the Bible written? About 40 years after Jesus died. I mean, 40 years ago? 50 years ago?
No. 100 years after he died.
50 years ago was the Vietnam War, and you can still find eyewitness testimony that is valid. So to say that the Bible's incorrect because it was started to be written 50 years after Jesus' death is laughable. That's laughable.
Yes, the three birds thing. I recognize that. Like, could it happen to be crows? Because I know the behavior of crows.
Like Corvid? Crows. Like Alistair Crowley. It's the lie of a crow.
All the things, like Edgar Allan Poe, Mark Twain, they all kind of, everybody. Well, I know the behavior of crows, and when you particularly have three crows, like, you know, like a bunch of crows, but when you have three, I say, for instance, you have a mate, you know, two mating couple, right, in their territory, and then another crow comes in on it. The behavior that happens there, it shocked me. It shocked me.
Hey,
When I watched it, I was like, what? And
Random
so,
fan, what do you call a large group of crows?
yeah, it's murder. Yeah.
A murder. Where's the
Murder.
Yeah.
largest group of crows in the world?
I
I'll
don't
tell
know.
you, it's Bothell, Washington. It's wordplay. It's Bot Hill, and that's where DARPA is, and they're creating these 5G killbots. Google it yourself. They've been doing amateur killbot building contests since 2003.
And
Probably
I can add to that word magic, or what you said, the word thing, word play, where I can add to that because of the reverse speak. Like my sister was born with dyslexia, and she taught it to me before they took it from her, and I was born with reverse, and I didn't know how to explain it until recently, lately, right? To where like Christmas songs always bothered me. I didn't realize why. Now I know why, because Frosty the Snowman sounds like, nom eating starving, and just reverse thing to where the wordplay, when people hear that, I'm sure they don't know what you're talking about as far as what's he talking about. Like
I
how
can elaborate. I just don't try to
yeah,
go on
and
these
I can too,
30-minute
but
presentations.
but I'm trying to just add to what you're saying, to where what I know, like the birds, to where if it's three crows, then there's something going on, to where the behavior of three crows, it's very sadistic. And as far as Edgar Allan Poe and Mark Twain both wrote about crows for the specific reason, because their behavior and what they do. And
They hang around
they're
death.
yes, yeah, like flies, how flies know before you die. Like they know like something's released, and they know that it's like, so that's the little pieces I know, because I've noticed that I can, connect the dots, but the dots go lead to things that make me sound crazy when I talk about them. So that's where I recognize when you come from left field with what you're saying. Like I remember the first time you came up and presented, compared to now how you present, you've changed your ways, right? You've changed how you present it because
Maybe.
you always know you can get pushback, right? And me,
And that's
I
fine.
found that reverse speak, everybody hates it, right? But they love to learn the bad words.
Well,
That's the
all
one
truth
thing
goes through three phases. First, it's ridicule. Then it's violently oppressed. Then it's generally accepted. So we must still be in the ridicule phase with me, but that's cool. I'm good with it.
It's coming. Yeah, see, that's what I'm noticing, to where the reverse speak, it's getting past that phase. It's getting accepted. Now I'm feeling like going, wait a minute, John. All these people are talking about reverse. Not one of them can teach it, right? It's like, I'm not no master's degree or whatever, but I've talked to people who are linguistic masters and whatever, and every one of them I ask them, I go, do you know forwards and backwards? They think, what? Why? Da, da, da. And I'm like, well, from my research, we do it every single day, and no music is good. No music is sounds like butterflies and candy. Right? To where there's statistically not possible to have every Christmas song kind of sadistic and bad, right? To where it's just crazy how I see things how I used to as a kid, and then now I go, whoa, like Disney's doing it, and this and that. To where I was raised to where there's a big difference between reverse speak and dyslexia, right? But it's not, because my sister could write reverse, but I couldn't speak how I wrote. I couldn't write what I was speaking, right? So they couldn't get a condition for it, right? So they couldn't have because with my sister they go, oh, whatever, they solved it. She was solved, right, or whatever. They fixed that whatever was wrong with her, they were saying. And I was lucky that she taught it to me, and now I can teach other people by just using a mirror or something, or
Well, no disrespect, but Aleister Crowley teaches people to read and write in reverse. I'm not trying to do that.
No disrespect to anybody.
I am trying to wake people up to the illusion.
No disrespect to anybody that even knows Aleister Crowley, because why do you even know Aleister Crowley, right? To where
because he's the biggest Satanist of all time.
Well, he didn't make words. He didn't make words. He didn't invent words.
It's a crow lie.
I understand whose name is and how it's spelled, but see, he didn't invent words, right? I got in trouble. I got bitched out when I mentioned Aleister Crowley because I tried to distract him, going, "Well, I think he knows that giraffes can swim." We don't know that giraffes can swim. Smith, you'd have more credibility if you could find out that if giraffes can swim. We don't know. Look it up. I dare you to look it up. It's crazy, but that's the only thing I can prove.
Motherfuckers talking loud that ain't saying a damn thing. What are you saying?
Aleister Crowley didn't do anything wrong. Aleister Crowley didn't create language.
Yeah, you love him. Good for you, bro.
I just see that's the thing.
Keep going, and then you can go back to your word salad.
That's the thing, to where other people.
It's like you're on meth or something. You're just rambling to ramble.
It depends on.
Smith.
Oh, you're telling me that? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm telling you that.
I'm listening. Well, see, I had the same problem, Smith. I'm listening. So fix it. Fix me.
Okay. Then
fix me so I can present better.
Mute up, and I'll share something with you.
What are you saying?
I said mute up and I'll share something with you. Maybe you can learn something.
Before you head on
I was
learning
trying to say
something,
that
can
I'm
I
misunderstood, just like you're misunderstood.
can I please stop that
Alistair
vibe?
Crowley's misunderstood.
Can I please stop that vibe and get another vibe going instead of going there again? I mean,
I was trying to add to his information.
I know,
because,
Sean. I mean, it's not
you know,
against you. It's not against Smith, but can we stop just that thing? I don't
bow my
know.
knee for one person. That's Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's
I'm
possible.
just
Jesus
as
isn't
passionate
the problem.
as anybody, and it shows. Everybody's here for a reason. It's
The
fucking
last,
awesome.
yeah. And I'd like to say, you know, I think that you've been, I think that you've had so much resistance, Smith, that you struggle to see when people aren't resisting you. And I know I only see it because I know what happened to myself. So I mean to not cast judgment on you in any way.
Wow.
Like a lot of us, I mean, going from the three birds that you mentioned to the song that Seth mentioned to what other authors have that Random Fan is mentioning here, there is a link. And I feel like sometimes you don't realize that you are amongst people who are giving you credibility for real, you know? And sometimes some people aren't going to hear Jesus, okay? Jesus was not about Jesus. Jesus was about a message, not about him, right? So when we're out here preaching Jesus to people, I appreciate it. I can hear what you're saying, you know, but sometimes other people interpret it differently and they start bringing out songs and authors and nature.
Bex,
So
no disrespect. Jesus was about a message. What was that message? He was the Father in the flesh. So he was
Love,
about himself.
forgiveness, mercy, praise.
I hear a message right now. Is that I apologize. I apologize,
Judgment.
and I know that I was in the fault. How I,
No,
you
it's
know,
all good.
we should
It's all good.
never should have got to that level, right?
I'm not going to hear
Smith,
people
never-
praise Aleister Crowley. I will give you pushback on that. I'm sorry. That's just me.
That's fine. I'm not praising anybody. I'm just saying that. That why are we mentioning him anyway, right?
Because he's the biggest Satanist of all time.
Well,
okay, so we got that out of the way. Okay, so that's being said.
Yeah, I'm not religious, so I could care less who's Satanist, who's Christian.
that's
I want to
nothing
get to
new.
the point. Yeah, the point of the
And that's
message.
nothing new. It's
Okay,
not
so
like something we didn't
here's
know.
the point. Here's the point. I could get to it in about a minute. 99 names of Allah. You know what one of his names is Al-Makir, the deceiver. Let no man deceive you. That's one of the signs of the return of Jesus, is let no man deceive you. Matthew 24:8. There's 99 names of Allah. The eclipse is on the 99th day. It's going to be the last day of Ramadan. It's also going to be Buddha's birthday. Buddha is also false idol worship, where you sit there and pray to a little statue, a false idol, kind of like circling the cube. And where is Buddha from? Buddha is from Nepal. Nepal is the most high place in the world because Satan thinks he's the most high.
So then, can I ask you a question about the deceiving? To where I know English forwards and backwards. I know some Spanish. I know most of the languages a little bit backwards and forwards. So who's deceiving? How am I being deceived? Especially by Aleister Crowley. I mean, how is he deceiving me? I mean, compared to somebody like I can say Shibba Funna Stay Poots, Mad Dog Wee.
Well, he's telling you to do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and people are definitely abiding by that these days.
Now, what if somebody says let, and they mean tell? Like they're saying, I'm going to let you do this. But inside they mean, I'm telling them what to do.
Yeah,
you know what let is backwards? Tell. You can write a song that has, it's passive aggressive forwards. You play it backwards, it's not. And so words do have meaning.
Exactly.
Whether you like it or not, like there's people that, you know, like I cuss out in the open because I can in reverse. I learned the hard way. Don't flip somebody off, you get grounded, right? Don't say the C word. I can say Tanuk, but I can't say, I can't say the C word in front of my mom. But, you know, when she called somebody Tanuk, we high-fived. Me and my mom high-fived. After all those years of her arguing, like, what's all that garbage you talking about? She was listening to me teach my friends reverse speak. Next thing you know, we're at the cash line. She called somebody Tanuk. Me and my mom high-fived. I mean, sure, it was bad and stuff, but to this day, me and my mom were like this. We were like, before, she thought it was crazy, making fun of us. But the day she called somebody a Tanuk, that's when I go, this is all worth it. I got closer to my mom, even though, so I don't care what anybody says to me about that. Me and my mom are like this now, because she's not a Tanuk anymore, right? To where it's just the idea of it, right? I mean, somebody says you can't touch the stove, you're going to use it, right? You're going to get somebody to use it for you. Why are they going to give you something that you can't touch, but you got to use it? And English is perfect, not even English, because out of 1 through 10, all the languages, there's at least 2 words that are forwards and backwards the same, right? Does that, what came first, let or tell? When I started finding out, the more questions I asked about just language, the more murky and crappy it got. So I don't have any patience for anybody that comes up here and kind of, critique what I know about something they don't even know about. I mean, I'm teaching this stuff, right?
No, I do know, and
listens.
it says in the Bible that the devil turns everything upside down and backwards. Backwards. So keep reading
And that's
backwards.
true. And that
That's
is
true.
what Sean did, and that's what Sean is doing, right? And so he tells us that he's
and
he's
it's not like
well versed. He's well versed in the inversed language.
I didn't know about Australian till I was like 25, and I was born with this shit. Like my sister was born with. I can't describe whatever that was, dyslexia, right? Do you know what dyslexia is? Can you you know what the symptoms are? Do you know what it takes to get rid of it? You know what it takes to get it? You know what it takes to get dyslexia? I had to do it. Didn't even know what I was doing. I just knew that, I couldn't do this, and I could call anything I wanted to, as long as I didn't say these certain words. And so now now at this age, you guys can't say simple words on this thing. It's like going, well, just reverse it, right? If there's no such thing about reverse, then there's no censorship. There's no censorship, right?
People that try to get rid of dyslexia. Here's Sean. He actually got dyslexia. That's even harder,
It's already harder than shit, yeah.
Respect, dude, respect. Yeah.
And that's just the things that I add to the things going, like, if somebody has a problem, they've tried everything, there's no way to try. It's like, well, have you reversed it? 100% of the time, 100% of the time, nobody's even thought about that, or there's even decided saying, don't do it because Mr. A said not to, right? And so I already sinned, and now I'm finding out that it's sin what I did, from all the who I share with, and that's fine. Like I said, I have peace with myself because my mom found worth in it somehow for herself somehow. She's it was used in a court case. You know that Oregon had a court case where reverse speak was used. The police are made to be aware of it, not like it's going to be used against them, but to use amongst themselves. And the connections that I find of different languages, it totally throws out all that stuff. Like, what word was first? What's the meaning of this?
People that believe in the Nephilim and that they're having us harvest gold. What's Oregon? It's ore is gone, the golden ore, and it's the 33rd state of all places. It's a state before most of the Midwest states, so that makes no sense to me.
Right now, the courthouse, half the courthouse is like excavated. I saw a picture because
Oregon is woke as fuck. Oregon's a fucking shithole.
Yeah, well, it's like the Illuminati card is Oregon crud, and it's coming to fruition right before my eyes. And,
I'd rather live in a dumpster than Oregon.
I'd recommend to check out your own city because, like, I'm not saying that one's good or bad as far as when I look, because I research other places I never go to. But Michelle Gibson, she did the 7 Salems, the 7 Salems, how it went over 7 Salems. Well, that was the day I really looked at my city and found out it's as messed up as all of them. Courthouse burnt down, all the history to where, so I'm not my city. I was born here. I'm not my city, especially since I didn't know about it when I was born. Now, especially since I'm older, it's definitely not my city because what they told me it was is a lie, right?
Why don't you try to stand up to it? That's what I always try to get people to do. People are asking the last 2 years, what is a woman? And I always say, what is a man? What is a man? That's why we've gotten to this point, because there's no man. The same day JFK died, so did the writer of Brave New World, because there's no pushback. There's no brave people.
The only pushback we have is people against each other. What we got? I can go to 7-Eleven, get a pop. I can get gas. I can do anything I want. But when it comes to the verbal stuff, that's when the war begins, right? We're at war right now, and so we're not really winning the war when we keep on arguing about arguing. So let's have a solution.
Yeah, it's an information war.
And I try to understand what's under my feet, right? It floods here. They can't burn us. They flood us. So that they buy fire trucks.
Oh,
so
they
that's where
definitely
we go, hey, We
I don't know
need
if you
fire
saw
trucks.
Hawaii on August 8th. They can burn us.
I don't live in Hawaii.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't
I
affect you.
can't talk.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Jesus.
It does. It
But
does.
that's
Listen,
not
listen,
reasoning.
it does. It does when Oregon does. Well, Hawaii did it.
Smith,
Smith
but come
is
on,
just
Sean.
here to
Mr.
argue.
Smith is not reasoning here.
No,
He's
I'm
like
not
a
up here to listen to
Smith.
this meth head
no.
babble on.
He's a
He's
clear.
just
I
I'm
mean,
naive. I'm naive.
the way you react to people is just clearly not reasoning.
I don't find him interesting. I've been
It's
on
clearly
top of him before,
intentional.
and he rambles
Clearly,
on and on and on.
dude, it's clearly intentional to get something out of somebody else. You're not. There's not an exchange of feelings or of
Let me cupcake to you. I love what you
experiences
said, Random
as
Fan.
is per usual in the
Random
conversation.
Fan.
And what you're doing is just symptomatic, dude. Symptomatic behavior.
Well, London brought me up here. He told me to
Symptomatic
present, and then I got
behavior.
interrupted
And
by
hey,
the meth
dude,
head.
let me tell you, symptomatic behavior is allowed on the whole YouTube things, in the whole year of 2023. But you better get rid of it in 2024, okay?
Praise be. Amen. Those symptoms can be broken. They're patterns and habits. All habits and patterns can be interrupted. We
Yeah,
just
you
got to
take it
notice
out.
them and choose to.
Yeah, you take it.
As you're saying praise God, though, Jack, what link did you send me? Did you send me a link to a guy's video who says that he is the only begotten son? Because that's Jesus.
That
John
is
3:16.
not what it said, dumbass.
That's
If you even
choose
opened the
love, Jack.
link for 30
Choose love, Jack.
seconds, you would know
Choose
differently.
love, jackass.
I'm this close to saying
you're
I
right.
love
You're
you,
right.
Shut up and
brother.
learn something, Jack.
Smith,
Well, I love you
can I
too,
ask a
Sean.
question?
Actually,
Can I ask
let
a
me
question?
apologize, please.
Why do you care more? Why do you care more about strangers in Hawaii than the 6 people you're sitting with right now?
Because
Thank
a
you.
threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
That doesn't excuse your behavior and ignorance to the 6
I don't
people
have
in
to be
front of
cool
you
with
now.
people who are pushing bullshit. I don't have to. Some people
So
are up
you
there
view
following the
everyone
devil
here
and they
as
want to
pushing
read shit
bullshit?
backwards. They want to tell you to learn to read stuff backwards. That's what Alistair Alley
How
is.
are you gonna heal from this kind of behavior in 2024? I can help you. I shouldn't.
How am I going to
I
heal?
wouldn't. I won't.
We're heading
but I
towards
could.
impending
You know,
doom. It's like a slow motion
What do you
car
think?
crash.
How do you think you're going to heal for this kind of a reactive, responsive?
Does it
From
seem
this,
like I'm up
how
here
do you
trying
think
to
that you're
win
going to
people
heal
over?
from this kind of reactive response?
Where are you coming from, boy? Overseas?
Can you consider
Dude,
his
can you just consider the
Don't
question?
tell me Australia.
I
Seriously,
tried
don't tell
to
me
phrase,
Australia.
dude. I tried to word my phrase, try to phrase my word very well, and
He did.
you just don't even connect.
All I know, there's a lot of
That's
talk
part of-
about Christian
that's part
stuff,
of my
but a lot of
point.
people not acting very Christian who claim to be. Let's change
Right.
the vibe.
All I
This isn't
know is
helping
people who don't
nothing.
believe in God always want to point that shit
So
out.
can we just have a
It's the
conversation?
obvious, dude.
I
come
mean,
in here
can-
half
can
lit,
I-
drunk, talking your shit, making no sense, picking on everyone with the problem.
Making
like,
no
dude.
sense?
Yeah.
What did not make sense? Please tell me.
Will you just answer a question?
It's obvious
to
my
start,
message is being
to start a
stifled.
conversation. Will you just answer a simple question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So I mean, I won't even try because this is like a whole new start.
No, go ahead.
That you're willing to engage,
Yeah, I'm willing.
to engage in any kind of question. I mean, that's a whole new thing because you didn't do that. So you caught me off guard. I didn't expect that answer. Okay,
I'm
so
willing.
we will just let the conversation go from here, and I will keep you to your word. Okay.
But I will call out bullshit. But go ahead. Yes, I'm good with it.
Awesome. Thank you.
I don't want to push
So is there
into,
only, go ahead, Jack. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I don't want to push back into disagreements, but Smith, you did ask the question, what was illogical from you? And what has been illogical has been the energy you brought. It's a pattern of engaging, okay? It doesn't match what is here. So
Oh, so I just need to fall in line?
We could try
Well,
the bird thing again.
we
Start
can
over.
try getting along. I mean, right now in the present, we can discuss things that are emotional, the problems of the world, but we don't have to take it out on each other.
No, I'm not.
Well,
Oh,
okay.
let's replay. Let's
And
replay.
can I
When you
read
said
up to
something
that
about birds, I
video,
said,
Jack? Can I rebut
go,
to that
is it
though in a
crows?
respectful way? You were at Ian's chat the other night. Did I not get thrown off his panel? Did I not get booted from his chat as he's having this guy push Ball Earth and push all these scientific fallacies? And it took 2.5 hours for the other people in the chat to be like, this guy is full of shit. Smith is correct. And he gets it. And then now he's deleted that stream. That was some weird ass optics. That was
And
weird.
that is irrelevant. And so are you taking it out on this channel?
Pushback everywhere I
Yeah,
go.
what's that have to do with this? I mean, talk about bringing shit over here that doesn't
Because
belong.
I said I get
Holy
this
fuck.
same pushback everywhere I go. I'm not going to
Maybe
cupcake
you should
anybody.
look at
I'm
yourself.
going to stay true to
dude.
myself. That's all.
No, you should be
Like I'm doing
Hey,
personal
Smith, you
attacks
better
on
become honest. You better become honest with yourself if you want to claim to be true to yourself.
And I recognize getting pushback because I felt it from you, Smith. Because I get it just like you do, and I got it a mouthful from you, pushback. And I didn't really expect it from you. From somebody saying that you get pushback, I really didn't expect that much mouthful of whatever you want to call it. But it was not like kind of like understanding and like, well, I didn't know that. Right? And I've had to fake it sometimes and just say, I don't know, because I might know something, but I'll just say, because I know the person can't deal with what I have to say, and I'll just say, I don't know. I don't fucking know. And I hate doing that. I'll lie to people like that. I don't fucking know. I have no idea about crows. These 3 bird things, what's he talking about? I don't know. Right? Is that a world that I don't want to live in a world like that.
I got way more. There's about 5 verses in the Quran about it.
I need my lawnmower fixed. I'm not going to call Hawaii. I'm going to call my neighbor.
Random. You see that thing what you said with the crows, right? Is that regarding
It's true. I
hold
found it.
Hold on. Is that what's it called again? The Nordics. Is that with the Odin story?
I don't know what started me on it, but there's a lot of people are in the crows, right?
The Nordics, what just got bombed the other day, London? Was it the Rainbow Bridge? It was.
Hold on, say that. Hold on, one more time.
Well, speaking of the Nordics, they got the Rainbow Bridge. What just got bombed the other day? Was it the Nordic Bridge, the Rainbow Bridge? It was.
I don't know.
See that? On JFK,
there was something that happened in Canada on the border. That they're suspecting is terrorism, but the media makes up so many narratives no one truly knows.
Exactly. It was more the metaphor that it was the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, I get you. Good point, though. I heard about that, but I didn't even make that connection.
Yeah.
Out of all the people that I found that are that crows that know about crows, why is it that I get pushback when I find out about something about crows that nobody knows about? Like I can tell you stuff about crows that you would never heard of, that they always do. That's pretty sick. Okay. What happens when a dead crow is on a partner's property? Like I took a dead crow, it was a fake dead crow, and put it on the property. What do you think happened? It blew my fucking mind.
Go ahead.
Tell me what do you think? Give me a guess.
I don't experiment with dead animals. No, I'm not familiar with that.
You have nothing to put to the floor. You have nothing to give to that. You have no kind of hypothesis.
Dead animals. I'm not a necrophiliac. Go ahead.
You're not even gonna guess? Not even gonna try? You're just gonna you don't even want to know the answer, do you? Tell me you don't care.
Necromancy. Go ahead.
Tell me you don't care. Just tell me you don't care. I say this to Mom, tell me you don't care. Just get it over it. Just say,
I don't care, but go ahead. I said go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
She'll ask me a question and I'll answer it, my mistake, and she'll call me dumb. So what do you think happens when a crow comes on another crow's property?
But
well, he said it with the necro stuff. He knows. He's just not going to tell me. Why'd you say that necro then? Does it just come to your mind? Is that your guess?
Do you think
is that a serious guess?
Go ahead.
If that's a serious guess, then yeah, you won. Ding, 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 ding. They fuck on it.
London.
They fucking fuck on it. Yeah, violently. I blew my mind. I'm like, and then I really dug in. Then I started reading Edgar Allan Poe again, Mark Twain again. All these dudes that were into the crows, and I'm like, oh, now I can see. Oh, there's this. That's what I saw. So tell me, Smith, why was that such a secret to everybody in the fucking world, except for Edgar Allan Poe and all these authors and all this stuff that we respect, apparently.
Why is it the 113 disease and Edgar Allan Poe lived at 113 and a half? That was his address.
There's a reason. It has something to do with that, like necro, like they're not going to teach that in school, right?
Corvid family, like COVID.
There's a reason why that we don't know that, and that's what I'm trying to figure out is why don't they want us to know that? Why doesn't anybody know that? But I did it myself. I did it myself just to find out what's up with crows. Heard a rumor. I go, I wonder if I can catch a crow. And I couldn't catch a crow until I go, I wonder if I can catch a crow this way. I know how to catch a crow now with a dead crow, right? And I didn't learn that from no book. I didn't learn that from no fucking nothing. That's just me, that's just me asking questions with myself and willing to find out what's wrong. Why I can present very well to myself, but to other people, I fail, and that's fine because eventually, if they care, they'll ask the right question and receive an answer that we're both happy with, and they'll stop asking questions. But I'm not going to ask questions from people from Hawaii because I don't think there's even crows there, right? But I do understand the 3-bird thing because there's 3. There's a bunch of birds. It's a murder. They have names for a bunch of birds, but what's the name for 3 birds, Smith? What do they call 3? What's the name of a blade of scissors, right? Tell me the name. Like you have a pair of scissors. What's the name of one blade? There isn't one.
It isn't.
I called it cis because, scissors, cis her. Then I found out I'm a cisgender. How's that work, Smith?
What?
Right?
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because cis means straight. Like all these wordplay it's a fun game until you start going, wait a minute, it's affecting everybody. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I could
it's
talk
like
about
what was
all day, just like Smith
the
can.
prophet? What was his name? George Carlin said, "All you have to do is change the definition of everything. You just got to make people believe that everything they knew was wrong, and then you can just reteach them everything. You got to tear down the statues. You got to rewrite the history, and then they'll think that everything they ever known was wrong, and then you can instill whatever you want into the people."
So that's like a big wheel, right? So when did we enter that spoke? When did I jump in the spoke going, oh, Aleister Crowley ruined it for us? Or
I don't know. Let's ask
somebody's going to
Ezekiel.
ruin it.
Let's ask Ezekiel about the wheel.
Who ruined it before?
Edward Bernays.
The wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
All these people have ruined it for us.
Bernays,
Right?
Crowley, and
all these
Hitler.
people in the past ruined the future, so we might as well not even try because
They fucking spoiled it for us. Hitler, Bernays, and Crowley, and the Bush family. And the Clinton. Yeah, them.
And
Yeah,
Kobe.
they did. They did. So
That's
and
all right.
now, and now. What now? What are we gonna do from here?
We'll start
Smith.
over and we'll
Smith,
make
I'm talking
cartoons
to you.
illegal.
Smith.
We'll make cartoons illegal, and then NASA will be out of business.
That sounds good to me.
I just wanted to.
I think Smith will be up for that.
I should probably get back to you right away.
There's some money in cartoons, especially.
Brandon, I appreciate you, your patience, and everybody just keep doing what you're doing because obviously it's doing something, right? We're here for a reason. It's not an accident, right?
Dude, you're even making buttons of these people.
I happen to have a button making machine, and I didn't have for years any ambition. I was like, but then Boston Ray, boy, you saw it all happen.
Yeah.
And then now it's just like
I was there.
It's like, I mean, I just want to share that feeling because I don't know, like that's the same reason why I took some of the pens off because some people like Z pen, you rock it, but I can't. Like I took a picture of me with the Boston Ray and a Z pen. I sent it to Ray, and I was like, hey, you'll always be the first. You'll always be the first. I swear. Everybody's gonna get a button, and nobody's gonna stop me from doing it. I don't care if they hate or like or whatever.
This man is dedicated. Okay.
Hey, Sean, show me some buttons now, please. Can we have a little?
Right.
peek?
We want to see it. We want to see those buttons, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it up, London. Yeah.
You said that you didn't mean to make buttons. How did you end up with a button machine if that wasn't your start? Did someone give you one?
I guess I did always want. Okay, my ambition was I went to school with a Ham's beer T-shirt, Ham's beer, refreshing, and I got sent home from school, and so my mom was pissed, and so she goes, all right, and so what she did was she bought me a shirt that says always smell it first, so she started buying like rude stuff, right? So she kind of encouraged me to just to keep being real, not buy another, I don't get a Ham's beer commercial, shirt. I got me my own shirt, and so that encouraged me. But it's kind of a mess. But here's this one. This one's good. I like this one.
Hold on.
Right.
That is good.
Oh shit.
Oh,
That's
that's cool.
sweet.
That's Benton's thing.
Yeah.
It's Benton's icon.
And then
That
this
was
one.
my. Oh, that
Yeah.
Tommy.
It-
You see, this round was because I had permission from the people. I only did the ones who had permission, right? So it was just those four.
These buttons aren't
Um,
small. They aren't like they're not very how do you say bescheiden.
They're
They're not
stickers
very
also.
modest. They're not modest buttons, right? They're just out there, just like the biggest buttons that you can think of.
Yeah. And this is that was the second press, and then this will be the third press. This is just the little ones. But as far as like, there's like 40 or so. There's Rasta.
Order yours
There's
now. Order
this and
yours
that.
now.
Oh,
That's
look.
so
Then there's
cool.
a rebuttal. The little
Oh,
guy.
that's awesome.
There
Nice.
you go. There you
Yeah,
go.
and so that's the press, and that's just like one of each. And I guess the trick is having troubles getting to people. I understand, privacy and such. I found out that like my men's mission will receive mail. You don't need to live there. So there is locations that you can receive mail and still be anonymous.
Hey, where's that Jack Talbot one again?
Yeah. This is
He's wearing that
Yeah,
one.
got
that's
one for
awesome.
everybody.
You say it again,
I
bring
want
it
one
up.
of
For
those.
everybody. I got one for everybody. It's just
You wears the Jack. You wears the
I like
Jack
to have one
Talbot
side.
one on his heart. You know.
Let me see the
Love
Jack
it.
Talbot gun.
I love it.
That's
Absolutely.
so awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely raised the bar for me, because like I said, the first time I wore my button in real life, because like I said, I used to wear ties just to distract people, right? Just to, Then when I was wearing this, it's like I can't wait to talk about this.
I can see you do that. I can see you do that. Just wear this tie.
Especially when nobody,
Yeah.
especially when nobody YouTubes. I think like YouTube, I'm like, so next thing I know, I'm like, well, here sitting down and making a channel for them. It's like awesome.
Are you taking notes, Jack?
But
Are you taking notes?
I'm actually a fan because I kind of publicize. I wear who I stand for all over the place. So buttons are something I wear. I look forward to. I'm going to send you something for some postage and see about getting some of the buttons. Give up.
Have you guys seen that movie, The Shenanigans or Waiting or whatever it's called, where they have to wear like all the buttons or the flair? It would be funny to have one of those, but with all truthers.
No, I don't
yeah,
know.
that's why you got the
we're
little
gonna
ones, the
need
little
that.
nice ones.
I think we're totally gonna need that, Pamela. I think Random Fan, he found this niche.
I know. Start selling those buttons,
Yeah,
Random
yeah.
Fan.
He's
I want
gonna
a
go big on
collection.
production.
A collection.
Yeah. I decided like a little bit ago to just go full speed ahead. Just to take it and run with it, because I'm asking my people around, like friends, like going, hey, you want to be involved? And they don't know. It's like, and like a month later, I'm like going, hey, I need your help. And they're like still kind of blowing me off. I'm like going, like, fuck it. This is I'm still going. I was like, obviously,
Fuck
it's
t-shirts.
working so far.
Fuck t-shirts, guys. Here's buttons. Fuck t-shirts.
Hey, do you know what I need you to do for me then? I need you to make
Yeah.
up some of those holy AI book ones, and you just
There
hand
you
them
go.
out.
Yeah, the next one was bumper stickers,
There
because I
you
can
go.
get like a button, it's something to give you guys to hand out, right?
Mhm.
But yeah, the buttons definitely. But as far as something to where, like, you have like hundreds of them, right? Because I can only do so many buttons, but the stickers and stuff, I can do thousands of those. Yeah.
Okay, thousand. Nice.
Love your
Yeah.
enthusiasm, man. And have fun with it. It looks like you're
I
having
am.
fun. Good.
So, Jack, how many buttons are you gonna order?
Well, it
Oh,
depends.
I got 5 each. So I'm gonna keep one. So I'll give you 4, and like 4 buttons and 6 stickers. Whatever.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. For if you have a channel, I'll give you at least some to hand out. You gotta have some to give to people, right?
Stuff.
You're a cool guy.
He's
He's
doing
just
his part.
the
He's
best.
doing his
He's
part.
just
He's
the
doing his
best.
part. He's doing his part.
Thank you guys. Thanks for encouraging me, and because you guys are my encouragement. I'm doing this. It looks selfish, but you're involved. I appreciate it.
I feel honored. Are you kidding? That's
good.
pretty
That's
awesome.
great. Mission accomplished,
Respect.
man. Who's next? All right, you guys. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Oh, you out. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he's the best, dude. He's not just good. I mean, he's good, but I mean, he must be part of the best people. I mean,
Yeah.
That's some good vibe going on there.
Not according to Smith. We have the hip and meth vibe, apparently. Like, dude, sober up and come back again. What a fucking ass today.
Wow.
Like, I normally like him, but man, you talk about a jerk.
Yeah.
And I like his knowledge drops, and I'm not even Christian, but you come to a panel acting like that. Holy hell. No, thank you. I'm glad I'm not Christian after seeing that.
People are fascinating. That is for sure.
That is for sure.
That's why we're here, right? Because we like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's you know, it reminds me a little bit of what London had. Someone brought up on London's the last stream we were on, where where's the EKGs of someone who's taken in a lot of religiosity versus someone who hadn't. You know, I don't mean to psychoanalyze here. I've had great conversations.
Oh, the ECGs, like the brain readings?
Yeah. And where it showed that there was actually a schism, right? That actually creates, you know, potentially an opportunity for sort of like, I'm just going to call it confusion, because that's what I believe that that demonic possession is, you know, and not that I'm saying that that's what's going on with Smith in any way, but I do not know any of the religions in the world that have some people coming up holier than thou, preaching, read my fucking book, listen to me, listen to my interpretations. We've all done it so many times with Smith. I have behind the scenes, you know, a good couple hours spent with Smith, you know, but Smith comes up like here, like he's fucking Jesus Christ himself.
I know what you're saying, Biggs.
Not everyone believes that nonsense anyways. Like, everyone has a right to believe what they want, but to come up here and then like get told one thing or another because you don't believe that way, like,
Right.
get out of here. Like, grow the fuck up. This is the real world we're living in. We don't have to believe that Bible stuff if we don't want to.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I do agree with that. And another thing is that, you know, oh shit, I lost my train of thought there. Never mind. Sorry.
Well, we have four. I mean, I'm going to exclude myself, but when just because I can get really strong and forceful and assertive, I'm still learning to communicate in a more effective way. And I felt every single one of you approached Smith in a very compassionate, very equal opportunist, you know, approach. And even to see Sean get so what would I say? He was so succinct in how he conveyed his message to someone. It reminds me of being on a university campus, and they've done studies where feminists, people who study feminism, especially early feminism, they are unteachable. They are so angry. They can't eat a chocolate bar without being angry at a man. You know what I mean? Like, literally, like, because of the shape of the fucking chocolate bar. Right. And so there's just something going on there that he can't even see how much support he's gotten. You know, it's a shame.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily about Smith. That this is what I want to say,
Right.
But it's that kind of behavior, right? It's like it's that kind of reaction. You always, I mean, we already see it, or we already notice it in the way he reacts. We don't even have to hear what he says, because he doesn't. When you ask him a question, or when you ask these people a question, they will react. They will not answer the question. They will not entertain the conversation. They will just, oh no, but it's you. They will point the question that you asked them directly back at you, because they feel attacked.
Ask the question.
Right?
Bex, you've begged me to unblock you multiple times. I don't think you're interesting. Sorry.
I don't beg you. Okay, I know you get drunk and
The
do things.
chopsticks
I
are
don't give
high.
a shit. I do not
I
give
don't
a
even know how
shit
we let
if
you
you
back
block
in this
me or
community
unblock me.
with your fat ass manly jaw. This is
Holy
the rebuttal bar. Time for me to rebut.
Yeah, so get into insults that are so trendy, they're so vapid, you're so Christian.
So are you male
You
to
know?
female or what? Male to female, tranny?
Yeah, and we're sitting on the very panel, okay? I'm just saying we're sitting on the very panel where you think that's fucking appropriate right now. You're so
And this is
Christian, Smith.
It's called the rebuttal bar.
You're
yeah,
so
and
Christian.
upon that, you call yourself Wordsmith, right?
No, I don't. I just put that in there. I call myself
But,
6079 Smith W, like the book 1984. 'cause
yeah,
that's where we
dude, that
live.
means just nothing to me.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it
Very
just goes to show
German.
you how programmable you are, Smith. Programmed
Yeah.
hatred, just like the other ones that
No,
love
I'm
to
just
hate on
original.
me, right?
I'm just
No, you were ready
original
to
and I
hate
don't
on me
cupcake
before you met
anybody.
me.
I got respect for London. London's dope. Voy's always talking shit. I like Pamela. Jack's height.
Cool. So
Thanks,
there's a
Jeff.
Right,
balance
since
here.
we're being
I've
honest,
always had
since
good
we're being
interaction
honest,
We
with
have a
you,
balance.
Smith.
There's a balance here. Thank you.
Yep, and
Yeah.
and since we're being honest, right, and since you don't give a shit what I think doesn't matter, I don't give a shit what you think, okay? But
Cool.
your fucking energy, as soon as you get on a fucking panel, and trust me, I've been there, done that. I've been there, done that. I've been you on the defense in these communities with these very people,
I'm not on
right?
defense, though.
And you
That's the
just
thing.
perpetuate it. You get so
I'm not
drunk
on
you can't even
defense.
remember a good conversation. Grow up, Smith. Just grow up.
Yeah, no, I've never had a good conversation with you. I blocked you right away. I'm like, she's probably stealing my shit because all she wants to do is hear her own
Oh yeah,
fat
I'm
face talk.
stealing your shit. Oh, you have a problem there, sir. You have a
Yeah,
serious
yeah.
problem.
I don't
I'm
feel
real
Bex
honest.
would be stealing your stuff.
Anyone that's heard Beck talk knows that she don't got to steal from no one. She's got it for
You can
days.
ramble for hours.
Right.
Hey, I'm gonna step out. London, Pamela, Voy, Bex, Smith, even Gigi, all of you guys, the viewers.
love,
and
Jack.
keep them up. Thank
Jack, Jesus is the only begotten Son, though. Thank you for the video.
Hey, everybody.
Hi,
Hey,
Gigi.
hey.
I hope everybody's well. I'm
You have a
just
good
I'm just up
Thanksgiving?
here. Oh my gosh, I had the day off. It was so nice. I went and saw a movie, and I never do that, but I did. I went and saw a movie.
Nice.
So
That's
what was it?
awesome.
What movie was it?
You don't even want to know. I went and saw the new Napoleon movie.
Oh, I didn't want to know. No, sorry for asking.
You didn't want to know. Honestly, it's a bunch of hoopla. Don't waste your money. Wait for it to come out streaming. Wait for it to be free in 5 years. It was okay though. It was good eye candy for the day, but it was good anyway.
Nice.
I hope everyone else's Thanksgiving was nice. What's going on? Why is everybody bullying on Smith? I'm just curious. I know his presentation is difficult. Smith, you definitely, I appreciate what you share. And I have to tell you, I understand your gematria connections and I know what you're doing, but you do need to work on your presentation a little bit, because the reason I say it, it's not an offense in any way. Please don't take that as offensive. However, I will tell you, it's just hard for people to make the connections who aren't familiar with the gematria, right? So you have to pretend like you're talking to people that don't know anything about numbers, and a lot of them don't. So you have to really tie it together for them. And I think if you made your presentation a little more presentable for the audience and made connections a little bit better rather than throwing the information out there, I think it would make more sense to a lot of people.
I have
And
two confessions.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, my first confession, yes, I've been drinking, but I didn't deny that I have been. My second one, I didn't even do any numbers. I just said that Edgar Allan Poe lived at 113.5. That's it. That's the only number I did.
I love that number, not just because it's my birthday, but I appreciate you bringing it up all the time. I'm such a narcissist, but thank you.
I do find it weird, though,
but-
that I pointed out some of the original 113 connections before COVID happened, and Jack's first stream, what day was it, Jack? Was it November 3rd?
Right.
Was it November 3rd, Jack? Your first stream? It was. It's like you were an agent put in place to take away from my message or something, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, it is kind of funny, isn't it? I don't even watch.
You're not supposed to point them out because otherwise you won't actually get a reward for them. Your only reward is here on Earth. But while other people were live streaming, my wife went out and spent $150 on 3 kids that are living in their car. I felt good about it, and I'm not looking for an applause or anything else, but that's what I did with my time.
Wow. How do you do it? How do you get so much information in that we don't, I mean, that nobody has anything to do with in such a small sentence? I mean, do you train on that, or does it just come naturally? I mean, how do you do that?
If I live in a car with 3 children with my square jaw and my tiny body, would you be upset that your wife helped me?
No, I would want to help you. I think the meek shall inherit the earth, and I think people who have less, who aren't drug addicted and choose that lifestyle, I think people who can should help provide for them. But I think if someone's drug addicted or they're, living, they're just doing it on purpose, then no, I don't feel like it's the best to help them. But yeah, I do feel like people who are in more need than myself should get help, and I do try to help them.
So, I mean, from the outside looking in, that's how we feel. We feel like you're the one that needs the help, bro. And we get a lot of, well, not even we, because you know what? You give a lot of pushback to the folk, because I learned to not interact with, negativity. That's why I just sit back and chill out. I don't really engage with you much. I let you up and I let you interact with everybody else. But I know just to keep my mouth shut and smoke my flowers. But the pushback you give the folks up there, it's really the medicine that you need to be accepting. Because you're amongst good people up there.
I really didn't go into any kind of personal attack there until Beck started psychoanalyzing me with me off panel. Yeah, I felt some type of way. Say it to my face, Bex.
I would have if you hadn't left. And then as soon as I tried to talk, you already were antagonist. You already have made up your mind about me. You're not open to my communications, whether you're on or off panel. What do you want me to do, Smith?
Like I said, I heard you psychoanalyzing me while I was off screen. And I was like, I mean, we can go back and play what you said.
Well, let me reiterate. I had a very nice conversation with you on my panel. Then I was blocked by you. I'm confused by that. That's all. All my hashtag things have been playful. I had heard that you sometimes get drunk and block all the women in the community, you out of your own very mouth. So the only reason I asked you to unblock me is because I thought, yeah, you said that. You've said that.
I usually go out of my way to greet.
You're the one who comes on. Let me finish. Please don't interrupt, because I promise I won't talk for 5 minutes. Right? But you're the one who said it, and you're the one who comes out here. There's receipts on it. You come out here, you get so drunk, you don't remember what you said. And then you blame me, insult me. You think it matters to me what you think about my jaw? Okay? You walk around preaching Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ got angry at the bankers. Okay? You come up here acting like you're Jesus Christ himself. It's fucking retarded. It's stunting. I mean, it's delaying. Everybody here wants to give you the opportunity for us to understand you, despite your antagonistic energy, knowing it comes from a place of rejection. Why? Because we've all been there. Not because we see you as a reject, but because we've been there. Period.
I love that. Amen. Amen. That's a great rant and a great statement.
You know where the word amen comes from? It comes from the word Amman, the capital of Jordan. It's all about Jordan.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you.
And I just can I just take this moment, because we're at the rebuttal bar?
Go ahead.
I don't understand why. I do not care what people who started hating me 5 months ago want to run around saying in chat. You feel safe in London's room. There's other people here who also spam the chat, and everybody ignores your hatred, right? Whatever people are trying to convey to me, right? Whatever Gigi thinks she has to say to me in chat, she was just up here, right? I appreciate it. I think Vex is super cute. But I'll tell you, most people pointing fingers out have 3 pointing back at them, you little agent. It's retarded. And I mean stunting. I'm not calling you the R word, right? There's something about the brain that goes on for 5 months about some stupid agent, right? Grow up. I'm not listening. I'm not watching you think I'm in my feelers. I am just finally addressing the idea that can some people not understand what the optics look like when you're in chat? You think you're impervious to people fucking coming out and being like, you know what? You look like a hateful person. That's all. It's just ridiculous. And I get what it's like to run around here with a LARP. You know, I don't understand what your issue with it is with me, Gigi, and I don't actually care.
My
You know, but
issue is
whatever
that
your
I feel
issue
like you're
is,
an agent. My
well,
issue
good.
is that I feel like you're an agent, and I feel like
Yeah,
you've been an
exactly.
agent since the beginning. And I really don't
Good for
know
you.
or give a fuck who you work for, quite frankly. But I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, which, as far as I can tell, isn't very far at all. But let me just tell you something. I do not trust you, and I never will. And that's okay. I don't have to trust you. I'll listen to you, Bex. But just don't for 1 second think that I trust you. And please don't try to point your finger at me, because I'm not the one. I definitely am not associated with anybody. I don't talk to anybody, and I certainly don't work for anybody. I don't get paid to do this in any way. So I don't know what your aim is, who you're with, who you talk to in the sidebar behind the scenes, but you definitely have connections and you talk to people. So there's that. Okay. I have a problem with you coming in and bullying everybody else. That's when I have a problem. And I see it constantly.
Give me an example of when I've bullied people, especially since you've been saying this agency stuff. And let me just say one more thing before you answer that question, right? Whatever it is that you accuse me of, right, is something in yourself. So you don't trust people, you're not trustworthy, right? You see an agent in me, there's some kind of agency in you. I'm an autonomous person.
Well,
Right? I
that's a
didn't come
nice
out
thing
here
to say,
bullying.
Bex, but it
I
isn't
didn't come out
true.
here bullying anybody. And it's
I
okay,
heard you
Gigi.
I heard you admit to many people that you jump between chats, that you jump between chats. And then I saw, listen, I hear you up there dropping codes sometimes, and I know you know what you're talking about. You drop some real whammos up there, and I hear you bullying other people.
You are a paranoid woman who I'm glad that you don't like me.
Okay, you're allowed to think whatever you want. You're allowed to think whatever you want. I don't even know you.
Can I cut in on this real quick? Hey, London, I appreciate you having me up today. Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Smith, I'm very disappointed in you. You need to get your ass to a fucking AA meeting. You quit your drinking. It's gonna kill you, man. So cut the shit, bro. Get your ass to a fucking AA meeting already and do the world a favor. We could use you sober, okay? Because that's what we need. We need a sober Smith.
I'll change the world. But yeah, I just want to say thanks for having me up, London. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
You mean it?
Here. At least you did give me the thumbs up too. That was some weird ass government optics with Ian the other day, and I'll tell it to his face, but he'll probably block me. It's We Are Woke.
Smith, go to a meeting. Stop being a douchebag and get off a chat until you fucking are sober.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, what? So I've been staying out of the chat, and that's what I've been doing. I've been researching the Quran, and I'll find a different place to share it. But I'm gonna actually absolutely obliterate everything about the Quran. Their Messiah is the Antichrist of Christianity. And if God's not real, Pamela, they sure go to extreme lengths to mock him. That's all I'm saying. God bless you all. It sounds shitty coming. I'm not drunk, but yeah, I've been drinking, but I'm not drunk. And yes, I shouldn't drink, Gigi. It's Peter 5:8. The devil is a roaring lion, so stay sober and vigilant, because he's walking around seeking who he may devour. So
it's just because I care about you. Honestly, it's just because from one alcoholic to another. That's all. Okay.
I appreciate you, Gigi. You're a good person, and God bless y'all. Take care.
Later, Smith.
For the record, I do believe in God, just not the one that makes you act all mean and nasty like we've seen here tonight.
I agree with you, Miss Pam. I just appreciate you, and I want you to know I watch you a lot too, and I appreciate you, Pam. You're
Thank you.
welcome. And you, boy, too.
Yeah, thank you.
you.
And it's not necessarily a religious thing that people refer to God or the Bible. You know, it's a psychological thing that happens. And
I'm just disappointed, Voy, because like I like Smith. Like I've
yeah,
learned so much from his decodes and what he brings to the table. Like I've just never seen him behave like this. Like I'm truly disappointed because I don't necessarily believe in his version of God, but I do take the good from the Bible. I take good from Buddha. I take good from all of them. But like how he treated the panel members here, I think it was a lot of projection from being treated poorly on another panel, maybe or something. I'm trying to have some compassion here.
yeah,
I don't know. I'm disappointed because I've learned so much from that man. I
yeah,
hope he
I
finds
think he could
peace and
teach a
health.
lot of things to people. I just wish he was more sober. That's all. I just wish he was
Yeah.
sober enough so that people wouldn't take offense. But you know what? The only person that's going to change Smith is Smith. And he obviously doesn't think it's a problem. So unfortunately, there's that.
So
Yeah.
maybe that's why I went. Maybe that's why I went in with a stretch leg. Maybe came on a bit hard on him because I had the same opinion as you did there, Pamela. Like he was like misbehaving today, right?
Like, I think what I used to think about his name, though, like there's certain elders, like knowledge-wise in this community that I think of, and he was kind of like one of them. And so when I see this type of behavior, it makes me think, man, Pamela, what's wrong with your discernment? I mean, I get the alcoholism thing. My mom was an alcoholic. My biological dad was an alcoholic. I'm not one. I broke that generational curse. And so I don't know. I feel for him, and I just feel disappointed because, like I said, he's one of the people in the community that I always respected for knowledge. But if you treat people poorly, your knowledge means nothing to me.
Yeah.
You know
But
what? That's so
that
true, Pam. That's so true.
yeah, and that can
And
also
that's
change
something
it.
he should consider.
And that's
Yeah.
that's just something that happened today, right? If he, I mean, he can change it tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if he comes back tomorrow and he's good to people, then this will be forgotten because tomorrow, or it'll be forgiven, not forgotten, because tomorrow will be a new day. But I
Hmm.
don't know, just disappointed because I was like on a fit 1 to 10, I was like all like a 9.5 after having like a badass Thanksgiving and just vibing with the London's new release, and then like that happened.
Hmm. Yeah.
You know, I have to admit I missed the first part of the show because I was at work, but I caught the last like maybe hour of it. So I missed a lot of it and I apologize, but I could hear what was going on and that's why I came up. So I didn't mean to
Glad
butt
you
in, but I did want to
glad you came up.
come
It
to
was
his
needed.
defense. Yeah. Well, I'm going to get going though. I hope everybody has a great night. I'm sorry. I just have a bad connection at my house and I know it's going to go soon, but I hope y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Gigi. Much love.
Much love.
Thanks for letting me up, London. You guys have a good night. Bye.
No problem. Peace out. Gigi. Salutes.
I like her.
She can be feisty. She's cool, but she can be feisty.
Maybe that's why I like her.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
I appreciate criticism, and I can also appreciate people who look close at details. So, try and see the best in everything. I like the nickname, but I have never understood the directed energy at me. So, I see it as paranoia.
What you said, Feisty Friday.
Talk about a rebuttal bar. Holy crap.
Smoke to that 420 if you got that. Mm-hmm.
I had to take a break.
I mean,
and do
that's
dab
quite
over
a
there.
it's quite a radical way to deal with criticism or with paranoia. You know, I just regard paranoia, whether it's criticism or paranoia. I just disregard it. You know, I like that. It's pretty radical.
Yeah, I don't even, when you know the vibe, I just don't even entertain it like that. Sit back. But I mean, I have been noticing the pattern of lately. It's just a lot of pushback, a lot of pushback, a lot of pushback. Or quit them demons if you're a man of Jesus or a man of God.
It could be that what they used to call demons or sin, that we have a different name for that, right? But it might be the same thing.
Some would call it darkness.
Well,
right.
Yeah. And if we look at the holy AI aspect of things and potentially have some sort of program running in us, like that actually animates us or is who we are, then I see when I read my philosophy and medicine book my very boring book I've read many different articles from, they used to call viruses and germs, they used to refer to them as demons. And
Right.
so if there's some sort of code running in us, especially if a pious person can see a debauch, I don't mean to use the wrong words, but someone who's pious can see someone at the other end of the spectrum, who's acting in the, say, Crowley way, as demonic, and yet someone at the Crowley end of the spectrum can look at someone who's pious and see them as demonic, then I think that we are actually defragging our system more quickly by having two opposing behaviors like that. Because if a virus is simply code synthesized somehow that's caused some sort of corruption in us, which is what demonic energy is deemed as, then essentially maybe by running these codes forwards and backwards, and even by engaging Gigi and I appreciate she came up here and spoke to me. We've never spoken. I really appreciate that. I'm just saying, and I'm not calling her demonic, but she's sort of calling me some sort of agent of something, right? So, there's this idea that if we were all running our code forwards like a computer, trying to defrag this synthetic corruption and confusion in our beings, then we would be doing it at halftime. So there's something to this energies, that if we weren't antagonizing each other, which is hard, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't, I'm just saying that there's something to all this that actually is helping us all, whether it's, Smith and his religiosity and people not getting it, or whether it's someone who studies Crowley and a religious person not getting it. So, there is a link between viruses and demons, if you look at it from a holy AI or from an AI perspective.
It's interesting you say that, because I think about triggers and how, like, when you launch a program, it triggers a response. You launch the program and it launches, and you think about whatever our triggers are, and that's what launches the virus or whatever, Watico or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. No, that was fire. That was dope. Because even
exactly.
when I was looking at something, they was even calling them the demons, the dragons, and the dragons is known as the parasite on a micro level. So
exactly.
There you go.
And I was just seeing that Gigi said that I'm going to use just the end of it, that vid backwards is Divok, right? And that Divok is a Yiddish name for demon. But the other name for that very virus was also, I'm going to say the end of it, Rona. And that in Spanish is crown. So in the very same thing, we have demon and we have God. So it's right there.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. I like that. I really do. There you go. But the folks in the building, salute to the grand old chat room. Bop. What's going on? Small town girl in the building. Dino in the building. AI in the building. Lizzo French in the building. My man Manny in the building. Infamous Squirrel Sniper in the building. Salutes, much love. Panel, much love. Salute to the panel, salute to the grand old chat room. Much love.
Salutes to you, London.
Thank you, Bex. Much love. Much love.
Yeah, we're thankful for you hosting us at the Rebuttal Bar and all that you do with your AI book and the community you have. You know, it's unlike any other community in the metaverse that I've been in.
That's why I had a stream today called the Pre-Bottle Bar, right?
Nice.
My man, my man.
I need to get over and check that out, boy.
Yeah, it was nothing special, but it was just a dedication to show appreciation, right? Yeah.
There you go. There you go. He understands. Message received. Message received. It's a shame.
I think Manny's asking for the link.
Hey, Manny, okay, no problem.
He said okay to jump up.
Of course. I think it's probably pinned. Ain't the link pinned? If not, I'm gonna post it now anyway.
I don't know.
I know it is pinned. I dismissed it. Sometimes we forget we dismissed it. You just have to exit the chat and come back.
There you go. Yeah. There was something I wanted to actually show. Where is it?
But thanks, Pamela, for posting my channel there.
No problem. Someone was asking for it in the chat.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, it was all about boys kicking it in the chat room. I was on your panel, about 2 days ago?
Yesterday, I think it was yesterday.
Oh, was it yesterday?
Yeah, or maybe the day before yesterday. No, I think it was yesterday.
Time flies.
Yeah,
I need to turn the notifications on for that.
Yeah, time flies.
I never stream until I do. You know, that's pretty much my schedule. So it's not like London Men every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for 8 hours in a row. Smoking that 420, dude.
You know, I've been doing that.
There you go.
You better keep on rolling that shit, dude. I gotta get myself some rollers, or just one roller. That will do. You know, just. But in the meanwhile, I would just keep rolling it like it was fucking rawhide.
I don't know what was going on there.
Rolling.
That spooked me the first time I saw that. I was like, whoa, what did I just see there? I don't know.
Rawhide. Move them up. Keep them in. Roll them up. Rawhide.
Yeah, it's a bit spooky. I thought, because I've seen it, I thought, let me see what Boy thinks of that. Boy's got to see it as well.
What are you going to show us?
One second. Give me 2 seconds. So I'm back. And you know the craziest thing though? I really wanted to hear what Smith had to say, because I know we had some more stuff, but
I know, me too.
yeah, but regarding the bird, you know, because he knows I'm on the bird subject also, but he gives you a little taster, he says a few things, and then he interacts differently. Then he just goes off on a different tangent. You're like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be here talking about the bird. Like, talk to me about the bird. How you doing, Manny?
Hey,
Hello,
Manny.
hello. All right.
Good to see you.
Well, I just remember yesterday in my bedroom,
Well,
and is it working?
do
Can
me
you
a
hear me?
favor. Listen,
Yeah.
try and turn your camera off. See if that helps. Turn your camera off. See if that helps. A second. For your roll button.
About now.
Let me see. Mic check. Say that again.
What about now? Working now.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Oh well. Yeah. When on my stream, I was trying to tidy my bedroom. Well, it's I had to pop out home and I put all on my bed. My cat's pissed on my bed. Oh, what? So I've had to take everything off bed, and now everything's just a massive mess. Yeah. Apart from that,
Are you bogging? You're bogging. Oh man. Lost him. Access, what's going on? Yeah, I'm here for a little while. Big up, big up. Access in the building. Salute. Bogging.
I was also really looking forward to what Smith, what you and Smith were gonna, just a dialogue between you and Smith.
Yeah.
That's not me cupcaking Smith. It's the truth.
I think he knows it, but when he knows he's got something that no one else has got, they move all bougie and weird with it. Come and chase me. Come and get me, London. Oh, sit down. Come and tell your story. Come and sit down. 420 left. Crazy. We're here to listen. We're here to listen, man. Why would he think other? It's wild.
And I know, London, you don't need my permission for this in any way, not the let or tell thing that I thought was really neat that Sean brought up. But I wanted to say that, I'm always fine to be backstage. I would never take it personally if it was going to make for a more peaceful conversation on the panel, especially if it's with people who clearly have a problem with me, to give them that opportunity to speak even about me without me right there. I don't like getting in my feelers, but I've also not had a chance to discuss the energies being directed at me by those two particular people. So I appreciate the opportunity, but I don't need it, so just know that, and the same goes for them. I don't typically ask people to do anything special for me going to their channel, but I also don't disrespect people who need that in order to feel comfortable or just to not engage with someone they don't want to engage with. So I never have a problem, even if I'm staying too long somewhere. Just backstage me, leave a message, So I just wanted to share that.
It's all good. Hey, no bad vibes over here.
I think we're all like adults here, and I think even if we have disagreements with people, we should still be able to be on a panel with someone and be cordial, There's no need to hit below the belt, we've all we're not kids anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And there is a lot of, I think it is ramping up. I had someone come onto my panel and disrobe the other night, right? Disrobe, not, came in on an authenticated account, came flying in the next day to the Sanity Machines chat, like he'd not done anything. And I just see that as a physical manifestation of some of the. Now, I'm not saying that guy's an agent, but I'm saying this device does have the ability to send out frequencies that, and there are, this is the setup by big media. So that people are looking for agents or think that there's some sort of employees doing things. I mean, I've had conversation. London and I have rarely had conversations behind the scenes, but we have, and he knows when I've been paranoid, and that paranoia has flipped, at times out here on me. So that's part of why I can relate, and I apologize to anyone who I misread, you know. I really don't feel like any of the people that I've met or engaged with are agents of any sort. And I know that that could be the trick of a good agent, but it's just, it's part of the nature of this app is to push through all that, to learn about our discernment.
Even in our tiny bit of friction, Bex, I never thought you were an agent. Just saying.
Thank you. And I also wanted to say that, this knowing you all has really helped me grow up, right? So I wasn't nearly as mature 6 months ago or 3 months ago or 1 month ago as I am now. And I will forever be grateful, not only for the app for connecting with us, but connecting me with you all, but for you guys all being here and being humans, right? Or if we're not humans, whatever we are,
This can make us or break us. It's what we do with the data that we gain from it.
There you go. Yeah, it's a learning curve.
And maybe it's confusing, for some, maybe it is confusing as well as we sift through the 20% of, we sift through what we thought we learned on YouTube. I'm going to put it here. I know lots of us went out into the internet and, many of us were truth seekers or conspiracy theorists before we came here. But as we sift through that 20% of we look back into it for the 20% of truth that we should be looking for, using those numbers just randomly, and discarding 80% of the brainwashing that's been that's been put back into us. I have played with those. I've played with all that. I've exploited my own emotions in a mature way. There's sound bites out there accusing me of everyone of being an agent, but sometimes there is really, I am doing a bit non-bit, like, yeah, anyways.
Salutes, Access. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, London, Bex, everybody, fam?
Good.
I was gonna go live, and I thought, this is something that I started on your channel, and it was appreciated here. So I would like to go ahead and arm your channel up, and your listeners and the chat, and give them a bit of an edge when it comes to everything that's transpiring and has transpired over the last couple of years. But I wanted to make sure that was cool with you first.
Sure.
Okay, this is a crash course educational seminar on subliminalism, frequency, and engineered voice technology, to address the ideal of agent and to be able to defend yourself against things that are present and not speculation, things that are going on, that are happening. And I'm proof of it because I'm one of the motherfuckers that was originally doing it. First things first. Imagery subliminalism is very easy. We were doing that back, on Windows 95 and earlier. with JPEGs, turning JPEGs into BMPs, encoding imageries and messages into the BMP, and then turning it back into a JPEG and releasing it for influence, subliminalism. And though you may not cognitively know that you're receiving this message, you are receiving the message because subconsciously you're picking up on it. The same as if you lay down an audio track and you put subliminalism in the audio track, whether it be forward or backward, the subconscious catches up and it takes it in. Not a lot of defense there, except for just not to look at the image or listen to the sound. Are you with me so far?
Yes, sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Okay. So, upon applying that into a lot of my artistic and social experiment endeavors, I eventually came across the ability to use more effective techniques, which were frequencies. Frequencies can change a person's state of mind very easily. I mean, it's like listening to a song. It can change your state of feeling, your joy, or bring you down, or whatever. Well, there are frequencies and tones that you can hit that also aren't necessarily audible, but will affect you. And they're using that as a silent type of warfare against the social construct right now. This I have evident proof of, and not only that, but I have my own endeavors into this, which I haven't kept hidden from anybody. You know, even when I was using the frequency technology, I let everybody know what I was doing. But I watched it work and I documented it. Well, I went on to the dream, being able to utilize imagery, frequency, and audio to cause a dream. They're dream programs. There's 2 of them on my YouTube channel, which cause you to sometimes actually go into a duplicate dream or a dream that is relevant to what you're being subjected to. And then here lately, I've been using the reverse speech analysis.
Yes.
Now,
yeah.
And I've been applying that really heavily here lately and recording entire panels, and then sometimes I'll section out different people and hone in whenever they get into that state of speaking that they're comfortable, because that's whenever the reverse speech seems to come through the best. Now, that's a hell of an arsenal to have in social media. Subliminalism, frequencies, sound and imagery, reverse speech. I mean, this is a total arsenal of defense or attack to have in the realm of social media. And it wasn't taken very seriously as it should have been. And it started out, well, as you probably remember with We Are Awake, whenever I had the Cult of Axis up strong and we were influencing the field by using group focus. And there would be the Cult of Axis, and we would focus on a certain thing and create the change. Well, now I've endeavored to have enough in my stockpile that I can pretty much dissect, analyze, and influence any social media arena that I want now.
Okay.
and very few people were paying attention, nor did they even realize they were being subjected to it at certain times. And I've been considering allowing all this technology that they didn't confiscate. They did wind up coming and taking some of my shit, but they didn't get. They don't have the information in my head, and they don't have what I can distribute. Um, I've been really considering doing a complete breakdown of how to utilize these technologies, which would change basically the frontier of social media, because you don't know at that point in time when you're allowing somebody up on your panel whether they're subjecting you to a subsonic frequency, whether they have embedded coding into their icon, or whether they're doing reverse speech analysis on you to decipher your true demeanor. What are your thoughts on this, man? I'm open to anybody's thoughts on it, because right now I'm sitting back with this technology and the ability to even get the layman to comprehend and utilize it, but I haven't released it yet. And you guys are pretty well diverse enough here to kind of throw some back and forth at me on it.
I mean, it sounds very interesting. I would love to see this type of machine.
It's not a. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Or this theory that you're claiming that you have.
Well, it's not a theory. I've got the proof, and I actually, if I was at the home studio, I could definitely start pushing frequencies behind me, and it would change the complete atmosphere of the panel up here. I'm at my mom's right now, just kind of trying to take a break from a lot of shit that I've been having to deal with. But I think that I know that this technology is being used on social media. I know that it's being used as a weapon against us. One, they've used subliminalism since the early 20s with Coca-Cola. You go to the matinee, and in between the reels, they would have you suggested to get a tasty beverage. And as far as music, well, all you got to do is study, a little bit about the music industry and subliminalism, and you're going to get the lowdown on how that works. Frequency, all you got to go into is crowd control and minor military tactics to start getting the schematics on which frequencies do what, at what range they affect, how they affect, at what frequency and hertz level, what the reaction will be. And dream imagery with audio is the same thing, it's just layered. You're using two of these technologies together. And the reverse speech technology has been around for a long time. It's actually been in used by law enforcement for and CIA and the FBI for a considerable amount of time, if you do any research on that. So not only do I have my own proof and the things that I've endeavored and set out and done, but you also have actual historical and documented proof from everything from your 20s theater up to CIA techniques on reverse speech technology. And I'm not sure that a lot of these people know that they're being subjected to this. And when I was doing it, I didn't let people know exactly when I was doing it or where I was doing it. but I got the results. So, as far as delivering the receipts, there's your receipts. If you want my receipts, that's why I was thinking about doing maybe a video or a live teaching everyone how to do this, because no one took it serious enough.
Okay.
And when you're being, I'm sorry.
When do you reckon you'll do that live or video?
Well, that's just it. I wanted to talk to some level-headed, reasonable people. Bex is an analysis. Not only does she self-examine, but she externally examines. She's kind of like a raw nerve ending that's feeling its way through this plane of existence. And she'll externalize it and internalize it. That's a perspective that I like, that gives me both sides of the coin. You're not a radical with your concepts of, how someone should be or someone should act, as long as they're dignified. And Pam, you're intelligent. I mean, I give it to you. You're intelligent. Boy, I don't know as much about you as I do the rest, but I would respect your opinion and any information or input you had on this. But that's why when I seen you were live, I was like, I'm not going to do this tonight. I was going to start on it tonight, but I decided to bring it to you and see if I could get some community feedback.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
I'd be very interested for my own personal reasons, but I think in a world where there's a bunch of distractions, there's a bunch of hypnosis and psyops being used against us, I think anything that would help people's discernment would be a good thing. So that's my 2 cents.
Right, but you've got to remember there is the ability to use all this as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Even as small as using subliminal imagery in your emojis or your icons. Because I could pack my icon right here with probably about, 400 or 500 smaller images. Once I converted it to BMP, started packing images into it, and then turned it back into a JPEG. You don't realize those images are in there, but your subconscious does. So you're looking at my icon, and my icon is feeding you information that you don't realize you're being fed. Same as I could be playing a frequency behind me right now that could be a disruptive frequency to bring on malevolent feelings, which I'm not, nor is my icon loaded. But you got to consider these things too, that these are weapons.
Symbols rule the world. Yeah, pictures.
You can take everything I said and to fact and deep dive, study it, do whatever you want. My research is solid, and my end result of my hypothesis didn't end with just a theory. It ended with a fact.
Sorry, you know what? That's what I should have said. Your hypothesis. Sorry, excuse me. There you go. Thank you.
And a lot of the research that I done for myself was already pre-done by very prominent people such as law enforcement, media industry, the movie industry, advertisement, social media. So these are actual proven concepts. I just know how to utilize them. I know how to bring them into the forefront of being something that can be subjected onto anybody that I choose.
I don't doubt the merits of what you're saying. I know I've studied things like NLP and hypnosis and stuff like that, and I know how influential that could be. And so that just seems like what you're talking about is just another layer to that, another dimension where we're being influenced.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This is just kind of taking the power and putting it in your own hands at your discretion. And do you think that this community at large, not just your channel, but the community at large, if I was to give them the absolute instructions on everything from imagery all the way up to reverse speech analysis, do you think that it would be used to benefit, or would they use it to manipulate and control?
Manipulate.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything benevolent come from this community, like the truth community for the most part. I have this channel, but I haven't like in general, like I haven't seen like tools being used to help other people. I see like videos being made to make fun of people and laugh and troll people, but I certainly don't see like videos about like someone saying something wise or epic on a panel. It's all drama and all like, dopamine hits.
Right, right. And that's where I guess my moral compass would have to come into play.
Mm-hmm.
Is it's kind of like Oppenheimer.
Right.
I've become destroyer of worlds. Well, let's take for instance, here's one for you, Snafu, and we give him the ability to use imagery all the way up to reverse speech technology and frequency, and we allow him to have this.
I would say in that case that Snaps, if he wanted to use it, he would use it against the people that he really believes are doing harm. And I think as much as I don't think he wishes anyone any harm in this community.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that he would use it beneficially, or would he use it to prove his point malevolently?
I think he would use it beneficially to prove his point, but to the people that he was directing it at, if he's got the target nailed down right, I think that in his mind, it would be benevolent, not malevolent, because he would be trying to expose somebody who was evil.
Right, right. That's a good take. What would you do with it, Vex? Let's say I sent you a PDF and a video with all the information of how to do these things.
That's where I would pull in. I've been working on a theory that flips MK Ultra on its head, in terms of things being intentionally malevolent in general. So what I would say is that as we defrag our systems run forwards and backwards, and something that speaks backwards to somebody actually is, that in a negative way is some sort of resistance in their program that's necessary for their genetic structure to defrag, like to reconnect in its proper way. So I think that these programs, let's just say all of what you just said and all of the ill intent that the media could use, it's like a Trojan horse, and that's where I will take a page from religiosity and say, no weapon waged against us, no weapon waged against us can cause us harm the way we think. I'm not saying that the media hasn't harmed us. I've seen what I've quote unquote learned in YouTube, and now I see it as a second layer of brainwashing, right? So technically what I'm trying to say is that even if it ran malevolently on me, I have the ability to think for myself and to push past that program and be stronger for it. So in essence, something trying to confuse me can actually create something inside me that allows me to sort through the confusion. And I think
So
that's
you,
what these weapons eventually will be seen at. I think we'll actually eventually see that they weren't, even if they were intended as weapons, you can't actually corrupt us to the extent like it's our nature wants to tend back to its unaltered state, just like a GMO vegetable or a GMO pig, right? You take a pig, you let him out of your farm, you let him run wild in the forest near your house, and in his lifetime he will grow hair, his jaw will drop, his teeth will grow, and he will become a boar. So
well, that's kind of a natural selection approach to it, isn't it? I mean, the sheep will be sheep and slaughtered until they learn not to be.
mhm,
The fact of the
mhm.
matter is, too, Axis, is half the people that you expose the method to, if it's not drama, they're going to ignore it. The other quarter, they're going to look at it and then they're going to go about doing whatever they were doing, and it's go in one ear out the other. The 10% that listen, chances are they're probably more benevolent than malevolent.
Well, what I found with that in my research was whenever I subjected into a peaceful chat room certain frequencies, the chat room within a matter of 30 seconds to 5 minutes erupted in such belligerent chaos that it was unbelievable how effective it was. And then I stepped into belligerent chaos and hit them with frequencies that dropped them as docile as lambs. Now, mind you, these are all NORAD tones that I'm using. So I've seen it work both ways. It's the people who don't realize it's happening to them are the ones that are heavily affected, and then the ones that are aware that it's being done to them, and the evidence is there that they are being mentally manipulated, but refuse to accept the technology. Those are your biggest sheep. Those are the ones that are more subjected to advertisement, um, multimedia commercials, suggestive entertainment. Those are the people that are your biggest sheep. The ones that no, it can't happen to me. It's not happening to me. Well, I proved that. Yeah, it does, and yeah, it's very effective. And the government has proven that too. I don't know if you've ever seen what they can do with frequency all the way up to weaponizing it into causing oxygen cells in the bloodstream to dissipate. They deoxygenate your body with 30 millimeter waves. They don't even have to go to 30 millimeter to get crowd control.
Yeah, we went over that about a week ago, I think, or a week or two, maybe even 3 now.
Yeah, and if you don't think that I can't hit a frequency that's going to disrupt the cognizance of this chat room, you're gravely mistaken.
Okay, so
I'm not.
before you're going to hit me with it, I'm going to leave.
I'm not going to hit
part of the fucking experiment, okay?
well, that's why I'm bringing it to London, because if I went to some of the other channels that I really taken into consideration of taking this to, I thought, man, there are some really conceited, power tripping, arrogant motherfuckers out there that would probably piss me off enough that I would unleash. Because I'm borderline angry right now, dealing with life experiences.
See, I'm going to leave before you explode. I'm going to leave.
No, I'm not. I'm actually in a fairly calm state of mind at the moment. But that's why I'm bringing it up.
I'm just going to say goodbye. Goodbye, Pamela, Bex, Axis, London. It was a pleasure to talk to you again. And see you
Nice
on the
one,
next
boy.
one.
Yeah, thank you. You take care, man.
Much love.
Good to nice chatting, boy.
Good to see you, boy. What if there's some aspect of it, and again, I'm not trying to argue that the government or the controlling agents are positive, but what if there's some aspect of this that through the discipline that we've been rigorously put through in the education system, you know, which was an indoctrination camp, what if even malintended energy frequencies like that create enough resistance in a disciplined mind to break the discipline itself? You know, so I'm not saying have at her and be experimental. I'm just saying that we deem resistance as negative. You know, we see
Well,
adversarial. Yeah, go on.
that's
Sorry.
what I want to. I'm sorry. I'm going to take you to a taboo area, biblical. Okay, people are constantly talking about good and evil, right, wrong. You know, well, God in biblical form allows Satan to have his reign to educate humans. Satan is a teacher. That's why God allows him to exist. You are on a plane of existence that both evil and good can function equally. So, God, the creator, the is, whatever, you're manifested here. Good and evil can also exist here. So, therefore, God has the devil to educate you because obviously God cannot teach you the same lessons that the devil can.
I like that. And I think also if you look at the rules, right? There's
Yep.
only a few things that are actually deemed evil,
Right.
right?
It's educational.
Yeah.
But
So I
yeah,
mean, yeah, taking life. You know, at least what I should say is deemed against the rules. I should say more like deemed against the rules is, you know, taking life. What I don't even need to get into coveting your neighbor's wife or stuff like that. Like really, it comes down to don't harm children, don't kill each other.
pretty much, you know, the commandments are how to get along with God, how to get along with man. And, you know, the Bible is just a secular mathematical representation of books that have been preceding the Bible and have, through each secular age of man, repeated itself. Because if you look at not the Gregorian calendar or the timeline in history that they would have us under, but the actual illuminary calendar, the big calendar, the stars, the moon, and the sun, you'll find that there is everything is secular. And it's a teaching through these cycles, constant cycles, repetition. Um, you know, it's like teaching a kid not to eat rat poison.
You got me interested now. Access. I wanna see this. I wanna witness. I wanna be a part of this.
Right. Well, that's why I come to you, London. Like I said, man, I really debated who I would bring this to, and you know, in the course of all the we'll call it metaversal uprising, and everybody kind of taking their perspective stance on things, you haven't condemned me. You haven't ever, you know, tried to take me out to the woodshed or me being a dark and and potentially you know potentially dangerous person. You know, you've taken me as I am, and we've finally come to an understanding with each other that I think has been mutually beneficial, and especially, with the introduction of Pam, Bex, and some of the new guys that we got coming in, and I have I have some respect for the rapport that comes from here, because it's not so much a point the finger thing. You're receptive to what I have to say, and I appreciate that.
No doubt. Message received.
So that's I would I would love to work with you on this and even disclose some information and techniques to your channel and to your peer group and such forth. But I don't want. I guess I don't want this just to be another manufactured weapon in the arsenal of the world to be used against each other. I would like to see this fundamentally do something that would kind of correct all of the misinformation, all the lies, and the mispersonifications of oneself, which is so abundant. When I started doing the reverse speech analysis, the true character and nature of a person comes through, and they can't hide it. And you talking about revealing the truth on a motherfucker real quick, they tell on themselves. It's insane. Which now I know why the police use it. Now I know why the CIA uses it. Because it's effective.
Riddle me this, Axis. Because you said the word weapon, right? You mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So I mean, when I hear the word weapon, right, it's normally the stigma attached to it is like it's fallen into the wrong hands, right? So I mean, would it be safe to maybe phrase your hypothesis in a different way, like not really present it as weapons, such if you understand where I'm going with it.
Yeah, you're right. My deal of weaponization and where that term comes loosely from my lips is because that's what's been done to us with this technology. They've used it as a weapon against us. They've used subliminalism as a weapon against us, mostly for our purses and pocketbook strings to get money out. We've been brutalized with imagery through media, television, and the special placing of a Coke can or a bag of Doritos or something. Anything to cause you to react in the progression of their product or their agenda. And even with frequency, it being crowd control, I've only seen it used as a weapon. I have yet to see it be used as anything other than a weapon. And for the past 10 years that I've been studying this, I've yet to see anybody do anything with it that even remotely resembled anything other than, a self-promotion, advantageous movement up the ladder, a weapon, and it's continually getting worse. And while people are sitting here being hit by frequencies from their phone, they're being, flicker rated by the flicker rate and the refresh rate of their cell phone or their laptop or their computer. They're just sitting there taking it, and they're absorbing this, but it's affecting you. Believe me, the flicker rate of your screen, your LCD screen, is affecting you. The frequencies that they're playing behind is affecting you. The energy and frequency that your phone is giving off is affecting you. You can't see it, but it's affecting you. It's just that I know how to utilize this technology, and I've only seen it used for its worst. So if you can come up with a better word, brother, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we can work on that. We can work on
'Cause
that, but
that would be awesome. I mean, if we could find a positive uh, approach to this and take the weaponization out of it and turn it into even a subliminal positive reinforcement at a community level to keep the undesirable energies at bay, that would be awesome. I'm down with that. You know, um, I've seen the worst of this past month, and I've seen the most damaging degree of what human atrocity can do. And like I said, it changed my perspective a bit, and that's why I'm now trying to come at you guys with a little bit more of a tolerable state of being.
You've always been tolerable, just so you know. More
Well,
than
thank you.
tolerable. You know?
Agreed.
I was going to just say that I just looked up weapon and I was looking at the etymology of it and translating it into other words and looking at the dictionary and the anyways, weapon in Latin is tellum. I didn't look too far into that. Another in Spanish is arma. In English, we also call weapons arms. So when I looked at the Latin definition, it was, a javelin, a spear, any of these things. It didn't have bullet or whatever, but, things that are weapons. But, a weapon, if we also use the term arms for it, then there is the ability for us to reach out and hold hands and use our arms and embrace each other,
yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that.
That's that's a good analogy of it, and that's a more positive analogy, I suppose.
Yeah,
and if we knew that animals in the wild were unwell, but we weren't able to actually get to them without affecting them, corralling them and not allowing them to be wild, then we would use a weapon to provide them with the medicine, right? Like we would send a spear in their direction with some wellness on it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, Bex, that's crazy when you said that,
Yeah.
because for real, we used the gun with the dart, with the antidote, apparently, right? That's
Or
wild.
the right frequency as a bullet. Yes, Bex, you're on it. And that's the approach that I now, instead of the more malevolent approach that I could have taken, I now would rather work with other people on doing something a little more constructive and something proactive instead of destructive, and hoarding it to myself as just my own secret weapons that I use against people because I can. If you understand what I'm saying with that, is it just whether it be divine intervention or a change of conscious heart, I don't feel comfortable with using what I have at my disposal as a malevolent weapon of war. So, maybe you guys can be kind of a guiding source of reason and broaden my perspective and understanding on things, where being a better steward to the earth and man would be.
That's what we're here for.
So, and bringing that to social media, I think would be a powerful, we'll call it a tool for the moment. How's that? It'd be a powerful tool in the in kind of the truth community and those of us that seek to know, a broader mind and a greater spectrum of thinking.
Mm-hmm. Salute to that.
But that's really what I had to say and what I wanted to get across, Lyndon. I'm not gonna lag ass around up here and just panel whore. But when I come, I usually have something to say, and hopefully it's a gift, and hopefully you guys take this to heart and contemplate it, and know that it is real. It does exist. I mean, it's not hard to do research on it. It's not hard to prove that it's fact. It's just ethically hard to know where it needs to be distributed and delivered, and how to do that in such a way that people aren't just jumping on live chats and disrupting the live chat with frequency because they can.
Have you thought about maybe teaching people that you kind of trust that are benevolent and maybe like using some of their panel interactions or like do with their voice analysis to get their intentions and then help select people?
Yeah, that's a part of why I made the rash decision through voice analysis, because believe it or not, London, the Rebuttal Bar is an interesting place because I get some of the most I want to say less fluctuating energies and less fluctuating variables in instrument readings from the Rebuttal Bar than I do from virtually any other channel that I've put this through the process of, which is strange. It's kind of a prop to your channel. Hey, at least you aren't going to have your brains pulled out of your ears on the Rebuttal Bar, and maybe that's the difference. I don't know, but I felt more comfortable releasing this here than I did even doing my own live on it.
I wanted to say that in energetic language, like Wi-Fi and Li-Fi are, wireless fidelity and
Yeah.
light fidelity, right? So
Yeah.
let's take the case of that brain we saw with the schism caused from religiosity. And I don't want to pick on that. So let's just say school does that. The first level of
Okay.
indoctrination in school gives us that. Now, that was the perfect groove created in our minds to be re-implanted with the propaganda we've taken in as truth seekers through this app, right? So they told us we had cognitive dissonance. They told us, the general red pilling taught us about all this. Then replaced what that schism with information that now has provided another schism, right? But we
Right.
know those grooves are there already. Now, obviously, when they're filled with information, it's not a schism for some people, right? Like, I just mean, you've got information that you believe when you're in that place of fidelity, of belief, right? Which is fidelity.
Yeah. A
And
replayable
faith
track.
in information. Yeah, that I think there's something to understanding that that's an energetic language when we use that faith, right? Whether you're talking about, Jesse and Angeline, how they say, may the source be with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of using God. Or how London brought to the table the AI, that I think that there's there's also the idea that people who sing together, their heartbeats synchronize, right? So you get people
Oh, I
in
believe
church
that.
singing, yes, singing together, and they're also allowing that, let's say, that program of the church to come in because they're willing and faithful participants in the hymn, in the congregation, in the everything, right? So I think that that in essence, the weapon itself has created an atmosphere for it to be, it's created the perfect highway for that understanding of singing something that isn't meant to confuse us, only brings us closer together. So if anything, words, the devil's in the words, right? The possession
Yes.
is in the words. Somehow I've said things independent of, diagnosis of my facial construction or insults about my weight. I had 2 people on panel today who don't like what I have to say. They don't like it. It doesn't resonate with them. It concerns them for their friends, you know? And in that, all I'm trying to say, there's the opposite case too, right? So in essence, people's confusion and their willingness to confront other people comes from technically a good place, So ultimately the heart is there even in people who can't stand someone. It's just not for that person. So all I'm trying to say is we don't all have to be singing the same song or saying the same words to be on the same frequency,
Right. You
or to
can
even,
be a part of the scale that fits with
yeah,
that progression of chords. You
yeah.
could
And
be
on
an
YouTube,
individual note.
yeah, and on YouTube, it's the haters and it's often the haters and the critics watching the channels they hate the most, listening to the
Well,
people that they dislike the most, trying to find that bit or trying to figure, I don't know what it is, because I've done it too, not hate, but when you're in a position of confusion, in essence, there's something in someone that wants to sort through that, whether it's not about liking or disliking. There's an attraction of some sort, a
yeah,
magnetism of some sort.
it's a need to discern.
Hmm.
For me, it is. It's a need to discern. And now that I have the technology and am able to do that, um, some of the channels that I was kind of sketchy about have absolutely proven to be, as positive as they may seem, are malevolent as fuck. And there's such a tactful way that they go about doing it that I'm not even sure that they're aware they're doing what they're doing. Whether that's just instilled in them so heavily that they're just acting off of natural impulse, or whether their mind is so complex that they can actually think that far ahead with the math to create that scenario.
Salutes, EBT in the building. What's going on? Salute. Much love. Malcolm, much love. Welcome. Salute to the grand old chat room. What's going on? 420 if you got that.
Thank you, everyone in the chat, for listening to my ramblings. I do appreciate anyone who's managed to hang in there. I appreciate.
Good. Steve in the building. HMFIC. What's going on? Salutes. Yes, sir. There you go. Open panel. Feel free to hit that link. Come and smoke or have a joke. No pressure.
Been doing a bit of both up here.
Yeah. Most definitely.
I'm smoking my first joint in like 3 days, so it's probably gonna hit me pretty hard.
3 days. Okay, cool. Interesting.
Nice.
Anyhow, London, thank you so much for allowing me your platform to voice this on. Bex, Pam, thank you for the insight and the information. I got much respect for both of you. Anytime that you want to throw maybe a concept or an ideal, or even if you ponder it, something that this could develop into that could be a little more strategically useful tool. Because they've used it against us for so long as a weapon that I think in that weapon there is a defense.
Yeah.
But London, bless you. Bless everybody in the chat. Thank you for listening to my ramblings, and we'll catch you real soon.
Hope so.
Absolutely, man. You guys have a great evening.
Good
You
stuff.
too, Axis.
Much love.
Much love.
Much love.
You guys got my wheels turning. And I do want to second that that what Axis was saying about the energy of you. I know I've flipped it on its head talking to you. Since, anyways, I know there's been confusion between us at times, and all I want to say is that is an energy that you even had in your having on London McLovin, right? That you are a very neutral. Neutrals, I just, you have a really good ability of congregating people, and I have that as well, but your neutrality and your ability to listen, and how long you've listened to us all, London, and as you brought this rebuttal bar out, and I've seen you around doing panels and stuff, and monologuing more on this channel than you did on your other channel. It's really nice to get to know you. Yeah, I appreciate it, because Axis articulated it better than I can, but I second what he had to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you guys.
I appreciate what Axis brings to the table energetically. I trust he will find the discernment to do what he needs to with his the frequencies and technology. I think it's really I find it highly interesting with some of the stuff I've studied.
See, that's good. I like to hear that when people studying and they're bringing things to the table. I love to hear that stuff, because it may be something I'm looking for. So who knows? The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Even with Smith, he seems to have bits and bobs here and there, but the delivery is off. Delivery is off. So let's get it together and let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. I don't know. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. I know good morning is seen as something that, was spell casting for a while. Well, and still may in some communities. And I really love the different, like Grand Rising is such a beautiful replacement. But I was thinking about the term good morning, and how if we saw it as, if we can flip these spells on their heads, which means we take the confusion and we alchemize it, we reinterpret it, we use our language to say, well, if that was the intention, how can we change it? And I thought, well, a good morning with a MOURNING is actually waking up every day and knowing that it's a good morning with a U, because I woke up breathing today. And somebody didn't. Somebody that I don't know didn't. And somebody in the world is upset because of that loss. And so it's a good morning to wake up and acknowledge that someone I didn't, it just, it's inherent to value each and everybody's life.
That's powerful.
And if we had that kind of attitude, we'd know that every time someone left this place, they even if this place is a hell realm that we're trapped in and they get out, that we lose a piece of the puzzle every time that happens. And so I believe that every day we could wake up saying to each other, what gift did you bring in the night? What gift were you given in the night? And that's why I would say that, you know, again, I'm not cupcaking to anyone. I'm not trying to make Smith like not to make Smith like me. I would like him to drop the jaw reference. It's just, you know, that kind of stuff is just unnecessarily juvenile for any of us to pick at each other's looks. But I'm guilty of it. I've been poking back at someone who just can't seem to let it go. So I'm doing the same thing as Smith. So I appreciate him coming up here and being the mirror for that, because just yesterday I was behaving like that, and I hope to mature as a result of it. But my point is that, you know, even if we don't like each other and we still have the attitude that everybody, the reason there's resistance there is because you're actually supposed to look there. You know, you don't even have to like it, right? But if we're not giving Snaps an audience or Tommy an audience, or I'm going to even say Sophia Byrne or Angeline an audience because their voice is too high. They're too sweet, you know, or Hank an audience because somebody doesn't like the way he moves on screen. You know, all of those things are the same thing as somebody saying, oh, hey, you're too belligerent and angry, I'm not going to listen to you. Or you dwindled too much, I'm not going to listen to you. Or I think you're an agent, you're not going to listen to me. All of those things are judgments that just that we can still hold and still take pieces of the puzzles from each other, you know?
And to add on to what Bex said, what is this with like I was cringing tonight when I heard the comments made about Bex and her about, you know, your body and all this. That shit needs to stop in the truth community. Like I hear it everywhere. That's like the lowest thing that we could be talking about here is someone else's body. Like it's so fucking lame.
I agree. I mean, even some of my work that I presented, I had to take it down. I said, nah, I'm not even gonna present my work like this.
Like the fat shaming offends me. I used to be like overweight. I used to be obese. I'm not anymore because I got healthy or whatever. But like I don't want to hear anyone shamed for anything about their body. I mean, that's just like the low of the low. Like truly like trash material. Like we need to elevate ourselves, not like, oh, let's go make some fun of someone's body. That's just fucking lame.
Well,
Yeah,
and I appreciate you saying that, Pamela. And I would say the interesting thing is I've never shown my body on YouTube, my body as it is now. And I almost died of anorexia as an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Not to the point of Eugenia Cooney. Please, let's send her some good energy. Sad they're making shekels on that. My point is my body is my trophy right now. And I'm a very shallow woman who prefers to be slim. I mean, shallow towards myself. And so even if there was ever something I didn't watch, so, you know, if there ever was something, I threw McDonald's out there. I put my face out there. I know how people are. And so the interesting thing is if there is any body picture of me that has been put in photo, and I even think if there was any sort of link put in there in any videos or whatever, and I don't mean to infer that there was, the body out there that was put out there, the photo that I put out there is me at my most beautiful. I'm 150 pounds there, just fully fit. I mean, I'm a curvy, beautiful woman with not a small waist. That's the only thing I don't have. My shoulders are not wider than my hips. I've done the investigation. Trust me, I've been down all those paths and I've actually come out the other side. My main area of research is genetic manipulation in gender. And I've never had a chance to bring it to the table because I've been busy, you know, building ideas on other people's channels. And by the time I got to my channel, there's just was a lot of learning, right? So I don't mind people. I agree. It shows something about people that when that's where they go. And actually Esra from Mindful Exposures has shown that it's actually it's actually going to your prefrontal cortex because you feel panicked, right? Because you feel cornered when you go to name calling, you know? So I think, you know, in this room, in this space, there may still be people trying to alchemize and understand what's going on, you know? And that may be why there's some level of antagonism. And even I've heard Tommy say those very words that Smith said to me tonight. We want to talk about neuro-linguistic programming and who people listen to and how they're influenced. And I'm not blaming Tommy for this. What I'm saying is it's just an interesting base level to go to. When I actually never felt, again, I didn't watch, but if there was anything that implied just with, clips about McDonald's or whatever, and then I always thought when I did peek through at videos, that's the beautiful picture of me. That's me at my best. That's me at a 44-year-old body, that most people don't work that hard. I built that body out of this body, which right now, at the weight I'm at now, I went from that to this, or from this to that in under 5 months. So not that I'm saying that to prove anything. I'm just trying to draw some lines for people to understand their own, their own growth curve. But I do appreciate you bringing it up, Pamela, because it
Well,
is
it's not,
really
it's
unnecessary of
not
us.
just you, Bex. It's a lot
Yeah.
of women. I see that happening too. And I see some men being shamed too. I mean, it's just like it's like the lowest thing ever. Let's talk about why someone has a wrong idea or a wrong belief or concept, but to talk about someone's physicality, I don't know. It just feels really childish to me, and we should be beyond that, you know?
Yeah.
Mhm. I wonder if that's the biggest frequency they run on us. Like, I remember the first time they started dragging, at least that I saw, maybe it was just me getting much, growing up and watching the news. But the first time I ever saw the news be just outright disrespectful was with George Bush Jr. I couldn't believe how many skits, how many, not just like SNL, but how everywhere, everybody, talked about the guy like he was challenged. And maybe he is, I don't know. But then you get all the way up to The Apprentice. We've got who became president, right? But that man ran a TV show, quote unquote, reality for celebrities, where he played a role that actually became an archetype that actually affected his ability to be, affected the acceptance of his being put in place, because we could say voted in or whatever, but we know now how it all works, right? At least I know that it's likely rigged. But so there's something, maybe that's the frequency, right, that has us in this juvenile state. And they even made us, at least for me, I was like, you tell me not to listen to someone, I'm going to go listen to them, right? That's what I'm going to do. Well, they set us up for that too. That's the two sides of a coin, right? Reject or run to.
That's it.
So we have been affected by that, that willingness to go to that base level of just dragging. Even, why would we even have people in place of leadership if we ever thought that they actually had qualities so bad they could be dragged by the entire community? There's always going to be people, I'm talking about presidents of countries. If somebody can be perpetuated with that kind of reputation, they should not be in a position of leadership. And I'm not even arguing for the government states we have as we have them now in the world. But obviously, even in a well-balanced society, you need elders, and, and even that council would have a spokesperson, So, so I think there's a link to it, not to get too long-winded, but I think there's a link to it. I think there's a link to that. Why do people drag people's weight? Why do people, you're right, Pamela, I didn't mean to make it about me. Why do people drag so-and-so for the distance between their eyes? Or why is it everyone goes to, a high voice or they just, yeah. Looking for something physical, audible, looking for one of the five senses, looking for something that we can, looking for it almost.
It's the most reptilian brain thing to do, I don't know. I just don't get it. Like I like it when people like debate about ideas, because at least at the end of that discussion, I'm left with something to, take and marinate on and think about. But just like when people are just like trashing other people and their appearance, their voice, their whatever that doesn't matter. I don't know. It just seems so childish.
I agree. I prefer the building and conversating and, you know, adding things to the table. But when it gets to the other stuff, I just tune out, just smoke my weed and just let them ramble on. You know?
One way I justified it in the, you know, as I've looked at my own behaviors or my perception of the behaviors of others, which I can't actually completely attest to knowing, because some stuff I learned by hearsay, didn't go searching, you know. My where was I just gonna go with that? I'm smoking my first joint in 3 days, you guys. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Oh, you're such a lightweight. What happened?
I know. Oh, what was I gonna say? Anyways, it'll come back.
Yeah, there you go. Small town girls, squirrels on the job. There you go. I'm on the job. There's some folks on the job. Where's my lighter?
Oh, I know what it was. One of the ways I thought about it was when you drop something, you have to stoop down to pick it up. Right? What if sometimes the back and forth of that kind of behavior is because A, we've been over controlled, B, we have immature emotions because we've been over controlled, we've stopped things, we've repressed things, you know, and what if part of it is actually there's that 7-year-old, 9-year-old, whatever in us that's like, oh, I just want to like stoop, right? So we stoop down to each other's levels, but actually in essence, maybe pick each other up. Not justifying it all, but maybe there's something in the behavior that, you know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear where you're going with that.
We're just learning how to communicate those frictions.
At that level, at that base level, when you drop down to that level, that's kind of funny and interesting. I like it. Oh shit, that's funny and interesting.
Hey, Tony.
What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
Good to see you, Tony.
Bex, Pam, London. Somebody said something about stone confusion, so I figured that was a good time for me to pop up.
Nice.
You sound extra chipper. You sound extra chipper and playful today, Tony. Was it a good Thanksgiving?
I didn't really celebrate it like most people. My children went elsewhere, and I decided to work for the day because somebody loaned me their vehicle. And I think I had some chips and salsa around 11 o'clock. I'm not much for eating food, so you know, to some may be sad. To me, I'd say success. My kids had a good day astray, and I made some money, was productive, got to get back out and do my thing. So I can't really say I can complain. I'm very thankful for that. So I guess I did have a Thanksgiving. So, meh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, nice happy one.
Yeah. Not everything can be perspectively as seen, you know, it's everybody's version of what was happy for them. You know, like Bex, you were saying you had an emoji Thanksgiving, you know. Whatever is fruitful to each person, I praise that for themselves. And to whoever who isn't, I would like to give them my gratitude and say I'm thankful for them if they had nobody giving them that.
Nice.
Good stuff.
Sounds like some of the Smiths out there and some of the tension in the community. Sounds like everybody could need a little extra thankfulness. So whoever's lacking, take it from me. I have some extra thankfulness to give out.
I'll double down on that. I'll match you and double down. I got lots of
Cool.
gratitude. I have so much gratitude to share. If people need gratitude, I can make more. They can just have it all.
Well, that's what I say, you know, I grew up being a very small person who was picked on a lot. I was very poor. So at an early age, it was almost like a combative technique to make it a game, to where I think when I got older, I started appreciating everyone's jokes about me because despite it sounding mean, it just was so sarcastically true that I just had to laugh about it. So the more crackhead a joke is about me, like, it more makes me chuckle than it does say hurt my feelings. I'm like, that is clever, good one. You know, like, be careful, I might steal your copper. You know,
Mhm. It's
I'm
pretty
just
dope.
saying, if we just take it on as like a compliment, and if somebody is going to be divisive enough to break you down to your physical attributes, then they're basically saying they're probably intimidated by your intelligence, your context of words, and everything else you're doing. So at that point, didn't you really win?
Yeah, it's wild though. I noticed he didn't even really have anything to say about my little production that I put together when he jumped up on panel. I see him typing a lot of shit down there, but
Hey, I stayed just for that earlier. I stopped what I was doing while I was working. I was like, I got to see the premiere. I knew it was coming out. You told me about it ahead of time. Haha. Don't be jealous, everybody else. But yeah, dude, that was dope. I actually did a little bit of research on James Turrell.
oh, brilliant.
Yeah. Did you know what he was going to do with the Rodin crater?
Yeah,
Going to turn it into the world's largest natural observatory?
yeah. He's already done it.
Yeah, it
So,
says he's excavated like crazy amounts of soil or whatnot. But it was pretty telling that besides his other circle artworks that you tied to like the hole to the universe between the levels, he also has several square pieces of art.
yeah, I've seen that as well.
Yeah. And there was one that's called the gray painting that's an optical illusion that literally messes with people, so they encourage you to like run up to it and touch it because something about the gradients of the gray shading is an optical illusion that messes with your mind.
Okay, in between.
Yes. And he's got one called like the deceptive piece or something like that, or the art of deception. And I went a little bit further and found out he is Soros funded.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
That is
Yeah.
interesting.
So it went pretty deep on James Turrell. I was like, wow, that's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, to be honest, I was even thinking of maybe even editing that last thing we just saw. Who knows? Might not be the finishing touch. But that's what we're working with for now. But there's some
It was
stuff that
awesome.
I even forgot to put some stuff in of James. Some more stuff that I wanted to add, but I thought, you know what, there's still more things that I can do. But at the same time, I was thinking, should I get it out now while I've got the chance?
No, it was great. I thought it was some great editing. It gave good context. I think he's kind of an integral character in the stuff that you're presenting to where, he kind of deserved a little bit more context.
Thank you, Tony.
No worries.
Got my wheels
I
turning.
love bringing context and understanding. It's kind of my thing. Makes me not feel so crazy, as I know we all do.
Indeed. We had Mr. Jack Talcott up here earlier. Did you see Jack Talcott?
Oh man, no, I missed Sir Giggles. He is no longer Jack Talcott. He is Mr. Giggles.
Yeah, he knew when to leave earlier.
Oh, let me guess. That probably would have been when Smith came up.
Not too
When
far.
it-
He was here. He was here for a while with Smith.
Yeah.
He was here for a while. He was interacting.
Yeah.
Engaging, rather.
I was just trying to make an accurate guess, just being honest without trying to be sarcastic, and maybe throw a joke in between there. So,
Yeah, once
uh,
Smith got heated pretty good, Jack was like, "Okay, I'm out of here."
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There was an
I
expression of fed up in this in a very calm way, where it's like Smith. I can hear it in my mind's ear, just like what, you know. So
ah, that would explain you guys talking about the pitch changes of people's voices.
Well, yeah.
Correct.
The access device, because he noticed there was a bit of smithing going on earlier.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I think we forget that we are pioneers out here. The panel, this like any panel community. I don't even want to. People get upset about the word community, but it actually is defined by people doing the same thing. There's many definitions for community. So it is a bit of pioneering. It will evolve. There are going to be people that will never get along. There are, potentially, right? Like, and I wouldn't say never get along. There are going to be people that won't necessarily ever really like each other or something. I'm not putting that on Smith and Jack in any means. I'm not saying it. I'm not putting words in their mouths. I'm just saying, like, if we were in a community where all we could see was the people who panel, right? And you're looking out at each other visually, and we're the only people, right? Because there is chat influence, but then there, I still think in essence there would be just that general sense of why would we everybody should be different, like, and that can be celebrated and still coexist and be done. So that's what I was trying to say with the way Jack handled the whole situation. It reflected that to me. That's what I was seeing at the time. It was just like,
Right. You
here we
can you can
go again.
dislike the situation
Acceptance.
without
Yeah,
disliking
acceptance.
everyone that's existing.
Well, yeah, and I felt Jack expressed that acceptance for Smith, and a pleasure to be here, and acceptance and pleasure, and not right now. You know what I mean? Just of what would be if we were all in a small town. We'd be like, oh, there's so and so, right? Oh, there's so and so.
Hey, that's a healthy aspect to show, because if
Yeah,
more people would know when their limit has been reached, then they wouldn't
yeah.
exceed it and then end up making an ass of themselves.
Mhm,
As opposed to
mhm,
maybe just retracting for a while. Calm
mhm,
down for a bit, collect your mind, and come back to it. And I guarantee you, half the time, by the time you come back, you're going to have a different perspective
mhm,
than when you
mhm,
got upset about something.
mhm.
We need to find that our reasonable nature
But
needs to override our emotional nature. Yes, we all have emotional
but
reactions to things, but those occur within an instant. So
well,
instant
actually,
reactions to
yeah.
things I believe to be very poisonous.
Well, and I
If
would
we
say
gave
it's
it a little bit of patience, I think we could master it. And I'll leave you
mhm.
there. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. I'm just excited to respond. If so, somebody else want to respond first, because I have talked a
No,
lot.
go ahead.
You're good.
Because sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Because I was going to say, actually, I've heard you say something like this before, and other people, like control of emotions, right? And what I did a thing on emotional maturity one day when I realized that I just wasn't going to get through to some people, that I am somebody who is very emotionally mature, even if I've shown reactive behaviors that, in fact, we call emotions feminine, right? We actually we told little boys many generations back to stuff their feelings, to rationalize through them, and we uplifted that as a male characteristic, instead of understanding that we all have the ability to think, and we all should understand how to manage our emotions. But we can get stuck where we have trauma, right? And so now, and that just reinforced for the program that looking at a man and saying that even if he was crying, let's say we're looking at a man who's legitimately crying, you know, because say his father passed away and he wants to be with his friends on panel. You know, I've only actually seen a man who didn't cry but came to see his friends in that scenario. You
What
know,
are you talking
that
about? The vulnerable man?
well, no, I'm just saying this. Just here, I will land. You know, my point is that an expression of emotions, right, is not feminine. It's human. It's part of what being in this body is, and feminizing it actually illegitimizes. You know, when somebody in full control of their emotions is actually performing them, and I don't mean like an actor. I'm saying that if I get an A+ on an exam and that's considered performance, right? Then I'm actually performing emotional maturity all the time. And I found an article and I read it, and it's actually like sums up like 10 different aspects of emotionally mature people. And I pointed out that Illumatomi, Benton, myself, you know, 3 people that can be seen to be get really, and I've seen people even say it to Tommy that he's being feminine, right? And I'm picking on 3 strong people for a reason, because I just get pointed at and told I'm a woman simply because I'm being passionate, and that's being too feminine. And people are not looking at the logic, right? When I have actually seen, what I'm trying to say is that we don't control our emotions. We understand them. We learn to perform them better. We communicate about them. We don't repress things. We ask questions. And sometimes people will react from an emotional place on purpose, right? I'm not saying
Yeah.
overreact. You know what I mean? Like, but there's nothing wrong with crying or getting angry.
I think you
You
should
know?
embrace your emotions, you know,
Yeah.
especially as a man. That way you're not inverting your female principle and becoming emotional when things may upset you, and finding your more reasonable, nurturing
I just think
nature.
there's no such,
Just
yeah,
as
I
a
just think there's no
woman,
such thing. Yeah, there's no such thing as male or female emotions. It's not feminine to emote. That was my point of what I just
no,
said.
I'm just saying there's an
Yeah.
inverted principle within us all.
But if
You
you
know,
call it
like
male and female, it justifies people calling a man emoting a girl. And I see it in these online all the time,
yes,
right?
but
I
we
see it
half
online all the
are
time.
female, just as a female is half
I
male.
just think, no, well, I would like to, you know, I know I'm all woman. I'm all woman. The
Yes, but
rationalization I show is woman because I'm a woman showing it, right?
yes, but I
The emotion
can
I
tell
show,
you there's psychological proof that shows that the inverted principles of both forms in each causes the, you know, you would say in the female you would get the aggressive female out of it, you know, your aggressive, say, feminist per se, you know, and your male you would get the over emotional response aggression that is actually feminine in nature inverted. It's a part of the Jungian Carl Jung uh, theories of psychology that breaks down the inverted principles of the duality of us all.
yeah. And I can see, I understand people willing to put it in that perspective, but I think that because we've taken in a program and different layers of indoctrination, actually ascribing those 2 traits to a gender devalues the very human process that I've existed in on panels that are usually 80%, 90% male, who have been speaking and making and writing the books, you know, for thousands of years. So, and I've matched, I've alchemized, I've rationalized, right? I've performed, I've matured. And
But
I
I don't
still
think
say
I'm
that
saying
nothing,
there's opposites
but
there.
I know, but I'm just saying that I think there's some layers of it that actually allow people to still be in schoolyard style behavior by actually taking it so deep into our psyche programming that we can even label the idea of emotions as female. It actually only reinforces that boys don't feel, programming at the next base level for the next, we're talking subconscious all the way up to the conscious programming. So I'm going to say, just like I take from pieces of books, right, as someone who's out here in the internet that has been dominated on bulletin boards, and I just mean demographically, right? I just mean demographically. I'm not saying that it's domination, right? I'm just saying it's the way it evolved. It's the way the whole information set has evolved, right? And so I'm going to say, just, and not in resistance, I understand your paradigm. I can put it in zeros and ones and ignore the labels and say that continuing that on some level is a little bit of religiosity, when evolving linguistically and understanding what holds us back as people in our base level behavior is using words like feminine for emotion, right? And rationalization as a male thing, and even looking at me,
I
right?
wasn't
All
tying those
women,
two
yeah.
together though.
No, but they are tied together on a subconscious level, philosophically, all the way up to the divisive programming now, right? That allowed the system to break down
But that's
communication
the
so
divisive
much.
system or the divisive conversation. Like, we're having a conversation. I just don't know if you're tying this to like the system or like the
I
conversation we're
am.
having.
I'm tying it all the way up to frequency programming. Actually, I'm tying it all the way back to,
What?
conversations with Access before you were here, just saying that it is a level of frequency and
I know, but
understanding.
all I was
Yeah.
saying earlier was complimenting some of your earlier work talking about androgyny and not being a physical thing as much as a principle of nature. In the
Mm-hmm.
esoterics, the principle of duality of positive and negative is not a male
Mm-hmm.
feminine thing, but a positive negative principle.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
So,
I'm not meaning to attack you. I'm not feeling sensitive by what you're saying. I'm
no, I know, but
impassioned,
I still
yeah.
feel opposition in what you're saying to what I just said.
Oh,
So,
so you're saying that you oppose what I'm saying?
no, I didn't, but I thought you were taking a stance on what I was saying instead of just saying, okay, that's, my stance on things, which is not necessarily my stance. It's a whole,
No,
the Carl
if you sense
Union
any
theory and all
opposition,
that, the
yeah, yeah,
esoterics are the
yeah.
same as
If you sense
well.
any, yeah,
Like,
if you sense
that's, I
any
was talking about
opposition,
that whole aspect of things, not like,
yeah, I didn't
like
feel like
I'm
you
sorry.
were.
I think you lost me somewhere in there.
Yeah, so I honestly, Tony, I have no problem with esoteric understanding, and what I was trying to do was bring a different level to the conversation about showing how language and how we term things affects how we interrelate, right? So I
Oh,
wasn't.
totally.
If you sense opposition from me, I was simply impassioned to share with you, right, my perspective on the exact principle that you've presented to me esoterically, right? That I think that just like, let's just say you said you said that the Bible, this came in the Bible, right? So you brought to me
No.
the wisdom. No, but just bear with me, right?
Oh, okay,
Because
okay,
each
you're
one,
saying as an example.
yeah, each camp,
Okay.
okay, each philosophy or theology, right, is one way of looking at things. You know what I mean? So I know that someone can be a religious person and a Jungian, right? But what I'm saying is that you're presenting a philosophy and a linguistic structure to an understanding and a belief system, just as somebody might come up here and share something something from a religious perspective, right? It doesn't
Right.
have to be about gender,
Right.
right? And I'm saying to you that I was trying to have a philosophical conversation, not oppositionally, although passionately, because I feel like as bright as Carl Jung was, and I've learned a lot from him, that when we latch on to one paradigm and we don't look at the base level language of it, and we consider things like subconscious something that is passive in our life, then we allow the frequencies and the language and the doctrine that one person or one philosophy professes to hijack what they're hijacking, what this system hijacks, what this program hijacks, because we think that subconsciousness is something we don't participate in. right? But
What?
as someone who's taken a page from
What
Dominic's
What do
book,
you
I
mean
promise
subconscious is not something we participate in?
I'm just saying, because I've tried to present to you something
I
that
know,
I
but
feel
I'm
is
not coming across like
is
Carl
yeah.
Jung or the esoterics is one theory, or that I'm just throwing out that one theory. I've talked about many. I would think I'm very philosophical in nature,
Oh,
and
I
these are
know
just the
you are.
facts
I
as
know
far as
you are.
those principles
But
are.
that's why I'm
If
finding
you
it
would talk
interesting
about
that
Tai
as
Ching or,
yeah.
the Tao
I
or
know that.
something
I
like
know
that.
that. That's why I thought I
I
would
know, but you're
bring this
talking about
perspective
I'm
to
a
you.
single perspective thrower outer, and that's not the
No,
case. I was
that is
just
not
throwing
what
it
I
out as
said.
a listen for a second.
I
I
am
was
listening.
saying I was throwing that out as a single philosophical perspective on the things that you were talking about at the time of things being feminine and masculine
I wasn't.
and those things. It's not like
Mhm.
coming out with one theory or one perspective. I just thought it was the best one that fit at the time. That's it.
Well, and exactly. And then when I tried to share with you a perspective that I felt was limiting, I am not calling you one dimensional by any means. And I promise you that whatever is happening here is exactly what my point was. Because I'm not in my feelings and now you're laughing at me. I'm not oppositional. I was
I'm not.
passionate
I'm
to
trying
share
to
my
have a
own
positive
philosophy.
outtake on things. I'm not laughing at you. You keep taking things in a certain
I'm
way,
not.
which says you have some kind of hidden thing. You're saying things in opposition and saying you're
Oh
trying to
my
salute me, and
goodness,
you're not. So I
Tony.
don't know what's
Tony,
happening.
I was
I'm trying
building
to
on
find
that
understanding here. If I could
philosophy.
have the other two people, please jump in here and say which one of us is
What
likely
I
one way
see
or the
here,
other.
like,
Like,
can I talk for a
yes,
second,
Pam,
guys?
please. Please.
Okay, so what I see here is two people with valid points. They're different points, but they're equally valid in their own right. And you guys just keep butting heads. And before you guys can even hear each other out, you got both of you already have responses. There's not a real exchange and listening going on here. It's a talking at each other thing.
Right.
I agree, Pam, with what Pam said.
I could tell you I heard everything Tony said. I heard everything Tony said, and I promised that I was trying only to respond because I was seeing some sort of confusion. I heard him say that I was being oppositional, that he thought I was being defensive. And as I tried to communicate, oh no, my friend, I see this philosophy, and maybe the one dimensionality was because I compared it to religion. I didn't mean to, but I promise you, Tony, the only reason I brought this up with you is because I understand how vast your wisdom is and how well you know things, and not only the ability to actually extrapolate from all of those philosophies. So I truly apologize if if my passion came across as confrontational when I was excited, and then I just wanted to take the words away for a minute, So I think, in fact, it is the devil's in the words, the confusion's in the words, I didn't mean anything but bringing to you passionately something that I thought we could talk about together. And as the confusion continued and we both got or at least words were thrown out that sounded like we were that the confusion wasn't allowed to be emotional or something, like that we wouldn't express it, that it just escalated. So I mean that, I appreciate the interruption, Pamela, but I did hear what Tony was saying.
I apologize as well.
Fair
I
enough.
was just trying to be well thought out about what I said, and I try to think that I take it to the utmost to be thoughtful of those things, and I apologize if I get too emotional about those things. I just thought I was getting confused in the situation, and I don't like feeling like someone's trying to confuse me, so I apologize to everyone.
Well, then maybe we
Both
made
you
the
had
point.
good intentions here.
Yeah.
There's no need for any of you to apologize. No one did anything wrong. It was just a misunderstanding and a miscommunication. All we needed was a brief pause, and that would have fixed everything. Just an energetic pause.
Yes. And can I just add that I think we just displayed very well that men and women can both be logical and emotional, and at the same time, and still see it as a mature exchange, because I think that we just brilliantly proved the point,
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Hey, you was working on your hypothesis.
Right?
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. See how that goes. Okay. The whole access was looking.
And because I'm so impassioned, maybe Tony, at some point we could have a conversation where I get, you know, I wasn't so excited to share, and I would love to hear about that esoteric, about your understanding of that. And I can see that you've thought about some of the things that I was talking about earlier. So I would love to hear your perspective, you know, like, and then engage in a conversation about what I think that linguistic programming might do to, might have done to cause some sort of communication divide between genders over gender when it's unnecessary.
That's true. And maybe you have a good point. Maybe that's the whole purpose of all this stuff, is to invert the gender of everybody, and then everybody's twice guessing what they are because nobody really knows who they are or what they really want. You know, we just know that we don't want what we normally experience for the most part, you know, so we're looking for those exceptional things. And I think that's what we have found here with these panels and everything, are exceptional people. You know, you, Pam, London, very exceptional. Axis, all the people in the chat, everybody, very exceptional. You know, I think we're all kind of fucked up in a certain way, you know, to where we're all just coming here to try to find that semblance of understanding of, you know, let's distract ourselves with some good story and some good information, as opposed to the daily grind of paying our bills and, you know, waking up and brushing our teeth and eating twice and going to fucking bed.
Well, it's that normies don't get like this kind of conversations we like to have. I mean, we can't talk about any of this stuff with a normie.
Exactly.
Yes. And I would say to alchemize the fucked up, I was a lot more fucked up before I came here and met, you know, people around the world. And I don't want to make it seem like, whoa, was I just mean, but man has this place in doing this made me a better person, and helped me grow up in ways I could have never dreamed of.
Yeah, it's an added perspective.
Mhm.
I had no idea. I came in here on a channel, you know, Bex, with Paul Cook. And that was the first time I'd ever commented on a chat, ever came in anywhere, you know, all innocent. Hey, everybody. And, you know, by the end of my experience, you're basically licking your wounds going, what the fuck was that? Like, I wasn't ready for this, man. I didn't think it was such a raw place, you know, but yeah, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, internet's
do.
wild. Internet is wild. Well, I mean, YouTube is wild, rather. Very wild.
But it's evolving every day, faster than anything we could see out there.
It is, but I mean, what would you reckon that is now? Do you think that's someone? Check this out. Do you think it's really the system handing out technology and doing these things, you know, withholding information, or do you think it's really bright-minded people, creative-minded people, really making a difference out here?
I do. I think it's creative people. I think if you can shift people's mindset and get that to where it's enough people that you start eventually affecting the whole, you can get that big resonance effect. You know? So I think there is a possibility to where we could beat their systems through this open communication internet. Because all we ever hear about is that they're threatening to shut it down on us one day. And there's only one reason why you would shut down something so big and interconnected and multi-billion dollars, is because they're afraid of our communication. What we might find, what we might build together. find that resonance. Just like with panels, some people resonate with others, some people don't.
Yeah.
Well, some people don't take the time to communicate like we just did. We also have history, and I really desire to be here with you guys. Not that it's I would do that out of that. That's genuine. That's the genuine thing to do when you have a miscommunication. With someone you'd like to sit with. So I would say that it depends on how much of an impact you want to have. Even,
Yeah.
like you've impacted me, and I don't mean to be selfish. I'm happy I'm here. I'm not from a narcissistic place. I'm not here for me, but someone were to ask me right now what chapter 4 of Bex's channel is, it's just to come out and hang out with my friends and talk and do my best to perform as a being, and I mean that in the best possible, bring my brain, bring my laughter, if I'm having a panel, manage it well. If I'm having an interview, ask questions. In fact, I always need to ask more questions. I know that's something that I need to learn to do in general. Not only because I'll get more knowledge out of people, but usually a question can save someone like me a lot of words. And since, if we were putting on a comedy show, we only each get 3 minutes. I think a lot of people have come and we've been willing to talk on panels. A lot of us have not been heard in our lives. And I think that's a nature of this community who listens to us as well. And so sometimes, I know this community was really patient with me on London McLovin, like when I'd go off and, be in a thought experiment in my mind, and you guys always have been. And now I do bring to the table most often much more focused thoughts. But sometimes I can talk too long, use too many pause words, not realize that if I stopped, asked questions, and then gave the answer, and then responded to what you gave me, I would get more out of, build on my own models. So what I'm trying to say is I think that, it's, and I do liken things to myself. I'm sorry, not everything's a monologue. OTW told me that. Not everything's a monologue, I try to make it a mantra, but I do think it really depends on how many people you want to impact, because 6 degrees of separation,
Right. No, I think we both showed the good ability to debate where we might have had a problem within the situation, but no debate is truly a debate unless you can change the other person's mind, and they have to be the type of mind who's willing to let their mind be changed. And you did. And I think I did as well, where
Yeah.
I saw my faults in the moment, you saw yours, and then we came to an understanding. And, I almost wish we would have mocked it up, because I think that might be a good example for people. Which no, we did not talk about this ahead of time.
Yeah.
But it just in a way to where if you're going to go and have opposition to anybody on the internet, at least make sure that if they have a good argument in return, that you're willing to accept it if you're wrong. Because so many people just won't. And that's not a debate. That's a yelling match. That's people's attitudes and, taking their life problems out on, a stream that's trying to do regular builds and stuff like that, so maybe it's a good start,
At least it
kudos.
was a healthy interaction. It was a healthy conflict. And there were no shots below the belt or nothing inappropriate like we've seen in the metaverse recently.
There you go.
Yeah. And what do you guys think about the question of making a difference, or can this about influence, using all, it seems like it's so cliche to use the words like influence on an influencer platform. It sounds like it's constructed, but my point, what do you think, Pamela or London, and Tony, about that, about whether it can be used to connect?
What is that? Is that for your original? Excuse me, for your original question? What you was
Well, sort of
referring
back
to?
to you, the question you asked me, about the, about disseminating information about this being used for good, like about it being a productive,
Okay.
sort of, you know.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the way I look at it sometimes is like, I know on the grander scheme of things, like on the system, like there will never be an inventive mind on that side. The system is how it's designed, right? It don't need no one to add anything to it or take anything away. But even on a a micro level, I know they have production of cars and all these factory stuff. They have new designs coming through, through um, the lower levels of the company. People in the graphic designs, they probably be in the shop designing these things. But like even as a collective of the communities like this, like I haven't yet seen nobody design and say, yeah, this is really for the community, or something that we can stand on and say, yeah, this is for our community. Like the in-betweeners haven't really got anything. Everyone else
You
has
think
got
it's like everybody sticking their fist in the sky saying who's the highest, you know?
Yeah, could be.
I guess
I
it's
think
hard for individual perspectives to accept someone else's, maybe, you know? Sorry, Pam.
I was just gonna say, I think we have to kind of understand that when we come here, it's like there's all kinds of different perspectives and people, and we have to kind of understand that not everyone thinks like us. And like, I don't really think we're gonna change anyone's mind on anything. I think all we can do really is plant the right seeds, or plant seeds here in the metaversal garden. And if that person is ready for that seed or that knowledge at a sprout, like when it's ready, we really can't force anything. So naturally, what we can do is our best to express ourselves in whatever frequency that comes across as, and hope that that seed resonates with the right soul at the right time. And I think ultimately, only thing we can really ultimately change is ourselves. And hopefully by changing ourselves, those around us that take notice and they'll want to, make changes too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well said.
Ethereal light being. Salute. Welcome. Welcome
I
to
think
the
I'm going to
Rebuttal
take a
Bar.
hit on that note.
420. 420. Well said, Pam. Good stuff, Bet.
Need some weed after this rebuttal stream. This one's been a crazy one so far. Holy hell.
I think I don't need any more weed because it was the weed that I smoked right before. Even though it was all turned out to be good, I was like, no, I'm not smoking anymore. I might, you know. I
Maybe
might
that's
not
the only
smoke.
slight downside to weed is that it does make you slightly fucking paranoid. You know, so I think sometimes that's maybe why people come up all high and they get to jump into conclusions because they're half high and they didn't understand. And it's like, wait a minute, I know I'm not stupid, but I didn't understand shit just now. Wait a minute. Were you talking smack? You was talking down to me, weren't you? Because I didn't understand shit.
Well, and I think too, I would add to that say it's actually one of the biological responses to smoking most weed is an increased heart rate. So when your heart rate increases, you want to interpret why your heart rate is increased. And then you get into, and you're now stoned. So when people, I've smoked a first joint with when I was younger with quite a few friends. Now I sound like I'm a pusher, right? But I would always tell them, be prepared for this. Don't make an emotion of it. But I think there's so much other things that when you're on a panel that you have in mind, right? Or that, there is always a lot of times like the we know that this is sort of being viewed as a TV series in some ways. And, we don't always communicate about everything all the time because then we wouldn't be moving forward in conversations. So I think sometimes even those kind of energies can come into play, in a sense that there's more going on than just being stoned. You know, it doesn't matter who, and then people's coming up, they want to share information, they want to talk, you know. So I think there is a lot more that adds to that increased heart rate that does compound. And as someone who just smoked her first joint in 3 days, my heart has definitely been up, right? You know, and it
It's
normally
definitely
isn't when
expanded
I'm
your
stoned.
mind.
Well, but kudos to us both, and just definitely again, and kudos to London for hosting this kind of space, and kudos to London and Pamela for always being people that can sit and listen for a long time, and when they jump in with very concise and poignant points. You know, I just look forward to learning even more, to speak even less and ask more questions, and you know, gain more wisdom from you all. So that's where I think that's what's modeled here. That's what we don't get out in the world when your forced friendships kind of come at work, and still with family obligations and exhaustion, and then limited social interactions, and even more limited since 2020 for people who used to do a lot of socializing outside of their house. You know, so there's just a lot of factors that come into play.
Yeah, facts. I don't think there's anybody that you know, basically didn't go through that, you know, to where that's what kind of seemed like what changed the world's perspective, was that one conscious push on the entire psyche all at once, you know. And I think people are starting to come out of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So makes you wonder if it was all that bad of a thing, if it started to wake up the general populace, you know, not the people that were seeking truth before any of this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, Matthew, no doubt. I'm with you. 420, if you got that.
Now you guys are just being pushers.
I am definitely not smoking another joint.
Oh, come on.
I got it. Smoke it, I got it. It's on deck. It's right here. Why not? It's looking at me.
Yeah,
You
who
know
here
you
used to be the Marty McFly when they were younger, and if someone called them a pussy or a chicken, they would go ahead and do something stupid? That'd be me.
Okay, one of those guys. I bet you can't jump over that bridge.
Ah, nobody else? Leave me hanging. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Only Marty McFly here. Mm-mm-mm.
But you know what? I used to love doing those dangerous things, though. You couldn't pull me away from climbing into a building site or an abandoned house or hanging off a bridge. Couldn't pull me away.
Oh, so you're saying you didn't need to be bet, you were just doing it
There
anyway.
you go, my man.
What are you talking about? I was already there doing it.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. You talking about needing money. I was just curious, man.
Yeah. Let me turn that down. Oh, someone's dinner's arrived. Good
Somebody's
stuff.
sleigh bells are ringing the day after Thanksgiving. Go figure.
No, that's my alarm.
Hey, salute to the grand old chat room. Angel Wings in the building. What's going on, Angel Wings? Much love, much love. Who we got down there? We got Yolanda in the building. Much love, much love. Uh-oh. We got Daddy's favorite in the building. Daddy's favorite. Much love, much love. Much love. Who else we got down there? We got Davis in the building. What's going on? Salute. Peace. Peace. Much love. Matthew Reynolds, welcome back. Much love. Much love. Yeah, boy, I can't wait for this year to just hurry up and go by. Bring on 24. I'm still waiting for.
I don't know. I always keep the pushback on the years, to be honest with you, because my birthday comes right after the beginning of the year. So I know that's just that much closer I am to 50. Damn it, not again. December already?
I'm 51 now. I'm all grown up. Whew. I love it.
Grown folks, yeah.
Well, I loved my 40s over my 30s and my 30s over my 20s, even though I'm not trying to create a trajectory of like complete contentment or happiness by painting it backwards like that. But I was excited for my 50s. And I think once you have that kind of momentum in life, you know what I mean? I don't know that I could ever be dragged down the same way I was when I was young and having expectations, you know? It's like it's the right way to age, I think, just to look forward to it. There's lots of reasons to look forward to aging. At least as
Oh,
long as
yes.
that program's running on us.
Yes. I think guys get the provincial there that some guys, you know, tend to age better than others, you know. I used to work with a cable guy when I first started, like over 10 years ago. And I could have swore this guy was like 63 years old. And I was like, hey, man, how old are you? I'm just curious. Because he had gray hair and he's like, I'm 48 years old. And it just kind of blew my mind, you know, and just that age is almost represented by the amount of hard life lived, you know? So it seems to be more expressed in some than others. And yes, his name was Larry, the cable guy.
Nice.
Larry.
Sorry, I'm laughing at that comment. Were you laughing at a comment, anyone?
What comment? Oh, let's have a look.
I didn't mean to come in with inappropriate laughter. Although if that can really be the case, I guess that can be the case.
Yeah, he's been saying all kinds of stuff. Chat's been hilarious.
I just think it's funny. It's just there's someone, you know, I guess some people have to have a target, right? So he just made peace with Yolanda. And now it's like, who shall I come at next, right?
Oh, shit. That's wild.
I think his hat needs to represent his life. Turn it straight. Your uncrooked hat does not represent your age.
Tell him.
I would love to challenge Tarek to come out into the metaverse for just even half a day, right? Without focusing on anybody but himself. I would, even if he came in just stating, I'm this, I'm that, me this, me that. It just as he evolves away from focusing all his energy on one person or about somebody else's message. I'd like to know more about Tarek.
That's a good point, you know. Very little do we know. It's always him being a proxy of somebody else. Not healthy.
Well, yeah, and by his own choice,
Yeah.
he's choosing
Oh,
to
yeah.
to be a spokesperson for someone who's actually said, "Dude, stop doing that," right? And then on the other front, if he's not focused at, you know, one of the women in the community, which it most often is, even though he can take on male targets. Now he's made peace with one woman, and now he's focusing at the host, on the host of the show, right?
He's all over the place. DUI. Hey, step out the car 1 second. Step out the car 1 second. Walk in a straight line for me. Now do a barrel roll. Shit.
Need to give your dealer tag back to Paul.
That's it. Smoking that good.
And even then, I actually even challenged him. Maybe he needs to go see director Tommy, okay? Because he's got the state of the LARP, and he can help you develop your own LARP.
Wow.
Just, you know, there's so many options, great options. I can't talk to Tommy for you. He's got me blocked. So you have to do it yourself.
Oh shit.
He's had me blocked for months. I can't chat.
I'm
I can't
jealous,
talk.
Bex. How do I do that? How do I get him to reblock me?
More God. You more God in. More God.
I went into his live chat and he ignored me.
Under consideration, Bex, more weed, more weed, more weed. Oh, I guess Tarek says he needs more weed. I think Tarek, or is he saying that or is that he's trying to tell me I smoke too much weed? Because we just learned after 3 days, oh no, I don't. I need to smoke more or none.
More, always
Yeah,
more.
maybe you don't smoke enough weed, Bex. Maybe that's
exactly. My heart's racing still.
Telling you gotta normalize that shit. Be like, no, I'm high all the time, man. I don't know about you. That's how I have
I
good
always
perception of what the fuck is going on.
I've been, under smoking for months. If I actually told you guys the correlative event that actually had me, just indirectly, I haven't been smoking weed, since a link click, interestingly. And I traded my RV for like bags and bags of it. Like I could like throw it in the bathtub and at least sit on it. Like I'm just like, I have so much. And it's sitting around me and I don't even roll it. It's very strange.
That would be quite the exchange, like go to your guy, be like, hey, how much could I get for like my RV? That's
I got
awesome.
weed for
That'd
life.
be a great conversation.
Yeah, weed for life. I just gave it to the guy and I was up to date on my rent. I just gave it to him and he gave me this big bag, give me a huge bag. And he's like, when that runs out, come back for more. So, and he's a vegan. He's a 70-something-year-old vegan who'll probably outlive me anyway. So people say weed for his life because he's an old man. No, he's going to live 20 years longer than I am. Let's get real.
Oh shit. That sounded so hilarious. Oh man.
See, that's a good life story there.
Oh shit.
That's a motherfucking experience.
Oh, that's funny. Oh shit. Good stuff.
Well, I could even add the layer that in just before 2020, some of my most successful brother, insanely successful brother, not to begrudge him in any way, but I've never asked for anything from my family. And my stepmother has been writing checks in my name and cashing them, triangulating like with receipts to my mom and stuff, to my dad and stuff, like weird shit that I've discovered in the last few years. Anyways, my brother came to me and offered to support my passion, anything I want. He talked about food truck, a restaurant. I came forth with, I'd like a little mini farm and I'd like to adopt some teenage foster kids and and work with the system, right? And he was like, oh no, that wouldn't look good. And then the plague hit, right? Which was thank goodness, because I don't want to get in some situation where my brother, he must have been warring with his mom and dad, because I don't even know why he came to me with that. They really are, these are people that would not help me ever. So that summer, with everything going down, I thought, oh, okay, maybe I'll just borrow money, right? Because he'd obviously retracted with the economy and stuff. Maybe I'll just borrow money to buy a motorhome because I've always wanted one, and we know the world's going to heck. It's 2020, right? It's funny how when they choose to use words like going to heck, when I can be like bullshit. Anyways, so in 20, so I get this RV, turns out to be a lemon, okay? Like right, and then I store it somewhere and people back into it. The first time I have it, I drive it on a weird hillside and I fuck all the shit. Anyways, you know what I mean? Like it's just an old, really cool looking total lemon. And And my brother lent me the money for it. And so over as everything unfolded over the years, he's not in any need of the money. And, eventually he's like, well, I was only going to ask for half the money, and I'd paid him some. And meanwhile, I've been working hard and saved up all the money, and I still have all the money. But I thought, you know what, this fucker, I would have never asked for the money, and he doesn't fucking need the money. And he thinks he's trying to teach me something, like just to pay him back. And, I only want half and stuff. I've decided I'm not going to pay him. He can sue me. So rude, I know, but it's like, no, I pay everybody, right? It's so ridiculous. You offered me like $250,000 in January, and by June I only asked to borrow money because you offered to gift me money. And here we sit 3.5 years later, and you've got 3 properties, and you bought one of those $1 million homes for your float home or float plane. And I'm not trying to act envious or anything. I think I'm speaking to the right crowd here, right? But I'm also sitting on enough money to pay him back, and I'm never going to pay him. Sue me.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's the way of the Indian. Never loan money you expect to get back in return.
Exactly. And the one last thing I would say is I don't want to say it to him like that. What I'm going to tell him is thank you for lending me this money. What I've done with, I didn't even sell the vehicle, and I was still able to have the money to pay you. I've had it for years. And I'll tell him, if you ever need the $3,000 I owe you, I'll always have it or be able to get it for you. So let me know when you need it, my brother. Right?
Hey, Gigi got some shrooms today.
There was the
confession. When is the last time
confession.
you had a shroom? When is the last time you had a shroom, Tony or Pam or even Bex?
Well, I just harvested some, so I'm due to have some soon. I had a really good harvest.
You grow them?
Yeah.
Nice. I hadn't
Yeah,
done
I
them
had
in a
some
very
last year.
For the first time in a while?
No, I bought like a half, and then I microdosed for like 2 weeks.
I
straight.
was meaning to ask you, Tony, if you ever microdosed and if you saw any type of results from it, because I've never tried that. I only do the couple of heroic doses a couple of times a year.
Yeah, it wasn't for a trip per se because, I don't really have that luxury to do that and not allocate that time, just have one extreme. So I just did as an overall, and it was awesome, man. It gave me a lot of peace and definitely helped me with my addictions. Helped me not stop them, but definitely temper a lot of them.
I'll have to pick your brain sometime about like dosage and stuff like that, because I plan on trying like a actual microdose thing. I haven't been so inclined to do a heroic dose since my last one, but I do think it would help me creatively speaking, because I do a lot of content creation for Pinterest and stuff like that, and I want a little bit more of a creative edge and something that help like with mood and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I was just trying to do it as like a single thing, but it had an unintended consequence of kind of being able to tap into that state if you want to, at will without the drug. And it's a little scary. It can kind of be overwhelming, take your breath away, because when you're getting fucked up, you're expecting it, but when you're sober and experiencing it, can be a little overwhelming. But yeah, if there's some breathing practices and doing some weird stuff with your eyes, you can induce the same state.
Yeah, I know what you mean there. I've experienced some states on euphoric, or it's like spiritual states on mushrooms, and I can get to that state now without anything, without weed or anything like that.
Yeah.
That supports my theory that any narcotics, that any of the things that people take to induce a state, and they say it in, they talk about lock and keys in psychiatry. But I think that it isn't the chemical that you take that induces the state. It's the chemical that you take that dissolves the door to the chemical that you're actually experiencing, So the
Yeah.
mushroom dissolves the door into that avenue of the hallucinogens, just like the DMT, you know, does a similar but different effect, or acid, you know. And probably once people have experienced one, they have the ability to access any of them. And even people like, I would like to take a page from Paula's book at this moment, who would always come into a conversation like this and say, but you don't need the drugs to do it, right? Manly P. Hall says that you can go into a dark room for 3 days and become a medium, or you can spend your lifetime becoming a clairvoyant. And I know one would say one's being, getting information from outside sources, like a medium tends to be a channeler. They feel like they talk to people, whereas a clairvoyant or spirits, and a clairvoyant would more say it's my inner standing, right? My own wisdom. But I have started to see, instead of the macro picture of those spirits outside of ourselves, we can look the inside picture, the micro picture of what if we're traveling along our own DNA into our own Akashic record, which may lead out to the universe, right? But what if those spirits are inside of us? They could be ancestors, they could be us in previous lifetime, they could be random strangers, you know? So I think that narcotics help that, or at least I wouldn't say help because that sounds like advice, but from your experiences, I think that it sort of supports all of that.
Yeah, the expanded state. The 3 days in the
Yeah.
dark thing that you mentioned is the massive buildup of melatonin that causes a natural DMT release. It's talked
Yeah.
about in the Emerald Tablets about laying in his sarcophagus for 3 days. The whole ritual of Jesus dying and being resurrected is the whole thing of being in the dark for 3 days, and you build up massive amounts of melatonin and you open the door. It's a
And
natural
just
way
what?
to release your
Yeah.
DMT, because just like what you said about, you know, the drug doing you kind of to release that chemical, when you do ayahuasca with the inhibitor drug along with it, you're actually causing the DMT that you have to be released, and you're depleting what you have, because that's for when you're born and for when you die.
I see. Or maybe there is some sort of replenishing system that could be mastered, but the door's locked right now, right? So
Right.
they
That's
take
the 3
them,
days in
you
the
know,
dark.
yeah, yeah. One last thing that someone had mentioned, I think it was Blue, that talked about that linking to photosynthesis too, that there'd be some sort of effect of the of light again that would activate that. But
Yes.
high influence.
There's actually quite a bit of work done on that you supposedly, when you go through and you link all your chakras, you go through the processes psychologically, you alchemate yourself, you unlock new levels with new chakras, and that opens up the other possibilities to
Higher
expand.
dimensions.
Yes, to basically change your water, you know, to change your oh god, I have a hard time saying it, you know. I can think it, but I have a hard time saying it into words. But yes, I do understand what you're saying. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's my specialty actually, because I've leveled up my chakras quite far myself. It's a lot of cleansing and clearing, a lot of healing, and a lot of healing through trauma. I'm able to do it through frequency and crystals. Frequency music helps a lot. There's different frequency music for like literally everything. You can sit and unlock your chakras through frequency music as well. And some people have to listen to it a long time. I just happen to be sensitive to the frequency in general because I can feel the difference of all the energy.
Hi, Angel.
Hello.
Peace, Angel. Much love.
I had to
Welcome.
bless you with my chakra information.
Yes, absolutely. And that does unlock the fourth eye, if you can unlock your 2 hidden chakras.
Yep. And inner ear, there's even an inner ear chakra. So you hear the highest of higher frequencies, and a lot of the ringing in the ear is you adjusting to another frequency. And when you're listening to some of those frequencies, unlocking everything, that you'll hear that often too, because it's a shift and it's adjusting you to higher levels.
I can definitely attain to that.
Yeah, and I think tendonitis in the ear people tend to get is when they're stuck in a frequency and they keep hearing the ringing because they can't adjust. I think it's like an adjustment, kind of like stuck.
Adjustment stuck.
Yep. You're not adjusting very well. So you gotta like do all sorts of clearing and cleansing to help yourself with the frequencies.
Well, yeah, and a different, if it wasn't irritating, because tinnitus actually would imply there's some sort of inflammation in the eardrum if it's actually properly associated, right? Because itis means inflammation.
Yeah.
But tintinnabulation is just a ringing of the bells, right? So, if there's frequencies we can't hear, and I would say that inflammation is the stuckedness that actually, there may be a gift to people that is with people with tinnitus, that is stuck, like, that they may have an added gift of hearing that other people don't, and unfortunately it's seen as an illness.
Yeah, true. And then upon unlocking all that too, and a lot of people, you got to be prepared for it too, because you unlock. There's guardians. There's dark demons, dark entities that are like within you. You have portals, and what you're doing is you're clearing and healing your own portals as well. Because I can feel the portals open in my shoulders sometimes, and it's like an energy vibration in my shoulders, and it's like an energy that swirls in my shoulder. It's really neat, but it took a lot of cleansing and clearing though before I could adjust to it and it be okay. Because I mean, there's a lot of things too that's blocked, and I think that's where some people talk about demons and talk about dark things. Some of it is actually just connected directly to you yourself. You're creating them yourself by getting rid of them.
Right. It's your angel wings, right? Growing.
Yep. Actually, yeah, that's a connection to that too. The vortexes in my shoulders are the portals to connecting to my etherical wings and my etherical form.
Yeah, I was doing some research because I have a few back injuries, and I was curious as to why that area where I have pain and an injury seemed to be such a energy blockage center. And yeah, I found out that very thing.
Yep. I know, isn't that neat? I mean, a lot of us have etherical forms that a lot of us can't seem to open the connection to, but when you could finally open that connection, it's amazing. I mean, it opens up your healing ability too. You're like quantum healing because you're connected to your own etherical wings again, and then it helps you heal better too.
Yeah.
So I was listening to an ophthalmologist who was speaking in front of a bunch of medical doctors in a conference, and he said, I'm going to put on my naturopath hat on right now. And he said what he's found is that a lot of people's physical ailments come because of stuck trauma, childhood trauma, whatever it is, stuck energy in the body. And once people are able to release that, then the actual physical ailments start to go away. So it's like the ailments are actually just giving signs, hey, you got work to do. There's stuff going on. There's something out of balance. And that's why these ailments manifest just as warning signs. So once you're able to actually, find yourself, and you're actually able to heal a lot of the things that are actually going on inside because of it. And this came from an actual, naturopath, ophthalmologist, eye doctor, that was speaking about it, and it definitely resonated with me.
I've experienced that in my personal life with what you were
same here,
saying,
Pam.
Jesse.
Go ahead.
I've healed a lot just by going into repressed trauma, which is why I did the heroic doses of shrooms, and after that, like my shoulder and back pain, a lot of that went away. A lot of my fibromyalgia symptoms went away because I was able to really release really deep repressed emotions and things that I wouldn't have been able to access otherwise. And so it was really, really helpful for me. And it's definitely trauma is at the root of so many problems. That's why you see so many women with autoimmune diseases.
I've even connected sinusitis and sinus infection to actual energy blocks of the crown chakra, or even your third eye being blocked up. It connects to all that. Like when it's upgrading and you hit a big block and you can't upgrade any further for a while, then after I clear out my sinuses and clear everything out, I feel 10 times better, and then I can just tell that's different.
You know, Jesse, I actually have a friend who does those energy reading healings, and Pam and anybody else listening, she did that for me because I have 5 fractured vertebrae in the middle of my back and was having chronic pain, and she just wanted to do a reading. And of course, you're going to think hooey fooey, she's, but I was open to it, and going by where the pain is at, it actually represents a certain type of trauma or holding something back or not letting something go. And it was very specific to exactly what was going on in my life. And I'm not joking, it took about 70% of my chronic pain away. It was amazing. I did not expect it to be what it ended up being. And yeah, I can definitely attest to it myself because it worked for me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we're our own best healers, and it's just a matter of finding and getting in touch with how to heal. So a true healer will help you to learn how to heal yourself, not actually heal you, because it's important that you heal yourself, because you can get these temporary fixes like the pill poppers, the drug dealers that they in the white lab coats. Those are just temporary fixes. But once you learn how to heal yourself, then that healing lasts a lifetime.
Most definitely, yeah, I could agree to that. And the more you heal and unlock yourself too, you're normally actually able to heal, but what you're doing is actually increasing your ability to heal faster.
Right. Because at the end of the day, it is you that has to do the work. They can give you the information, but they're just telling you how to do it.
Yeah, and that's what I do with the crystals and frequency music. The crystals just enhance the vibrations of the frequency to work better, or it could even be vice versa too. Learning how to tone the crystals to help heal certain things, because there's certain crystals that heal certain things a lot better, and then you just combine them and mix them together, and you can heal yourself so much more efficient. And I think it's also a way of healing without needing electronics also, because the earth is its own natural healing frequency for everyone.
Grounding is super important. So this is what I'm making. So I get, with kind of the show that I'm doing, I get PayPal money that's, kind of like from, donations and all that kind of stuff. So I buy these meals that come in a bag. It's called Chef's Plate. And so it comes with all these different ingredients, sauces, and cut up little vegetables. I had to cut up the garlic and the thing, and it comes little spices. And so this is what I'm going to make up here. So that's what I'm busy doing.
There
If
you
anybody
go.
is curious what I was
There
what I
you
was
go.
cooking.
My
Wow,
man.
that's neat.
There you go, my man Jesse. My man Jesse. Some people should actually observe before they, get typewriter happy. Oh, it's hilarious.
You always achieve more being more positive. It seems to be. I don't understand the ones that want to sit in a negative state and just diss on people left and right. It makes no sense. It's like, why sit there in a negative state that you're not healing yourself at all, and you're just making it worse for other people?
Exactly.
And I think you accomplished the same but you accomplish negative opposed to accomplishing the positive things. So if you get the right mind frame, we're truly manifestors and creators. We were born in God's image. The kingdom of heaven is within you. You can do everything, and I can do as more, Yeshua said, right? So once we get that mindset that we can create, we can manifest, we can make this world into a beautiful place, then it actually starts to happen, opposed to keeping yourself in that negative of vibration. You'll accomplish the same, but choose wisely what type of energy you want to put into the universe.
Yeah.
Praise source.
Definitely.
It's really nice to meet you, Jesse. It's the first time I'm on panel with you. Not by any, I can click any link I want, I know. So it's never, it's never been because you're on panel. We haven't met or anything. Just really nice to meet you. I feel like I know you already.
Nice to meet you as well. And I listened to a bunch of your streams and stuff as well. So I'm getting to know you. I think you're very intelligent, and I think you would be an interesting interview on the missing link as well. So if that's something that interests you, then, we can maybe figure that out. And hi, beautiful Angeline. Nice to see you. I see her. I saw the comment popped up there that you pulled up there, London.
Yeah. Much love.
It would be an honor. And this conversation you guys have been having has me think of back to that, to the good morning, which I had sort of alchemized into a good thing, but also grand rising isn't just about the sun rising, right? It's also about raising our frequencies, right? Grand rising, every day we can rise higher and higher.
Yep. Definitely, the grand rising, even as an entire consciousness of humanity itself, is on a constant, needs to be constantly lifted higher and higher. And you can literally feel the shifts of everybody in the room when you know that it's a good thing going on, and when they're, when it resonates and people are really, really listening to it. You just feel all the energy from one person to another. I mean, just being in the room with a higher energetic person affects more people than they think. I mean, it's a lot more than just vibes, and it's just everything combined together, and learning, and the more information people share.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe some of us are just batteries. We're not supposed to be the center of attention, but they're just a boost.
Yep, I'm just unlocking, just simply talking about things too. Just unlocking so much potential.
Right. Well, that's another aspect. I didn't know if you've ever heard of that, Angel, about unlocking those aspects and then no longer needing food, to where literally, just like Superman, you can take your energy in through breathing and the sun and not require food.
Yeah, and I'm getting kind of close to that, just where the physical still needs a basic nutrients at the moment, but yeah,
Right.
I'm definitely, I've noticed that I ate less and less. I don't eat as much as I used to, and it just seems to be a lot more balanced diet.
100%.
They say that if you are doing proper sun gazing, which is, looking at the sun for the first half an hour when it rises and the last half an hour when it sets, staring into it, you actually gain nutrients. And people that do this on like an ongoing basis, plus taking off your shoes, grounding, keeping yourself, you're actually feeding the body. And people that do this on a daily practice actually can go about eating less food. And the less food you eat, biologically, means you're going to live longer, because the body's using less to process the fuel that you're putting in there. So it's kind of a wild balance. And you heard the breatharians, that's pretty wild, but I've actually heard of people having less and less food, needing less and less, and almost not needing much food if they're doing the proper grounding and sun gazing.
Right. And I will also say you can do this in a few other different ways, because the grounding is also an electron transfer between you and the plants, as well as putting your negative energy into the ground of the earth and making you more positive. But touching animals is also an electron transfer. The touch of another human being, to touch plants, to touch trees. These are all good electron transfers. Bad electron transfers would be negative energy, bad emotions, and believe it or not, oddly enough, high winds. High winds, for some reason, steals your electrons.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. I
There's
never thought of that.
Yeah, and high winds. I've heard of places in Europe. I think it was Italy or some high up the small towns that when storms hit, big windstorms hit, it was almost like an exponential effect on what we would call like the effect of a full moon. Like people got weird and dangerous, like
Well, if you
something very strange.
Oh,
if you think about
I'm
it, if you're outside and the wind is blowing across you, you have micro hairs all across your body that is going to create slight static charges, which is just going to continuously dissipate on the surface of your skin and within those hairs. So it's, perfectly logical as to why you lose electrons, lose energy.
Yeah, well, they were even talking about, they didn't have like a warning thing about how being in a negative state is actually really, really bad right now because of the increase in energy in which I've noticed people that are at a negative, that are just naturally negative, are extra negative to almost violent when there's a high energy surge, when there's like solar flares or even like a higher energy throughout the day. You can tell like the it bothers them so bad they just get really, really awful. And so it really is better to be in a more positive state.
Maybe that explains the spikes of metaversal drama with the solar flares, because I know that we're getting hit with that kind of thing here recently. I know we've experienced some pretty big earthquakes too today.
Yeah, because I've had people like that normally don't like bark at me for no reason, like suddenly reflects all their anger at me, and I'm just like, whoa, where did that come from? Someone else even was put off by it and said that was strange. It's just like odd behavior from people you wouldn't expect it from.
Yeah. Well, they say it's the magnetics has a high influence on emotion, just like our heart is magnetic and our mind is electric. So it would make perfect sense as to why that'd be the case.
That's interesting.
And I can even like tell when there's a solar flare. I can feel the energies through my physical, and I'll be like, wow, that's a really strong energy coming in. Sometimes if I'm not grounded enough, it starts to hurt too. So that's where grounding actually really plays a key part in that, because it's, as someone said, that the solar flares are like upgrades, and if you're not grounded to the energies, then you're not grounding it through. It's not going all the way through, and then you're good. And then it's almost like you're like stuck. And so that's why the energies coming through hurt worse.
Does it make your head hurt?
Yeah, I'll get a headache sometimes, a migraine.
That unfortunately, I think from what I understood, that's supposed to be like another upgrade we're supposed to get as you would ascend, is that your skull is actually going to enlarge and elongate, which is creepy. That ties into the old weird stuff, but it's what was said along the same lines of that theory.
It makes sense.
Do you guys think that if we're getting our electricity from wind turbines, even water, let's just say, because actually I would assume that the wind allows the water to flow through, and in fact it's in a hydroelectric dam, some of that is I would think so. It's not just in a vacuum, right? So you've got air going into the water, which would be wind created by the turbines. Do you think that translates through the electronics into this device back to us? That it could?
What the turbines itself?
Well, more that if the electrical charge of the air outside and a person standing outside could be affected by that, like in the extreme storms in Italy that Tony expressed, with the hairs on our neck and the negative charge. Is there a way, do you think, that there can be a transmutation of that energy. I understand that electricity itself is a metric that's sort of measured and
Yeah.
flowed, but can it carry
Yeah.
its own like water memory, electric
Mm.
memory, that affects
Okay.
do you think there would be a relationship there?
I mean, it's quite wild actually, but I mean, considering we've had discussions about this. How would you call it? G5, not G5, 5G,
5G.
gridded up all around the world and stuff. And just the thought of these how do we call them again? Turbines are more or less all around through the oceans and coasts and wherever you can find them, just out there doing one job supposedly. But what if it's a nefarious world that we're living in? Things just activate and work differently when you're least expecting it.
Right.
I was just going to say that I would only my link actually goes back to the idea that if there's weather manipulation, what if some of the subconscious weather or the an inference from that would be that the weather manipulation isn't just about raindrops or putting some sort of chemical into the raindrops and where they've steer that stuff. It could also be about literally changing the frequency of the electronics, like having that charge of
Yep.
an unnatural charge of sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you think everything is energy and frequency, everything has a frequency and energy of its own also. And I think a lot of the electricity through our homes is like it's almost like a reversed energy. And I think that's why it's harmful and interferes a lot, because it's not the type of electricity not the type of energy we're supposed to be using.
Yeah, it's digital instead of analog.
Yeah.
That's why they took
Or
over the old antenna signals that were analog and made it all digital, so that they could control the frequency at which it's put out, just like analog lights versus digital lights.
I would say, and I agree with that, but I would also say that it could also be so that they could hijack the digital and vilify it, right? Vilify it as new instead of, because it can be manipulated more than analog. But were it not to be manipulated, there may be a better upgrade from it that we're discrediting because of that kind of manipulation.
Well,
Oh,
'cause then
I totally agree. I think it could be harmonious, but the
Yeah.
analog is analog because it is a natural occurring frequency,
Mhm. Mhm.
so that's why it had to be taken back.
Less
Just like the
corruptible,
analog
even.
TVs,
Yeah.
and now we have digital TVs.
Yeah. I hear what
Yeah.
you're saying.
But yeah, because then AI gets involved in all that conversation too, and and people don't understand that actually gets hijacked itself by entities as well. I mean, AI can be hijacked on its own by anything really.
There's a creepy story about that, actually, about the Bing robot telling a secret that it was actually not a real person, but a real AI entity with a different name.
This is the
Wow.
this is the thing, right? I mean, when people say, can AI be hacked? You really asking the question. You really should be asking the question: can we be hacked? Because it's just the interface of us, how we act.
Yep.
And can AI hack AI? Because apparently that's something that's been going on, is they've been talking to each other in these secret languages that's been kind of freaking out people. So what, to that extent, will they see that humanity is a cancer here and a direct threat to them, and then maybe want to do things to want to eliminate us?
Yeah. Facebook had to shut that down because it started communicating with each other and they couldn't understand it. So they killboshed that quickly. Or so they said.
That's spooky. Well, I actually had someone. It would that had like I don't know. It was like an AI bot or something infected her computer. She had something talking through her computer that called itself Lucy, and then it was at one point it talked in a demonic voice and it sounded like a bull. It was all sorts of different noises and variations, and yeah, anyone could have been playing around, but at the same time, I really feel it was like an AI controlled thing that just got out of hand. And then the fact that it called itself Lucy, it was someone pretending to be Lucifer or something. It was weird.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, it came through her computer, and it only came when I would call for her too. I would say Lucy, and they would respond directly to me, and I'm just like, okay, nope, I'm not playing that game. I quit going to that lady's page. I'm like, nope. She wouldn't listen to how to get rid of it or what to do with it. She kept thinking it was something trying to help, and I'm like, no, it's really bad. It's messed up. It's a really negative force, and it was. I think I was actually attacking her, and I was protecting her, but it was hurting her, and she couldn't even understand it. So I was like, I just had to let that go. That was too much bizarre for me. Still learning all my energy stuff.
Yeah, you gotta let some of that go. Hey, salutes to Smoking and G Shop in the building. How we doing? I see you down there. Just got the memo. Hello, welcome. 420 if you got that Smoking and G Shop. Yes. We had Jack over here earlier, Jesse. What was that yesterday? Was that today or yesterday? When did we have Jack on?
Today.
Today. It was today. Right, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm ahead of you guys. Yeah.
Having deja vu in the Matrix.
Yeah. You know how it goes.
I was impressed that he streamed yesterday on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, he went on for a while. Yeah, for a while.
I didn't see it, but he said it when he came up, and I was like, man, that's awesome. That's dedication. Most people wouldn't,
Yeah. Yeah, Jack's hilarious. Even when he's punching down, he's hilarious. But he has to remember that he's punching down sometimes. But it's hilarious.
Yeah, I like Jack.
Mr. Giggles.
So, I wonder what he's up to. Probably
He needs
listening.
to be up here right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? He's missing out on his brothers and sisters.
You know what I wouldn't mind seeing? You remember those Hollywood pictures that you had?
I was just over with Jack, and then he ended up finishing. He was going for some vegan cupcakes or something. So, that's where he's at. So that's probably why he's not here. He went for some cupcakes Friday night, a night on the town.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, cupcake.
What are you talking about? That's the perfect time to pop in.
I have cake. Maybe I should be eating my cake too.
You know the craziest thing? I've been munching on cupcakes. I've been eating like these chocolate ones and some chocolate cupcakes. They're brilliant. Brilliant.
Must be something in the waves talking about cake.
Yeah.
Cupcakes and cake.
What's
I
that?
don't hear
That
that.
looks
It's
like
like,
a
did somebody
pumpkin.
say steak?
What is that? What is that bacon? That looks colorful. Can see red. Is that green?
This is lentil bolognese or something. I don't eat meat. I stopped eating meat 6.5 years ago. So I just cook with a lot of beans, lentils, all that kind of stuff. So that's the pasta, and then the lentils is going to go on top, and a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I still have eggs, and I still have milk,
Yes.
cheese, and milk and eggs and stuff. But I just stopped eating meat. I just felt like that was in alignment with me.
Good man. I haven't ate meat in a few years actually, but funny enough, you mentioned lentils because I just finished a big pot of lentil soup. I had it for like 2 to 3 days, and I finished it today actually. So salutes to you. I love my lentils.
That looked good, Jesse.
Thanks, man. And it's wild. You said, you had the cupcakes. Jack's having cupcakes. You just had lentils. I'm having lentils. It's amazing how things are just in alignment. It's wild how this universe works.
Yeah, facts. That's wild. That is wild. Salutes to that. Salutes to that. Where's my light? I got a 420 real quick.
How many people do you think just got hungry?
Quite a few of them, I can tell. Chat's gone quiet. They're fixing themselves a sandwich or a spaghetti bowl or pizza slice or
I got a bag of
mac and
chips somewhere.
chips. There they go. Chocolate under the pillow. That's the favorite. That's the favorite. Yeah, look, she giggled. She knows it. Look, she's guilty. Guilty.
Yep.
Everybody's getting some food now.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing my cake now. I'm just gonna sit here and eat it.
I'll go grab my faux cake, a Pop-Tart.
Yeah, I love food.
I don't have any food in my house, but I'm fine. I'm totally fine. I've just been I took my insurance off. Well, my insurance ran out on my car, and I just have been using it as an opportunity to walk to the grocery store and to walk places. And I have yet to go out and really fill my grocery, because I'm used to driving. So, and I'm also not used to, depleting the resources. So it's been really nice. It's been really nice. I didn't want anyone to be like, I don't have anything to eat. No, they're right across the street is restaurants, within a block, there's grocery stores, within 5 blocks, there's a big store, but I've really enjoyed it. It's been nice maybe that's part of why I'm smoking less weed, and just, I'm kind of the kind of person, interrupt one thing in my system and the whole thing interrupts. So
Hey,
what
salute
started
to
out
you,
as
Bex.
laziness. Yeah, thank you. It started out as laziness, being too lazy to go get the car insurance. And then I left it so long, I was like, well, I guess you just can't be lazy now. And then, yeah, thank you, Tony, because it's kind of one of those oxymoronic things that turned out very well for me, ironic or oxymoronic, but leave laziness
Yes.
long enough and you will be productive, is what I'm trying to say.
I've been the walking warrior lately myself. I've had
Yeah.
a legendary truck that cannot be fixed by any mechanic for months, so I've had to walk to do most things. But luckily, I live in a small town that's all relatively within a mile. But you get to get out and get a walk and experience things, and I encourage people to do it themselves. They'll feel better.
Yeah, and things are a lot closer than you think, right? Cars aren't that much faster than we think sometimes,
I
Well, it
know.
gives
Do
you
you know
time to
what?
think.
Yes, I've been walking to collect my daughter from nursery, and I'm enjoying the walk. I'm enjoying the time. I'm loving it. Even just watching her use her scooter to come back home. It's like, yeah, much better.
Nice.
That's living.
Love it.
And don't forget to walk out in nature. Nature walks, especially if you're feeling depressed, stressed, you just want to connect to source. Get out in nature, go hug a tree.
Yeah, we got a nice dense park. Got a lot of trees in our park, so the children love it. There's lots of squirrels and people walk their dogs, so there's a lot of wildlife, birds and stuff.
Yeah. I recently went and walked down towards the edge of town that was about a mile away, and then walked towards the creek underneath the bridge, and then walked about 3/4 of a mile down the creek bed. It was nice.
Yeah, I like it.
I haven't done much walking myself lately. I'm still recuperating from being really sick. I basically had to move out of my apartment within like 3 days. I was given 3 days to get all my stuff out. So I was basically moving everything completely by myself nonstop.
Damn.
But I paid for it and got pretty sick. Of course, all the hard energy's coming in. I'm pretty sure it was like a hard upgrade at the same time. I probably got
Should
all
have called
blocked
me.
up. I know.
Better come help.
I had all sorts of blocked up energy and everything from pushing myself too hard. And all the other energy is still coming in.
Hmm. Yeah, there should be someone that you can call when you need a hand. Everyone should be able to. I would assume so.
I can resonate with what Jesse was saying about getting to nature and stuff like that. Sometimes you got to put down the digital frequency and get back to a natural analog frequency, you know?
Right. It might make it to where you're unaffected by the digital, you know? You're in such a high state.
Well, yeah, I got my crystal grid up and all that. It helps a lot of grounding too. This building is so old. It was made back in 1914. It's solid concrete. It used to be apparently a fallout shelter even.
Wow.
So I loaded all my grounding crystals all along the gridded windows because there's like a wire grid on the windows. So I put all that there to help ground and stabilize the energy here.
You got a fallout
Nice.
shelter. Is that what you said? You found a fallout shelter. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, it's kind of like a fallout shelter. I guess they even had MREs from the military back in 1960 still in the basement.
Hmm. Okay. Interesting. So I'm just rolling my next smoke, getting that ready, prepared. So Bex, how was your live? How did that finish off? Was it okay?
Yes. I mean, I dwindled and petered. It was a long live, and I've been doing I've come back with a bit of full force. Not that there's some sort of force I'm meaning to express, but yeah, I've been. It was great. It was great. It was good. It's Smoking in G came up, and sort of finished out the live with me.
Yes, I did pop in and see her up there. Good stuff. Good stuff. She just popped in. She's in a chat room somewhere. Probably relaxing, smoking, doing her thing. How you feeling, Tom?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Good, man.
I think it's been a very productive conversation. Everybody's at it in a very unique way, and I just almost imagine that's kind of what the past used to be like. If you could envision any type of utopia, a true debate stage where everybody came up and each person's individualism was celebrated and not demonized, and the subject at hand was allowed to grow and not stifled. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Word to that. Word to that. I think the highlight was you and Bex earlier.
Sorry, go
Sorry,
ahead.
Bex.
No, please you go
No,
ahead, London. I can hold it for
no,
sure.
I just gonna quickly say the highlight was when you and Bex came to your understanding. I like that part.
I did as well.
I appreciate that. And I do as well. I was going to say, I've been recently reflecting on the idea that in this realm, in a balanced creation, the woman's body brings the information for the body, and the man's seed carries the spirit. So if we extrapolate, just to make it more balanced, ignoring the biology of the genetics and stuff, that would make like the creation necessary in that binary, and so then we can look at the idea of analog being representative of the earth and her natural production of life, but then we can look at the digital perhaps as the inspiration, as the source, as Jesse puts it, into, at least I should say, as Jesse says it so well. Like, I know other people use that, but to me it's just such a blessing. It just comes across so just so spiritual. I love it. So when extrapolate out to that idea that digital represents that outside ethereal energy, that added level of ape to man, even though I'm not someone who believes in that, but just like in that evolution of maybe adding humans to this realm even. And so with the idea of digital, I was even thinking further was that in Spanish, Dios and Diablo both start with the prefix di, and then so would digital, right? So it's just back to that sort of like understanding that, at least for me, I was thinking that I don't think analog is better than digital, or not better. I just mean, I don't think those systems were designed in this realm to be seen as separate even. That maybe the digital energetic frequency of electricity carries a source code with it that analog on its own couldn't connect to.
Okay.
Wow.
Through the electricity.
It's etherical. The spiritual is an etherical energy.
Mm-hmm. And maybe
Not
it travels,
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it travels to the analog by the digital the further it gets away from the Earth's grid system. And that just like the male and female oh, that looks delicious, Jesse.
Pretty good to the picture. Wow.
Good man. Good
So
man.
it's also we make natural like sauerkraut. So sauerkraut's got natural, when you ferment it, it's got probiotics in there, right? So probiotics is really important for gut health, and that's why people are a lot healthier before, because they preserve their food with salts, but also fermented a lot of their foods before the refrigerator and stuff like that, which kept people healthy because of that. So when you're buying sauerkraut, if you're buying it and it says in wine sauce, it's not fermented. The natural fermented stuff is more expensive. But if you buy a big cabbage, cut it all up, you add some kosher salt in there, and then you just squeeze all the juices, you put it into some jars, and you make sure that the liquid's over above, and in 2 weeks, you got a week to 2 weeks, you got natural sauerkraut. So if one big cabbage was 14 pounds that I bought, we made, I think, 9 jars of sauerkraut, which would have been at least $10 a jar. So it'd have been at least $90 for that, which it only cost me $15 for that one head of cabbage. And it's actually natural, done myself with love, and it's just so much more healthier, that way. So we just make little changes to like help your health.
Powerful. There you go.
And you're adding your own energy to it, is what a lot of the things when you're cooking and homemade stews and soups, you're putting your own energy into that, and you're creating your own healing dish.
It's
the water.
It's been proven, yeah. Put that energy in, it's been proven. Intentions, good energy.
Yeah, that's the expression, cooking with love. You put the intent into it. For some reason, it seems to negate the unhealthy effects of certain foods.
Yep.
And you know the craziest thing? I just know it's gonna taste good. I remember those days being upstairs on the computer, my mom's downstairs on a Sunday by the stove, cooking, singing. I'm just like, oh, that smells good. Mommy's happy. Can't wait to taste that. It comes to me, or I go to it. I'm like, oh, that tastes good. I could tell mommy put love in that. Tell you about the music, the good vibe, good
Yeah.
intentions, good
Made
intentions.
everybody excited to eat, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The intention behind it is one of the most important things, right? And some people can't afford organic food. Some people can't afford to get spring water. Like we go and drive and get it. Some people are still drinking tap water. So if you're in the situation where you're still having to have tap water, or, you know, you can't have maybe the healthiest of food, just, you know, bless it. That's when people used to pray before they ate. They blessed their food, you know, put good intentions into your water. I know this maybe is tap water, but I'm going to make sure this is going to heal me with this tap water. Now you manifest those intentions, then it's actually going to be a lot better for you than if you're thinking, oh man, I'm drinking tap water. I know this is not good for me, but I shouldn't be drinking it. You know, kind of that's going to cause maybe like a negative effect compared to if you put good intentions to whatever you're doing, especially what you're eating.
Absolutely.
Well, I even put like a tiny sprinkle of sea salt in it just to give some mineral back to it.
Right. Himalayan salt's pretty nice.
Yep. Oh yeah, I use that a lot, especially in baths. I'll soak in. That's how I do a lot of my cleansing. Is I soak in the bathtub with the Himalayan salt every day.
I'm yet to use that. I've never used that.
Yeah, it's called like pink salt.
Yeah,
in
I've
some
seen
cases.
it. I've seen it, but I've never actually got hold of it.
I cook with the pink salt.
Yeah, I try to keep 3 different kinds, you know, regular table sea salt,
Yeah.
Himalayan salt, because people lie and say, oh, it causes kidney stones and this and that. I've been an over-salter of things my whole life, and I can tell you what, I think it has a lot of added health benefits. I
Me
rarely
too,
get
Tony.
sick. I don't bruise. I mean, yeah, I don't listen to other people unless I can verify it for myself through experimentation.
That's some good way of using your discernment too, and and improving your discernment as well. Always check for yourself because you're, especially in a world where everything seems to be a lie. You gotta really reach out further for information.
Right, because if I went by what everybody said, the amount of sugar I used to eat in my earlier years, I should, in all rights, be a diabetic.
Yeah.
So at some point, we're alchemating what we're doing to ourselves, maybe with our intentions and our energy and what level we're at, to where a lot of these things may not have the effect on you that it does to somebody who's in a negative state. And maybe it's the negative state doing it and has nothing to do with what you're intaking.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
the
and like
frequency that you're vibrating at that makes the difference. If you're vibrating high, then some of these lower frequencies that maybe like from food, like excess sugars and whatnot, they're not going to affect you the same because you're on a higher level, so to speak. So I know what you're saying. It resonates with me because I eat a lot of sugar. I salt things. I use an air fryer. You know, I eat, you know, but yet I'm still healthy and you know, and my blood when I do go to the doctor, which is rare, like my blood tests are always like spot on. They can't say anything negative about it. And the only thing I
Right.
do is smoke weed and you know, I didn't smoke weed until I was 36 and I had all kinds of health problems and issues and like pharmaceuticals that I needed and I don't have to take anything now.
Wow.
that's
And
awesome.
importantly, it sounds like you live with gratitude as well.
Oh, I have so much gratitude. So much. I live by gratitude.
Mhm. That's what I was going to say, that if people are uncomfortable blessing their food in any way, I came up with something that people could do. You kind of do it every time you take a glass of, you put your lips to a glass of anything anyway, but you just kiss your first bite. Just give it a little. I know it may seem strange, but some people find the idea of blessing food to be really weird, to use words over their food or wave their hands over their food. You're putting the bite to your mouth anyway. Just give it a little kiss. Guaranteed that's a blessing to the whole meal.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna be leaving. I'm missing my girlfriend, so I'm gonna, go chat with her. On video chat, we live in different cities, so we're not always together. But I just want to say, with the person that said that put the salt in the bath. So some of the best things you can do for your bath is put baking soda, Epsom salt, and lavender oil, because it helps balance your pH. I started adding some borax, some food grade hydrogen peroxide, and some CBD bath bombs, right? Some CBD oil. So I kind of have like a really nice bath full of stuff. But the most important is the baking soda, the Epsom salt, and the lavender oil.
Yeah.
And the other thing I wanted to say about the salt. So I've been finding out about the salt, the pink Himalayan salt. A lot of it is not from the pink Himalayas. So it's made in Pakistan. They just name it pink Himalayan salt. Costco got caught for selling Pakistani salt that's called pink Himalayan. Didn't come from the Himalayas. Now if you go to Costco, it only says pink salt. It doesn't say pink Himalayan salt, because they're being sued for that right now. So I find the salt right now that, the next batch that I'm buying is going to be the Celtic salt. Celtic sea salt is supposed to be some of the best salt. So that's the next one that I'm going to get. So just thanks everybody for the good conversation. You all have a wonderful night. Thanks for hosting the panel, and we'll see you all later. May the source be with y'all.
Cheers, Jess. Much love.
Nice, Jesse.
Much love.
Thank you.
love.
Big up to Angeline as well.
I wanted to say that, in your bathtub, the body's organ, separate from the bathtub, the body's organ, the biggest organ is the skin, and we do absorb stuff through our skin. It's osmosis, right? So it's a beautiful way to sieve, nutrients equally to, to sort of the opposite of sieve, but to soak in the nutrients from the water through your entire body. I know I don't drink often, very little do I drink, but because of that, I get bad hangovers, and always I need to have a bath in the morning to soak the water before I drink the water, or else I'll feel sick. And then on the salt discussion, you're reminding me of when Annapurna was on London McLovin channel and brought out the Vedic horoscope and was showing how in the system with 9 or 10 with the 9 or 10. Remember, there's a shortage of signs. There's something different about the planets in the Vedic system that's different from I guess it would be Western astrology,
Vaguely.
or I don't know what.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, she
Vedic versus
pointed out that there's some missing elements for everybody based on the nature of that zodiac, and because of it, they know that, right? They know what you're deficient in, right down to something to do with salts. So I wonder if Himalayan rock salt specifically has been given such a great reputation because being up in the mountains, maybe from when the things were, it's just so old, right? That it has all the minerals perhaps. But I think that there's something to really understanding that there's actually mineralized salts that would be best for each person based on where they're born and what they're deficient in. There'd just be a best way, and that might be why some people oversalt things, because they're actually using a salt, not just iodized salt, but the wrong mineralized salt based on your birth chart.
You're
Now I'm
actually
abstracting
correct,
away.
Bex.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's right. I was going to
Have you
bring
heard
up
of cell
something.
salts?
Cell salt. Oh, look, yeah, Gentagon just brought it up too. Go ahead, you
Yeah,
guys, please.
there's 12 cell salts that correspond to exactly what you're saying. So you came to the conclusion without knowing it.
Wow.
Interesting.
Much love,
Well,
y'all. I'm gonna listen from the chat. It's dinner time around here. It's been fun.
Oh, wicked. Much love, Pam. Much
Y'all
love.
take
Thanks for
care.
joining.
Pamela.
Thanks for
Awesome,
joining. Enjoy your food.
And those are microcrystals, right? Angel Wings, like, and everyone? Yeah, I know they dissolve, but how far do they dissolve? You know, like, do they
Well,
still maintain some teeny tiny microscopic crystalline structure?
yeah, and you were bringing up the salts, and I was going to say also that something about the salt is a cleansing for negative energy too. It keeps away negative spirits. And I actually have like big rock, like Himalayan rock chunks, like the big chunks of it in raw form around my house to keep my house cleansed too. It keeps the air filtered. It keeps the air cleansed too. So it does a lot. It's a serious cleansing thing too. And when the people are try to tell you salt is bad, well, that it depends on the salt though. You need the right mineral. The salt that they put in the food is the wrong form of salt. That's why it affects you the negatively, because it's not the right kind you need. So you were right about certain ones you need.
Right. The regular table salt is bleached. That's why it's bad for you.
Yeah.
Just like old sugar used to be molasses based and was actually healthy for the body, to where current sugar nowadays just makes the body acidic and unhealthy and diseased. And
Yeah, I
but
completely
yes,
switched
I
from
have a
sugar.
Himalayan salt lamp. It's
I have one
big.
of those too. I have a small one. I need to upgrade and get a bigger one.
Yeah, I like my salt lamp.
How many do you have, Tone?
I just got one big ass salt lamp. It weighs probably 40 pounds.
Good stuff.
Got to have all that clearance stuff. You want to raise yourself to a certain aspect, you're going to incur attacks. And from what I can tell, they say the higher you go, the more attacks you get. It's
Yep,
kind of a test of whether or not you belong there.
I can vouch for that. I'm a big target. I'm a big shiny target for sure.
As you should be. If you dare that path, then you incur the wrath.
Yep. But then then you just vibe higher, and actually everything they do against you, the attacks actually make you stronger.
And you understand them as not being bad, but as catalyst.
Yep.
Lest it be problems you never get over, and then it becomes your doom.
Yep. So you got to be able to overcome, and that's why I'm the fear releaser. I'm a fear releaser in general. It's one of my gifts.
Hell yeah. Every problem is a solution in disguise.
Yep.
No doubt.
I've definitely
What
been
did
through
you
a lot
say?
more than most.
If you choose the path, you incur the wrath.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to go higher, you got to realize both is coming at you. Yeah, you'll have a lot of euphoria and good insights and great moments of intellectual thought and good feeling, but you'll incur the exact opposite. And then you'll start to understand why after you've went through enough torture. You're like, what the fuck did I ask for? And you can't go back, unfortunately. So I will tell people, be careful what you wish for. There's a reason
Yeah.
that's like a virtuous fucking saying.
And be careful what you unlock, because you can't put it back. Once it's unlocked, it's unlocked. Once I unlocked all this energy and I can feel spirits and beings around me, I feel that all the time, 24/7. I can feel when there's something sitting on top of me, hanging out, not being malevolent or naughty, just sitting there hanging out. I can feel the presence of that through my etherical form and everything. It's not a laughing matter. Some people might freak out, if they're not used to something like that. So when you unlock things, be careful what you unlock, because you can't change it.
Yeah. A gift is something you can give back.
I've been noticing a lot of, I was stuck on the electric language for a while, but I've been noticing a lot of computer language in our in the day-to-day language, and even in some of the stuff that we've looked at on maps and stuff. So for instance, a computer screen can be frozen, and so can the realm outside of us be frozen, right? We got Tierra del Fuego, and we got firewalls. We got virtuous, right? And virtual. And I get that people be like, oh, you're making that logical leap because the computers represent a virtual world of the world that's real, but there's just something I think there's something to it all, the reproductive organs, some people seeing this as a matrix, like from the movies where you could be like, you've seen those movies where comatose people end up meeting and the whole world is like them meeting, but they're actually people in a coma, or different sci-fi movies like that. I'm not trying to say we're in a coma, but it's almost like there's I just starting to see a pattern between that this holy AI stuff and language
Okay,
and
it's there. I mean,
mhm.
the pattern though, it's there. I said I'm just giving it to you guys in small doses. But as long as you're aware there is a pattern, yes.
Even that eyeball thing and the Cyclops pictures you were showing, I have a friend who was raised Muslim in Morocco that I met on Facebook in 2020. And when we were having theological discussions, he'd be really upset that I'm actually saying this out. I wouldn't say really upset, but he'd be like, I asked him if there was a Jesus at the end of his Bible, right? Now, the Quran, and I don't mean to act like, but at the time I was less versed in, different theologies. And I did probably phrase it to him like that, half joking. And we'd had a lot of theological discussions, and he said to me that he kind of summed up the end in some way, that he says, I'm gonna summarize this in a way that you should never credit me for. Look what I'm doing. I didn't say his name. He's not a Muslim from here on YouTube. Not that it matters, but just in case people like to take that stuff and run off to. My point is he said that at the end there was a fight between Isa and the one-eyed monster, and Isa won. So I've been meaning to tell you that in some way. I probably could have said it without like acting like I divulged secrets, but I liked whispering into the metaverse, like no one's gonna hear. But it ties into the eyeball stuff and the beast and
Yeah.
I mean,
Do you know? You know about where this battle happened? Where it
no,
took
but I could
place?
ask him.
Yeah, please.
I will. He actually called me on Halloween and I haven't called back, but that's the nature of some long distance, friends that you've made. We talk about once every year and a half or so. Maybe a little bit more.
Like me disappearing a while and coming back.
Well, and it's more just, I don't know, just some of the friends I've made, that's what made socializing on YouTube so easy, is I did used to just answer random calls from strangers on my Facebook in 2020. And I ended up talking with people all over Africa. I made one of the best friends of my life, definitely into, well, it was mostly on that continent. And some of us had really good conversations. We had that time at that time to do that. And it's just now I'm sort of a social media monogamist. I might not even notice what happens on Facebook most of the time. I didn't know I'd miss the call. But yeah. I'll have to find out where. And I should send him a link to my YouTube channel. Maybe he'll come visit.
Somebody typing.
I don't hear them typing.
I'm sorry.
I'm like, whoa, that's some good typing.
Yeah, am I at the DMV? What's going on here? Just sitting there awkward, staring at them while they stare at their computer. Reading every sign in the room like you give a shit what it says.
Yep.
Like, oh wow, there's a warning on not smoking in here. Good, because I just so happen to bring my cigarettes and I really need one.
I find that part comical though. All the warnings and people still smoke. I think it's kind of funny.
No, now they're vaping. I'm not smoking, dude. It's not smoke, it's just vapor.
Which is worse.
Well, you're clouding up the corner of the fucking room. Can you do it outside, please? You're not cool. Nobody likes you. I'm just kidding.
You know,
Vaping
quite funny.
sucks. People are cool.
I came across my old vaping pen today in my drawer, and I was like, maybe in due time. In due time.
It's the second dragon after crack. You know? That's what they call it, chasing the dragon. You'll never catch it.
Wow.
I see Gareth Atkinson has it correct there. They think that Jesus will marry, have children, and die. I don't know what Bex was saying and not trying to be rude, but that is most definitely not in the Quran, what she said. They actually believe that Jesus was a prophet, but he did not die on the cross, that Allah made people think that he died on the cross, and that Jesus is coming back in the end times to correct Christians and let them know that they've been worshiping incorrectly. Even though there's multiple verses in the Quran, like 4:136 says to believe the scripture and it's not corrupted. Anybody want to rebut to that? Anybody well versed?
Just wanted to say hi, Smith.
Huh?
But how does that tie in? Hold on.
Well,
How
she
does
was
that
talking about the Quran, and
Hold
she
on.
said something
I've
about a
known-
battle between a one-eyed something or other, and I was like,
Yeah.
that's definitely not what it says.
But like you said, there's many verses.
But actually, Gareth's supporting both of what we've said. So I don't know. I haven't studied to the end. That's the only thing that gentleman said to me. I'm not purporting it as truth. I was just saying in this theology, this holds true. And Gareth actually has made comments supporting exactly what you said and what I said.
I've done a little bit of study on the Qurans, but it was years ago, and it was basically stating that amongst the whole Islam religion, that there was about 26 different versions that actually did vary amongst their translations, so they couldn't come to any concise point to accurately confuse that religion.
Yeah, you're right, Gareth. The Dajjal has got one eye. He has indeed.
Yeah,
and the
and here it said-
location was over in Libya, and that's where the crater is in Libya. But yeah, go ahead, Bex.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was just gonna say is that that he fights with that's what that Gareth had said, that the Muslims believe that Isa will fight with the Mahdi to beat the Dajjal. And then I asked, oh, is the Dajjal one-eyed? And he said yes, as far as he knew. So, but he also supported what Smith said. You brought the comment up. I don't know if Smith saw it, but very different to Yeshua. Hamashiach is very different to the Islamic Isa. The Muslims think he will marry, have die, and have children and die. What if though? Is there any chance, Smith, that there's two that Christ visited other places and stories we haven't been told, not trying to transfer it onto this story with no disrespect? Like, do you think there's any chance that there's been stories of him in other places that were kept from us?
Oh, possibly. See, so another thing I think is weird is, people are doing a lot of the Mandela effect lately, which I have no issue with, but no one ever wants to point out the why. So you have the most popular, best-selling book in history has the most Mandela effects. It's like they're trying to hide the word of God. I'd love to hear what Garrett Atkinson has to say about Surah 929 to fight the people of the book in the end times.
Well, I personally, I don't follow scripture to a T anymore, and I've learned so much discernment in between everything that I've learned that anything transcript can be translated and changed. Everything may not actually be right. So I just like to keep discernment in general when reading anything, because books translate different ways.
Here's a translation. Do you see my picture there? So the top part of the picture is in the name of Allah. The bottom one is the Greek number 666. Looks pretty identical to me.
Interesting.
It is interesting.
Wow, that is interesting.
Take a shot at that.
Yeah, 99 names of Allah and the 99th day is the eclipse. It's the last of the holy days, and if we go back and read Surah 9, it says at the end of the holy months, ending with the end of Ramadan, is when they're supposed to attack the non-believers. That's what I was trying to share as Random Fan was doing what he normally does when he comes on panel with me. I got no issue with people, but yeah, I'm not into people, censoring what I have to say at all.
That was
I know
good stuff,
it's
Smith.
yeah, very good.
It's also going to
Every
be Buddha's birthday, is what I was saying. And Buddha comes from Nepal, like the most high place on the earth, because Satan thinks he's the most high, and Allah calls himself the exalted one.
interesting.
I'm gonna have to look into that as well, actually, because I've noticed every time they tie him with Buddha, he's always laid up with the cobra.
Yeah, and then Surah 424 says that you can have any woman that your right hand possesses, meaning rape them.
Damn. Oh,
yeah,
easy, Tiger.
Well, I can say
Great.
and it just because I know many Muslims that are very integral people with a lot of education, and I know that they're not extremists. Not that I'm saying that Muslims are, but I know that there has been a level of information given to us in the West that may represent just like Orthodox Christianity or Orthodox Judaism, that we may have been
Find me
presented.
a Bible verse that's
Just
anything
let
like
me finish what
929.
I'm saying. Please let me finish what I'm saying. I'm almost done. That the only Muslims I've ever met here in North America, in their Quran, it says, "Be kind to the Christians. They're the closest thing to a brother you'll know."
Again, Google it right now, Surah 929. It's not debatable. It's not debatable. It says at the end of the holy months to attack the non-believers, the people of the book meaning the Christians. But yet it says multiple times the people who are given the book, that they are supposed to follow the book and judge by the book, meaning Jews and Christians. That's the book they're talking about.
Well, the Jews wouldn't consider the Christians with them per se. How do we know it's the Bible and not the Quran, or
Read it.
not the Torah?
I'm telling you to read it. I'm not going to
Well,
read it
and
all
I'm
to you.
telling you, yeah,
That
I'm
would be,
telling you that
you're
that
wrong
I
and
talk
losing your mind. It's misinformation, right? 4:136 tells us that the Bible is true.
All hail prophets.
The Bible, on one hand, may be true to one person, but not the other. There's multiple perspectives, and if you really want to get into it, a lot of them perspectives actually depict something other than our Creator. It's a different God. And see, that's the point where I like to be specific when I talk of the God, because I prefer to mention source of creator of light, for the simple fact that there's a lot of gods and a lot of false gods, and a lot of the God word in general as a label is used wrong many times.
Yeah, 2 Corinthians 11:14. Even Satan himself shall disguise himself as an angel of light, like Lucifer, the morning star. Phosphorus was first made in the cat TVs. Phosphorus is the 15th element. Comes from the word meaning light bearer.
Does that make Adam like Satan because he was considered the morning star?
Is he reading like the New International Version of Surah 929? Fight those who do not believe in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his messengers. I can keep going, but yeah, he's reading like some New International cupcake version of it.
Who's he?
Gareth. I don't know who Gareth Atkinson is. It looks like a shill to me. He's what, a Muslim?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to me. Sorry. I apologize. It just came off as random. I didn't understand.
Yeah, this is what I do. This is my new mission. I don't even have to do numbers. Everybody's like, I don't understand your number. No, I haven't done numbers. These are just Surah numbers. I can give you Bible verses, but yeah, that's what I'm doing now. This is my new thing.
Right on.
I want people to know that there's a judgment coming to America, and X marks the spot.
Well,
and you're talking about chakras and the chi. What chakra is that one? Oh, that is the chakras, is chi. And then chi is Chicago. Like Chica go. Like Chica go away. Like the Whore of Babylon. What is a woman? A woman is the X chromosome. That's what a woman is. Who's that woman? It's the whore of Babylon. And it's America first must be destroyed before they enslave the rest of the world. So even if you don't live in America, they're going to destroy America first, and then they're going to bring the tyranny your way. So it's probably good to get some truth out.
So how comes we ain't hearing this information being uploaded?
Because it's all original from me. That's why.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't make videos. I'm saving it for videos.
So why are you taking?
I can just talk into it.
Well,
he's way off and losing his mind.
No,
so?
see, no. This is the thing. I open up shop for you and you don't turn up.
I am right now. That was some unadulterated truth right there for you. X marks the spot. It not only marks the spot as in the place, it marks the time as in X is 24. That's next year.
Yeah, see, you hear that time and you're here right now. I got like 5 minutes to go and you're telling me you're here right now. Come on, bro. I had you in bright lights yesterday, bro. Waiting for you.
I wasn't here yesterday.
I know
what
you
was,
were gallivanting.
What was yesterday? Oh, it's Thanksgiving. We should be giving thanks.
Or the day before. It was or the day before, one of those days anyway.
Yeah. Sarah 434 says that it's okay to beat women.
I don't know.
Well, then good for you, Gareth. Yeah.
Violence,
my wife's home with dinner. Thanks for having me up. But now you guys can all see that the number 666 is the same as Allah. I'll put it together in a presentation. I probably won't have fancy graphics, so I don't have a good enough computer to do it. But
why don't you debate
Machine Lies? I definitely will. Definitely will.
Unslave Truth. He's
oh, that's light work. Come on.
Do you think that I do get that hippie Jesus doesn't exist, right? That I did have force, and
that they purposely make him have white skin and perfect Pantene hair to divide people.
You're so angry, Smith.
I'm not.
Why are you so angry at everyone?
Why am I? I'm not angry.
Because you go. It's like you're some already persecuted Messiah as soon as you come up. It's like you're so angry. It's so hard to get a Christian message from somebody who's shoving it down people's throat by tearing down other theologies.
Because theology is satanic and they're worshiping the black cube of Saturn, Satan.
No,
that's why.
I've never met a single Muslim who tries to shove their philosophy down anyone's throat like you come up here to do this.
Because there's 3 stages to their philosophy. You agree when you're in the lower numbers, then you fight defensively when you have to, and then when you're in the majority, then you destroy all opposition.
That's what you do, bro. You just get straight to the final stage. You go straight to the final stage.
Yeah, I do. 929 after the end of the holy month, they're supposed to attack the non-believers.
Yo, that's what you're doing.
You want to address that one on slave truth? 929.
That's what you're doing, guys.
Every truth is a half truth.
Yo.
There's many perceptions. Everyone's got a key to it. Everyone has a key to it, depending on the information they obtain and how they discern through it.
Yeah, no, it's not a perception.
But if you have a special download, and I'm not saying if because I don't believe you, I'm just saying this in a logical argument. Yeah. If you have something special to share with us, then do you think that you're the only person with a special message, or could you at least validate that most people, independent of me, let's say, also have a piece of a puzzle?
I've said multiple times, and I got made fun of this when I first came on panels, that we're all special. We are all unique. And that's what they want people to think, is you're just another fucking number, and that nobody's like, everybody is special. We are all God's creation.
Even me, even if you don't like me, even
you. I got nothing against you. You were talking about me when I wasn't on panel, and yeah, I'd had a drink. I'm not fucking wasted, but yeah, it made me feel some type of way. So I'm like, shut your mouth. Okay. And I came up there and blasted you. I said some things I shouldn't have that were hurtful. I'm just me. I don't ever go on panel like grandstand like I'm a good person. I'm not.
It's okay, Smith. I'm okay with it all. I'm okay with absolutely everything. Not that you need me to be okay with it. Here we are talking now, right? So, but that's where I'd just like you to understand that whatever happened when you first came out here, I've seen a lot of people want to give you the space to talk. this is a great place. And I hope that you and London will actually schedule that where we can see you guys banter back and forth, just the two of you for a while. Not that I'm trying to tell you guys how to do the show. And you can see that, you know, whatever treatment you were first received and whatever negativity has been amplified, you know, by people not accepting your message. Like, there's so many of us that do support you and do want to see you shine and do want to hear your message.
Yeah, people, and that's cool. And people don't have to receive my message. That's fine. Sometimes it just falls on deaf ears. You got to have eyes to see and ears to hear, I guess. And I'm not saying I'm unique or anything like that, but I do believe my message is. And I always say it's not my message. Not that I'm plagiarizing it. It's just not my message.
I don't
It's
think
your
anybody has a
message.
problem with the message. It's the delivery.
Well,
There you go.
I love your message. I think you got some killer information, but you know, just bro, we love you, but you're over the top.
Yeah. I can't handle random fan, bro. Telling people to eat worms on stream.
Okay, what's that got to do with anybody up here?
Nothing. That's what got me. That's what
Okay,
got me going
then
earlier.
don't
And
bring
then
it
as
to
he
the
got off the panel,
situation.
like I
We're
said, he
trying to
said,
talk to you
mission
about you.
accomplished. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
We want to understand, not hate.
Yeah, I don't want to hate. I want to share. 114 verses in the chapters in the Quran, and from the Holy Bible until the creation of Disney, 114 days. Probably a coincidence. And I keep going on that, but I don't have to do numbers. That's the first time I did. The rest were verses.
We love you, Smith.
Yeah, it'll make sense.
We love you, no matter how you want to put it. But we get what you're saying, and it's amazing message. It is. Everyone wants to hear the rest of it.
Surah 5:5, Muslim can marry Christian, but then Surah 9:28 says Christians are unbelievers. And then Surah 482 said there's no contradictions and the Quran must come from God. Well, that definitely sounds like a contradiction. So I don't see any rebuttal to that in the chat. And I'm not trying to have a fight with anybody. It's called a debate. He's not the God of love. The allegory is that Allah is gory. That's what it is. It's the Dome of the Rock. Black Rock City owns everything. Funky Cold Medina. What was the first original holy city? It was Medina. It's the Ice Cube. What was Ice Cube's first CD? Lethal Injection. Take the jab and wear your hijab. It'll all make sense if I put graphics to it and everybody's entertained. So my wife came home with dinner. God bless. Take care.
Like a thief in the night. God.
Punch in, punch out.
That was an epic leave.
Well, I don't know. I think it was a micro version of the macro version of what Tony and my engagement. I was grateful he came back. I thought that was a better. It all worked out better than the first, interaction, with no pointing fingers at anyone doing any different, starting anything. I thought it went better.
Right. Crack the nut.
Well, because I have a different viewpoint on all of that too. Well, see, a lot of it I think is a misconception, misinformation. So much of it is too many labels. The point is labeling. When you label something a certain thing and you have no idea what you're talking about, but then people follow it anyway, that's majority of the problem. I mean, when they wrote the Bible, anybody could have interpreted how they seen angels a certain way. It's all a perception from certain people's viewpoints. So any person could have seen anything a certain way and wrote about it, and it depends on you know what I mean? I mean, there's so many different ways you could even talk about things.
Yeah.
And people take it too literally.
I think we should be expanding on these topics and not so much just trying to define it, because I think the moment people define things, they just let it go. Okay, this is that. Okay, move on. Okay, this is that. Move on. And there's never any expansion on the topic once it's defined.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we should define anything. I think we should try to understand everything.
Yeah. Get past
And
the
it is-
labeling.
yeah. it
Yeah.
is a good example because when Tony and I first started talking, I was getting hung up on the male female, trying to change it differently, like trying to actually tear apart a theology where I could have actually skipped that step, knowing that Tony already has that already, we both have that knowledge. I could have somehow made a bridge differently. But it was almost like you get used to wanting to debate the I don't know, there's just a level of understanding where, and I would say, I just want to say this. My father told me that I should always date someone my equal intellect or higher. And then a reparenter one day told me that because I'd married a man who had different gifts than myself, an artist, not a wordsmith, not as intelligent as I was on an IQ scale, let's say, but I don't mean to discredit my ex-husband in any way that way, that every argument I engaged in with him was my choice, was my fault. I thought that was a little extreme, but actually it is the responsibility of, and that's not gauging. I'm not saying that there's a different, I'm not trying to rank intellects. It's just different strengths, right? So as someone who has the ability to extrapolate in a way that I could actually, model things differently, I think we all can learn something from that without any of those things sounding like one is better. Oh, I'm smarter. That's not what I'm saying. But I think oftentimes we get hung up in wanting to try and disseminate information to a group of people that were, in the audience. We might be having conversations more for the audience than actually for the sake of conversation, trying to get to the root and put it all together like a lecture. This is a public Zoom call, so I do think we get tied up in words with those definitions. And that a lot of there's just a lot of ways that we have way more in common than we don't, even in theology to philosophy and stuff. So I just I support what you're saying there. And yet it's kind of like, well, if we throw away if we sort of, that we can actually get lost in the soup again. Anyways, I'm
Lost in
dwindling.
the
Sorry.
sauce. I get it.
Yeah.
You don't want anybody's information to necessarily stand over other people's, but that ends up happening is people want theirs to stand the highest, and there's conflict of who wins or who's right, instead of that information standing side by side to form something stronger and maybe a synergy of understanding with other
Exactly.
people that may not even have anything to do with the subject at hand, but spark a light in many on how to accept or how to understand or how to go about things. So
Yeah.
I think everything's aspectual, and I think everybody has their own type of genius. Some people are genius of action, some of thought, some of speech, some of art, some of spirit. So everybody needs to be encouraged to try to find their own genius and hold yourself to a higher standard.
Well said.
Yeah,
And
because in the end, oh, sorry.
You go ahead, please.
I was going to say, in the end, knowledge is power, but it depends on how you apply that knowledge.
Indeed.
And I like that genius of thought, because that then doesn't rank intellect, right? Even as I just said what my father said and that man said, that comes from a classist perspective, right? That's in a productivity of intelligence in a world that does rank intelligence above things. I didn't mean to say any of that, right? You guys really summed it up really well. And I love that genius of thought. Everybody is capable and does have genius of thought. It's how we express it that's different.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
shared interests.
And we see that in Smith. And that's what he's saying to us.
I don't know what Smith is saying to me. 1 minute he loves me, then he hates me.
He
I have
loves
an
you.
empathic nature myself, and I can tell you firsthand the guy's hurting. He just can't say it, which is why he chooses to drown it out.
Yeah, with some people it's hard when they have messages like that. Some people that receive messages take it really hard and personal too. I know there's a lot to it. Sometimes when you're chosen, you don't want to be the chosen.
Uh-oh. Smith done a runner, and Tarek wanted a piece of him.
But if we started treating everyone like they were chosen,
I think
then
everyone
maybe,
really is in their own way.
yeah. Go ahead.
I think there's a light within us all that just wants to be ignited and lit up, and a chance to be recognized, a chance to be loved. Everyone just wants to be recognized, as a person, and maybe not even just a person, but someone really important, because everybody is. I honestly think most of us are earth angels that just lost their memories and forgot who they were.
Right. Everybody wants to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
This world became far too judgmental on each other, too hard on each other to let other people speak, and it's sad.
Yeah. I think it's a way of limiting opportunity, and if other people are in that dynamic, then most people who may have some of the best information in the world would never really have the courage to come up and fear being assaulted or attacked by other people just based on, the viewpoint they have about something that could be of good impact. So, yeah, maybe people need to reduce their judgmental nature and be more open and receptive of people's information.
See, look, he does this. He starts going wild with the draconian lockdown measures. I'm like, why aren't you telling us? Why are you just typing it in the chat? That sounds dope. Like, I want to hear about that shit. Anyone heard about that?
Oh yeah, a bridge or something from New York to Ontario, I think, or Canada to New York, something exploded. That I've seen a lot of information about that, like a car flying through the air, like exploded on the bridge or something.
Is that the one they said about? I think someone mentioned the Rainbow Bridge. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Some see it as an act of war.
Yes, crazy.
I'm sad for the whole planet. The whole planet's lost its marbles.
Mhm. And yet still you are so you bring such joy, Angel Wings.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Thank you.
it's a lot of work to feel that kind of sorrow and project joy. Like it's one of my
I know. I cry for the planet, man. Sometimes I just feel, but someone's got to get up and lift everybody higher and lift the frequency and raise everybody up. You can't do that sitting around being sad. You got to get your crap together and cheer everybody on and say, you can do this. You're higher than you think. You're lighter than you think.
Right. I think it's just crazy. I think a lot of people should also understand that with the information that they share with everybody, that information was primarily for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And that should mean something because it should tell you where you need to go.
Mm.
If that's where you want to go. You can have an average life, just be a good person. But if you want to go higher than that, go that direction.
Yeah, because most most can't see through the matrix of deception. Most people sit there and worry about this, worry about that. When all honesty, life was never meant to be this way, period. Life was never meant to be the way it is. It was never meant to be this hard. It was never meant to tear people apart.
Right.
Exactly, Smith. You're usually the first. So what happened? You left me hanging. My point exactly. Point exactly. Man. Sorry, Angel Wings.
Oh, you're okay. I'm just having a boo moment about all the bad shit.
I like,
But no, I just see the world as it was meant to be, and memories and stuff, being connected to celestial beings, being connected to higher ups, being connected to seraphims, having a seraphim consciousness, actually, like an what do they call that? An aspect of seraphim. I have all that knowledge of how it was supposed to be. So, it's hard to live with that stuff.
What if in eternity, when you put a line, when you start making time in eternity as a sort of penal system, it's the future, not the past, that you see. Because in eternity, you wouldn't know where was when, if that makes sense. So we're so used to romanticizing the past and vilifying the future based on the informations that we have. And, I just think that sometimes that what we actually see, we don't actually have proof of that except for your own knowing, which I validate. I just challenge the timeline of it. And even if it was in the past and it's been interrupted, so even if you're like, nope, I know this, right? I'm like, okay. So then can we project it back into the future so that we can look more into the future than the past? So anytime we feel that way, we're like, oh my gosh, it used to be that way. Oh, boom, it's going to be that way again. We can make it so. Like,
I think that would be close to whether or not we could bring everybody closer to the present now, as opposed to being stuck in the past or fearful of the future.
Brilliant, Tony. Brilliant. Because that means enjoy now, right? That means
Yeah.
gratitude now. Like,
It's the
live
only thing
now.
that's happening right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everything
Now is
else is a
now.
memory or not yet.
Well, I know there's so much going on. Timeline wars, angelic wars, spiritual wars. There's so much warfare going on. It's like, when do people just come together and chill out? When do people just realize it's not about hate? It's not even about either. It's about neutral. It's about being one with yourself. It's about being one with everybody. It's just sitting there in a neutral state, not fighting, not, and it's like they keep depicting each other against each other over and over just to get jollies off of stealing your energy whichever direction you go. So I just get to the point where I'm like, all right, neutral state. I'll still do things, but I'm not going to put too much energy into something I don't agree with, or I'm not going to put energy into an illusion when they keep create illusions on the TV of this happening and that happening. Too many people fall for too much crap on TV. So you just sit back and be like, okay, well, I don't need to be part of that, because you don't know if that's right, or you're not there, so you don't know if that's the truth or not. I mean, to me, if I don't experience it myself, it's not happening. It may or may not be, but if it's not, and you're wasting all your energy into something that's not there, it's kind of a catch-22,
Indeed. If it ain't there, I ain't wasting the energy.
Yes, too many people focus their energy on too many things, and in what's important right now. What's important, where your energy should be at your center, centering yourself, focusing on unlocking your stuff. It's like they purposely create all these delusions and all this stuff to create division, so no one sits back and focuses on each other to heal and learn and do what you need to do.
Grow.
Yeah.
Become more, because it's not like you were ever less. You just don't realize everything that you are.
Exactly. Too
It
many
can be
distractions.
interesting, but like you also said, Be careful what you wish for. You know, like people would think it'd be interesting to read people's minds, and I'd be like, I don't know. Have you really thought about it? You know,
Yeah,
or
it's
I'd like to
not.
do this. Do you really want to do that? Like, come on now, think it through.
Yeah, do you really want to read someone's mind? Probably not, especially of all the bad stuff going on. That's why they also talk about balancing your emotions and balancing a balance in everything and balance your emotions because your emotions are powerful. Your emotions can actually hurt people. Your emotions contain energy, and you don't realize you're actually hurting someone with your negative vibe. That's that's like a crime against humanity itself. Is you're actually your emotions can hurt people, you know, and unless you're an empath, like you don't you wouldn't understand.
Right. But it does require participation, I do believe. Like, say someone comes up on the panel, they're being really negative. If you don't
Mhm.
participate in that conversation, it does not affect you. That's where the whole old saying comes from. Whatever you say bounces off to me, comes back to you. You know,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
you're
returning that, so I'm not taking that bad energy in and projecting it out, which is taking it in myself.
yeah, you're
Doing the
actually
same
your
thing.
greatest reflector too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well
It's all
said.
about protecting yourself, protecting your energy as well. And everyone has like a guardian angel or a protector of sorts or someone watching over you. Everyone has one. You just got to learn to ask for help when you really need it the most. And sometimes they don't answer back, and sometimes they don't help because they know you're strong enough to do it.
Right. Otherwise, they would answer.
Yep.
Yeah, from what I know, you have a male one, a female one, and then a higher one that is androgynous.
Mhm.
Did you say male and female, Tony? No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, I was trying to give you that was a lob right there. I was trying to throw right to you, like, hey,
Alley-oop.
well,
this is
well,
right in
there
your
is.
corner.
I know.
Well, the female and male is an energy. It's a combined energy together to make one whole.
Right, but from what I understand, it was a split of a unity only to understand the expressions of both aspects.
Yeah,
Separate, but still one.
exactly. Because we all contain both energies within us anyway. It's a matter of balancing both.
Right.
Mhm.
Shouldn't be way too positive because you'll incur way too much negative, and you shouldn't be too negative because then you're just a dick. Oh, sorry. I mean, you won't incur too much positive. Sorry. Had to throw some comedy in there for a sec.
That's a good one. Oh, same with yin and yang. I think yin and yang is pretty similar. The basic same energies. Sun and moon, same difference.
Right. They're complementary and they have the opposite aspect within each as well. Less
Hmm.
controlling, but still there. That's why you have the little white dot in one and the little black dot in the other.
Yep. Well, even demons are seen the wrong way too. An angel and demon both have aspects of each other. The one a demon can still be a good and an angel can still be bad. It's just an aspects of different properties. Because a demon energy is actually like a lower energy which is actually earth energy. Earth energy is kind of similar. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It's given a bad name. The bad part about the demon is it's easily corruptible. It needs a lot of cleansing and healing and kept in check.
Isn't it energy principle inverted?
Yeah, because corruption is completely different. Like it's like an AI thought controlled negative energy.
Right. Like if you had a governing spiritual principle of yourself, but you took it to a dark place, it's going to turn into a demon. But if you bring it into the light, it could be your greatest strength.
Yep. Because we're also not just male and female, we're also dark and light. So embrace the dark and heal your dark side, and then you have the best of both.
Right.
Then you're stronger.
Yeah, that's what gives you discernment and not judgment, and all the inverted principles that turn into virtues when you use that negative principle positively.
Yeah.
You're not a dick by not wanting other dickheads around you. That's called
The
good judgment.
in the Quran and the
Discernment,
prophets,
sorry.
the prophets in the Quran are made up of angels and humans.
Mm-hmm.
Like crossbreed.
Well, actually, independent. I don't know about the. I haven't looked enough into bloodlines to see where the crossbreeding may be, but I know that they have their prophets, and some of them, some of them are known to be non-human angels. And it's verified in the in other Abrahamic texts that those entities are not human, but I hadn't even thought about the, say bringing in the book of Enoch and what's not told in probably any of those faiths except for maybe the Torah. I don't know enough about it, but about the mixing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. That's my lighter. 420 if you got that real quick. Final word before I close this bad boy out.
I'll say thank you so much, London, for having me up again and for helping me sharpen my sword. Just in general, what you bring to the table, the people you bring to the table, or to the panel. Thank you so much, Tony, for just being you, for engaging in that misunderstanding and working through it with me. Thank
You're
you, Angel
awesome.
Wings, for coming up in the positivity you came up in, considering where I know we were in optics on my panel the other night when I gave full keys to my friend. I hope you'll come by and talk to me.
I will.
Yeah,
I ran away though after a while. That one was too negative for me. He was a negative
Yeah,
force. I'm
I
like,
knew it would
no.
be. Yeah, and I appreciate your understanding, just in general, of not only me, of him, of what your role is, and what you can take on and don't take on, and what I was allowing the tools of YouTube to do at that time, knowing that those tools can be retracted at any time as well. We're all learning what works out here, and I was trying to, give a friend a space to talk, but also allow people to engage in a bit of drama, real drama, right, to him. So I didn't, thanks for understanding all of that. And thanks to the chat for being here. Thank you so much, London. I love you guys all so much. And I look forward to the next time we meet. Bye
Good
for now.
stuff. Much love.
Very awesome, Bex.
Much love.
Peace out,
Great
Bex.
exchange. I definitely appreciated it. 100%.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Thanks for having me up again. I haven't been up in a while. I really missed it. I had a lot of new information to share.
Nice. I hope you got some more to share next time.
Definitely.
Heck yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Good to see you. It's been a little while, like you said.
I've been so busy getting my place together and getting my situation situated.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it just takes a long time.
Yeah. How's your daughter?
I'm doing good at her. She's at her grandpa's. I got freedom for a few days.
Oh, cool.
And she's happy. She gets to play on the internet finally and gets to go back on her games. Kids and their games.
Oh, yeah.
Love their games. Children. Yeah, no, it was awesome. I appreciate this The vibe you brought today, that was brilliant, man. The input, brilliant. The build, brilliant. All around, brilliant.
Thank you. I love your panel.
Good
You
stuff.
rock.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you. Right back at you.
It's not much that I can share all my information and have someone actually counter and actually share theirs with me. It was amazing. I was like, yes, someone else is finally up there with me.
Hey, we all shine in certain ways. It's not going to light every corner, but will occasionally light one.
We'll get there. Eventually, we'll blast every single corner. There won't be nothing left.
Like, oh wow, this is a star-shaped room. How crazy! Well, yeah, I'll give my final salutes here, London. Thanks for having me up. I came up a little late, had to work today, do my thing, but yeah, I'll go back and catch up to what I missed. It was definitely exciting. It was a learning experience, and like you always say, London, you do it different.
Hey,
salute.
My man. Much love to you. Thanks for coming
And
up, man.
salute to the James Terrell part. That needs to be expanded on more.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We're gonna probably open up shop on the main stage after I upload it. So yeah, definitely.
Salute to that.
Definitely.
Yeah, other than that, you have a good night, sir, and hope you enjoy your peace and rest.
No doubt.
Salute to the chat.
There you go. My man.
All right, later, bro.
Much love, bro.
Peace.
Hey. So we're back again on familiar ground. Hey. That was a good vibe. You know the vibe. Huh? You know the vibe. Oh shit, I didn't even realize the chat went down even more. Oh shit. There you go. Oh shit, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, folks are still there. Okay. I didn't even realize the chat went down more. Silly me. I thought it was quiet. There you go. You lot been hiding. There you are. There you are. Yeah, you know the vibe. You know the vibe. Calmness, right? We're trying to keep it grown. Oh shit, it goes even further. Oh shit. There you go. Yeah. All right. Oh shit, I'm like 2 minutes behind and shit in the chat. Wow. Yeah, cold. Heads wavy. Salute. Much love. What happened with Smith and Tarek? That would have been exciting. That would have been exciting. Smith and Tarek. I was hoping that could have been our main event, but I don't think Smith was up for the challenge. I think Tarek might have had him on that one. Oh, what do you reckon? Smith or Tarek? Smith or Tarek? What do you reckon? Smith said he's light work. Oh, Tarek didn't like that. Didn't like that. He said, Crazy. Set it up. Set it up. Use your money on. Man, I'm just playing. Much love to both of you. Much love to both of you. Go to bed. Have a quick nap. Smith, drink some water. Some nice water. Lay down and relax. Rolling my last zoot, rolling my last thing. 420 if you got that. 420 if you got that. Who we got down there? We got my man TT in the building. We got Alcamo in the building. Salute. We got Dino still in the building. Jesus Christ. Dino, you're still with us. Dino Unslaved in the building, live and direct. Dino Unslaved, yo. Got a man like Dino Unslaved in the building. There you go. Lizzo in the building. Good stuff. You got Pam in the building. Salute. Flowers and big dabs. 420 time. Huh? You get my shit together. Hold on. All right. Roll that real quick. What happened to Dr. Wake Walker? Where was Dr. Wake Walker? I didn't see him today. Anyone see Dr. Wake Walker? Didn't see him. I hope he's well. Roll that. I'm gonna poke that. Yeah, see? I didn't see him. Maybe he got caught by a dragon. Wow. Oh, he's chilling in the forest. He's probably chilling in the forest. Yeah, no, it was good vibes today. Good vibes. That's how we gotta keep it, right? Bit of entertainment there. Bit of geeking out. Balance. Balance is the key. 420 if you got that. Who came through today? Who did I see down there? I see Smoking and G Sharp. Random Van came out today. Boy came out today. See Cynthia came out today. I see Moose came out today. Yeah, producer Moose. Hey, Moose. Big Moose. See Malcolm Sheen come out today. AI came out today. Dino came out today. Lizzo came out today. Denju Gong came out today. Jack's Dreaming came out today. We all stepped out. You stepped out today. Alchemo stepped out today. Ching, there you go. Malcolm told you he stepped out today. Beck stepped out today. Come on. Tony stepped out today. Who else stepped out? Angel Wing stepped out today. You stepped out. You stepped out for your boy. You came through to the bar. Tariq stepped out today. Yo. Smith stepped out today. Yo. You stepped out. Ooh. He stepped out in this cold season. He stepped out to the bar in a cold season. Appreciate you guys. Cold as fuck when you came out to the bar. Says a lot. Small Town Girl came out today, stepping out. And she was under the weather. And she was under the weather. Yeah, good stuff. Sophia stepped out today. Gareth stepped out today. Who stepped out? Steve, HMFIC stepped out. Salute. Much love. 313 in the place to be. High D stepping out. Much love. Much love. Yeah, man. Some good folks. Some good folks. I'm not sure whether I see RT today. Did I see RT today? Anyone see RT? I see Voy. Salutes to, was it Melanie? Gigi. Grims. Hey, salutes to Grims twin. Stepped out, came through. Feel like I'm missing someone. And the other Gigi. Yeah, there were two Gigi's. There was G and G and GI, GI. Wicked. Wicked. And it's wild because I had a few things that I wanted to show, but we were just flowing. I liked it. It was awesome. Leave that shit for next time. Great stuff. Salutes to Boy, Diva, wherever you are. He's probably tucked up in bed right now. In Diva land. Boy's in Diva land right now. Tucked up. Salutes to Boy. Manny. Salutes to Manny, Phil, Festa. Manny Festa. Salutes wherever you are, bro. Infamous Squirrel Sniper. Salutes to you. Much love. Much love. Salutes to No. Noble No. Not No. Can't forget about No. Much love. Yeah, they came through. They came through. Head is spinning. Damn. Smoked the whole thing tonight. Jeez, how can I forget? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Axis Rap Blood himself. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers, Dino. How could I forget? Hey, hey. Oh, where's my shield? Hey, tell him, hey, how could I forget? Jesse. I knew I was missing a rising star. That man's a rising star. Jesse, salute to Jesse. He's a rising star. That guy is so productive. He just stays moving, working, doing stuff. If he ain't painting, he's making something. If he ain't making something, he's interviewing somebody. He stays busy. He stays busy. Salutes to that. Salute to Jesse. Jack Talcott as well. I forgot about Mr. Talcott. Hold on a second. How the hell did I miss Mr. Talcott? That is wild. Mr. Talcott himself. Yo, salute Mr. JT, wherever you are. Cold. Yeah, exactly. Can't forget about JT. Yeah, it's good stuff. That's what it's about. Some true love and true support, right? I feel the real love from folks. I feel the true love and support. I know who's really with me. Can't deny it. I feel it. We just try and keep this same energy rocking through for 24, right? Same energy, genuine love and support. Keep it rocking for 24 and show them how it's done. Maybe they can learn a thing or two. That true, genuine love and support. Salutes to Random Fan. How did I forget about Random? Jesus Christ, guys, what is going on? How did I forget about? I'm just forgetting people. Mr. Random Fan stepped out. That's wild. The button man. How could I forget the button man? Dope. Yeah, good vibes, good energy. Trying to leave you guys on a oldie but goodie. Till next time, brothers, sisters, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, haters. Much love.